Greetings, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Tonight, we will enter what Bobby Hemmett referred to as the Supreme Mysteries. If you're someone who watched a lot of Bobby Hemmett videos, you most definitely have heard him talk about the Supreme Mysteries. Well, see, this is a term in the occult which refers to the Most High, the Holy Spirit, what we know of as Kether, that aspect of ourselves that we aspire to reunite with and refamiliarize ourselves with. This is the great, the bornless one, that which connects everything and everyone. We're going to get into the supreme mysteries, and these particular paths talk all about that. That would be the chariot, that would be the hierophant, that would be the path of the Empress, that would be our favorite magus here. That would also be the fool. So these paths, these cards represent the energies of the collective life that represent the highest conception of existence. So let's get into it. Let's get into it. I don't know about you guys, but this book has really been shedding a lot of light and a lot of understanding on, you know, the spirit realm and how complex it is, yet how simple it is at the same time. When I say simple, I mean easy to understand, as opposed to superstition and what movies tell you and etc. So we're getting into it, y'all. Fuck it, we're just gonna go through the whole thing. Section 3, the supreme mysteries, the paths of spirit. So this is gonna be about 5 paths. I'm gonna try my absolute best to not get stuck off in any tangents. We're gonna keep the side chat to a minimum so we can really process this info. Let me know if the audio is good. Can you hear me clear? Let me know if the audio comes through clearly. Let me know. All right, looks like it sounds good. Looks like it sounds good. Peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Thank you so much for dedicating your time to the path of understanding, of wisdom. And I will do my part. I most certainly will not disappoint. I tell you that. I tell you that. And listen, some exciting news. I'm about to release my most sophisticated class yet. And I'm glad I waited on this. I'm going to be releasing the Goetia class very soon. So if you're interested in taking one of my classes, if you're interested in working with the Goetic spirits, if you really want to understand how to work magic, this ain't just for people who want to summon spirits. This is for anybody who really wants to take this step to the next level. I'm offering my Goetia class here very soon. Next week is going to be available. Yes, it will be live sessions. Yes, it will be pre-recorded lessons. But I tell you what, after offering several classes through the years, I really figured out how to teach about this spiritual stuff. So now is the time to take a class of mine. If you have not, or if you have already, you already know the quality of my offerings. But I'm offering a new class coming up soon. You don't want to miss it. More details are coming. So I want to let you know that right now before we get started. Keep an eye open because we're getting into this thing. I'm teaching Goetia. I'm teaching how to tap in to your soul, your spirit, the collective unconscious, and every goddamn thing in between. Ain't no superstition, ain't no spookism, ain't no theory. But you'll see. All right, so real quick, I want to give a shout out to everybody. Peace, Fat Tony. All is well, family. Always. Peace and greetings. We about to dive into that knowledge you can't get in college. Artemis in theory. Peace and greetings to you. Wraith 636, peace, peace. Wolf and Syrian 777, peace and greetings. Luxury Newman, good to see you. Peace, peace. Mester Adam, I know it's late for you. Hope you're enjoying your night. Adept, peace. Framestar Films, my brother from across the way. Peace and greetings, my friend. Monica Lawan, faithful student. Peace, peace to you on your journey. Starlion, peace and greetings. Offset Aja, peace, peace. It's been a minute. Welcome, welcome. Coop TGS in the building. Peace, my friend. Veronica R. Chaga, I love you. Sending love to you, Veronica. Hope all is well with you. Junior Ernst, peace, peace. Louis, peace back to you, fellow mages. Ashley B, peace, fellow mages, fellow cyclamate. Peace to you. We in here. We in here. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Peace, peace. Benjamin 37 in the building. Peace, my friend. Peace. Ace in the place. Peace and greetings. Holding it down. Misconsistent, persistent. Glad to see you. All right, everybody. So let's get into this thing now. Let's get into this thing. I hope you're ready. The spirit. The 18th path. Real quick. This is going to be the chariot card. Swing low, sweet chariot. This is the chariot card. Now, this often brings to mind the theme of transportation and movement. But obviously, since we're dealing with the Most High, it goes far deeper than that, far deeper. We're talking about discipline here, not just movement, but disciplined movement. The higher up we go to the tree, the more pure, right? The more pure, because the closer we are to source itself. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. Swing low, sweet chariot, coming forth to carry me home. The coffee must be kicking in. So, the 18th path, Gibara to Binah. Gibara to Binah. We know that's left-hand path. That's from Saturn down to Mars. Gibara to Binah. The key is Cheth, fence. The spiritual significance is Cancer, the crab. Theory, child of the powers of the waters. Lord of the triumph of light. This is Trump 7th, the chariot. Colors, amber, maroon, rich, bright, russet. You know, like those russet red potatoes. Dark, greenish, brown. Text. So this is the Yetziratic text. The 18th path is called the intelligence of the house of influence, by the greatness of whose abundance the influx of good things upon created beings is increased. And from its midst the arcana and hidden senses are drawn forth, which dwell in its shade and which cling to it from the cause of all causes. Very wordy, very wordy. Sometimes I like to read the Yetziratic text passages backwards, and that kind of sheds some light on it for me. Maybe that's how they intended it, you know, with Hebrew being written from right to left. So we've got a cause of all causes, right? With which dwell in its shade and which cling to it from the cause of all causes. From its midst, the arcana and hidden senses are drawn forth. So the hidden senses dwell in the shade and they cling to it. What are we talking about here? The 18th path is called the intelligence of the house of influence. So we've got the house of influence. House of influence. For something to be influential, it's got to be on a higher level. It's got to have a wider perspective on the entire situation, not just the characters in the situation. So we got the intelligence of the house of influence. Now we know we're referring to the spirit here. By the greatness of whose abundance, the influx of good things upon created beings is increased. So we've got good things upon created beings, and those good things are increased. So we've got the abundance of these good things flowing through by the greatness of this house of intelligence. So this influential aspect of reality is producing great and good things in abundance down upon created beings. And from its midst, from the midst of this great being in the house of influence, the arcana and the hidden senses. So all these paths, the cosmic powers that be, and the hidden senses, we can say clairvoyance, clairaudience, and all the subtle senses. They're drawn forth by the influx of these good things flowing down in abundance, which dwell in its shade and which cling to it from the cause of all causes. As I read that and really think about it, I can't help but think about the structure in Samkhya. I could refer to Taught with Shuddhi, page 45, right? And how we've got the interior vehicle with Buddhi at the very top, the highest pure consciousness. And underneath it, we've got the ego, ahamkara. And flowing out of that, we've got the five senses and the internal senses. In other words, we've got this higher intelligence. And out of that higher intelligence is produced the tools to interact with reality. Hmm. Let's see what's going on here. 1. This path joins Gibera, the Sephira of spiritual activity in manifestation. That's Gibera. So this path joins Gibera, the Sephira of spiritual activity in manifestation, and Binah, the Sephira of archetypal form. So spiritual activity and archetypal form. Left-hand path, Binah, Saturn, Gibera, Mars. Thus, the chariot serves as a good symbol for it, in that a chariot is a vehicle designed for active movement. The vehicle of the spirit for its activity and manifestation is a series of bodies or sheaths made up from the material of that manifestation. One body for each level from spiritual to physical. So those of you who've been on my channel and those of you who study this stuff on a regular basis, this is not the first time you've heard this concept, and it should make you think of something very definite, right? He gave us a clue with the word sheaths, right? Sheaths. Hell, I might as well grab the book, right? Where's my tongue? Shoot. Ah, there she is. Taught with Shooty. See, some of these texts, you can't let them get too far away from you. Some of these texts, you can't let them stray too far away from you. I know what. You should have this text yourself. As many times as I done brought it up. So let's see here. What page? What page? What page? 72. Wow, page 72. That's awesome. So on page 72, right, we talk about tattvas and koshas. What is a kosha? The different levels of existence in which the five tattvas or mahabhutas manifest are known as koshas in yoga. Kosha literally means sheath or covering, right? And in this context refers to the different layers covering the inner essence of man. That is the spirit or pure consciousness. Man is said to be enveloped in five such koshas, each more subtle in vibration than the preceding one, and each related to a particular level of awareness and experience. And then she goes on to list the different koshas. And we know that these koshas deal with the different layers of reality. So koshas, sheath, check this out. All right, check this out. The vehicle of spirit for its activity and manifestation is a series of bodies or sheaths made up from the material of that manifestation. One body for each level from spiritual to physical. So we know we're talking about the same thing here. It ain't hard to tell. It ain't hard to tell. So we got the macrocosm and the microcosm. The macrocosm is really what we're dealing with these particular chapters. But to put things into perspective from our perspective, microcosm, within Prakriti, within Bina, within manifestation, we got these different layers on the inside. Buddhi representing the pure inner essence, the highest level that we can personally achieve and become aware of. From that come the five senses and the five things to be sensed, and the elements. So your entire experience within your physical body and your imagination is coming out of this higher self, this highest consciousness of self. Then within that paradigm, you've got ahamkara, which is your personal ego, chitta, which is your memory and the stuff you build your memory out of, and then of course your physical body. But all of this comes up out of this higher self, this soul, this spirit. But in order to experience this, the soul, the spirit wraps itself in different layers to deal with the different vibrations of reality. Cool. Cool, right? How good is your karma to be able to have this information in your midst? Framestar Film says like planetary veils. Planetary veils. Tian Pomeroy, peace and greetings. It's Leo season, y'all. It is officially Leo season. Zero, peace and greetings, my friend. Peace, Trav, and all magical and beautiful people. Ashe to the Order of the Unicorn. Hell yes. Nameless 13, peace, peace. Good, good. So yeah, Ray 636 says, listening in the background, making something quick to eat. By all means, man, put some soul into it. So, all that to say is, we've got these different vehicles on every plane. So, when we talk about your astral body, right, that is a vehicle that is always active on the astral plane. We talk about the mental body, that is a body always active on the mental plane. Physical body, always active on the physical plane. So, all these things are always active simultaneously. Always. Now we can get to the condition and the quality of those bodies, but I won't do that to you. So the vehicle of the spirit for its activity and manifestation is a series of bodies or sheaths made up from the material of that manifestation. So the astral body is made of the astral plane. If you really want to get funky and jiggy with it, the astral plane is your astral body. But we won't get into that. One body for each level, from spiritual to physical. Each body builds up around a permanent atom. Okay? Each body builds up around a permanent atom on its corresponding plane. And this, sometimes called a seed atom, remains attached to the spirit for a series of incarnations. So this permanent atom, this seed atom, is attached to every incarnation. There's a part of you that is literally eternal. No, it's not your body. No, it's not your memories and your mind and your personality. It's much more significant. It's not even your soul. There's a deeper part of you that's permanent and carries over. And gosh, if you haven't had an opportunity to meet that part of yourself, what a wonderful day it will be when you do. If you can strip away your body, strip away your memories, strip away your identity, strip away your beliefs, strip away everything you think that you are and should be, your duties, your fears, strip away everything. And then what's left, strip it away some more and keep stripping it away until there is nothing left. And you should see something so magnificent and so brilliant. I'm talking about a light that shines with the rays reaching out into infinity. It's infinitesimally tiny, right? But its luminescence fills up the entire void of space. It's an impossible light. If you could see it, if you could really see it, it would start to change everything on a subconscious level. When you really see that part of yourself and you meet that part of yourself, a lot of fear starts to gradually dissipate, starts to go away. Because what can you be afraid of? Sure, physical pain hurts. Sure, there's temporary problems. But the body ain't even the end of the story. The body will die. It's not you. Your memories and your ego and your personality, that will also die. It's not you. Oh, but it's more. There's more to the story. And it's my wish that each and every one of you have the experience where you meet that part of yourself before you leave this plane of existence, before you leave. That way you'll know what direction to go in when you do leave. That's what I want for you. There's nothing stopping you from that. There are no demons and demonic spirits that want to stop you from that. That's bullshit, utter bullshit. There are literally no demonic spirits that will try to stop you from that. Everything in the spiritual plane will lead you to that. You don't have to agree with me, but anyone who would like to check me, I would also like to check your research. Because I'm not talking outside of my neck. I'm talking from deep study and deep practice. Name me a demon that will try to keep you from your soul, and I'll name you 72 plus that will help you find that light. But I digress. I digress. I can name you 144. I can literally name you 144 that can help you towards it. You can't name me one that can help you against it, that would block you, because it doesn't exist. There are no enemies. That's why I say that shit. There are no enemies. Even pain and suffering in the physical plane doesn't really stop you from your light, because there are countless stories of people who have gone through adversity and it has led them to inner brilliance. Check what the fuck I'm talking about. I dare anybody to come up and say what I'm saying is incorrect and wrong, and I'm gonna need you to back that claim up. I'm gonna need you to back that claim up, because I can back mine up. I can back mine up. Once you back that claim up. Girl, who is he playing with? Back that claim up. He's a big fine wizard. Once you back that claim up. For the 99 and the 2000, you heard? Stop being scared of these things. All right, see, I keep saying I'm gonna stick to the text and not delay, but y'all know how it is, man. When the Holy Spirit starts spitting through you, that's not me. That's the Holy Spirit.
Willie, Willie, you kind of spit when you talk, man.
That's the Holy Spirit. I don't spit it.
So that's the Holy Spirit spitting, not you?
Automatically, systematic.
That Holy Spirit spitting a lot.
Who is he playing with? Back that claim up. Anyways, 2. Each body builds up around a permanent atom on its corresponding plane, and this, sometimes called a seed atom, remains attached to the spirit for a series of incarnations. The seed atoms hold, therefore, the memory of all past incarnations of the spirit. So this seed atom, right? This seed atom holds the memory of all past incarnations. I'm gonna tell y'all something. Y'all talk about the Akashic records and the collective unconscious and all that stuff. That's not new age. That's not something that we just came up with. This is that's what humanity actually is. This collection of data. That's what humanity actually is. And each individual incarnation comes out of that cloud of data. We come out of that cloud of data. And then when you die, you go back to it. So when you talk about clairvoyance, you talk about downloads, information that you get without the five senses, where do you think it's coming from and how do you think you're doing it? Right? Oh, you gotta sell your soul for demonic powers. Shut the fuck up. No, the cloud of the collective is what everyone is attached to. And it's the seed atom that is the reservoir of this information. For the 99 and the 2000. See, I could back my claim up. Major society is our army, better yet a navy. Better yet, if you thought an army or something, better yet, it's a navy. Uriel Gutierrez 10 says, by the word, all things were made. There we go. By the word. You heard? Coop TGS says, people have made buku money off that fear shit. Absolutely. And you can too. You can too. You'll find plenty. Because people support what they already believe in, right? It's people who already believe in the fear shit, so they're willing to go support that. That's how the world works. And that's part of the system. That's part of the design. More power to them. So the seed atoms hold, therefore, the memory of all past incarnations. And this is important because this is how you start to really understand how the spirit plane actually works. You don't have a soul inside of your chest. Your soul has you inside of its chest. And the soul is a part of this collective data. This is how you do the spiritual stuff. Seed atoms hold the memory of all past incarnations of the spirit, while the atoms of the various planes that gather around them each time to form a vehicle are subsequently dispersed to form the common pool of matter for that plane, which is utilized by other manifesting spirits. Other manifesting spirits? That includes other people. That also includes Sitri and Baal and Andros, or whatever spirit you want to summon, all being formed out of this whatever substance of that plane. So guess what? That includes the physical plane too. When you work with these spirits, they form their energy patterns based on what you've got available around you. I'm not just talking about incense smoke or shadow. I'm talking about situations too. You ever seen the experiments called cymatics, where they put the vibration in the water or on a sheet of paper, and the sand on the paper starts to form a shape? That's how spirits work. When you summon a spirit, when you invoke a spirit, your life starts to take the shape of the spirit. But see, I'm giving away too much information. Let's get back to this. The atoms of the various planes that gather around them each time to form a vehicle are subsequently dispersed to form the common pool of matter for that plane, which is utilized by other manifesting spirits. 3. It is possible that a portion of, say, astral or mental substance may be utilized by an incarnating entity before it has been completely broken down into its component parts. Thus, it will still retain certain aspects of the imprint of the previous entity. That sounds interesting. Let's see where he's going with this. It'll retain certain aspects of the imprint of the previous entity. This sometimes accounts for the strange affinities and repulsions. You ever have a desire or something that you really didn't like and you couldn't explain why? Sometimes that's residue. Sometimes that is vibrational residue. Often seemingly out of character in a personality. Such would not be marked in a spirit in good control of its vehicles, but it can and does happen and is well to bear in mind before jumping to conclusions about former incarnations, pre-terrestrial ties, or the doubtful theory of soulmates. Glad to hear it. Even Gareth Knight's on the same page as me with this soulmate stuff. So look, he talked about soulmates, pre-terrestrial ties. What's that mean? Oh, I'm from the Pleiades. Oh, I'm from this star system, that star system. Oh, I used to be Cleopatra in a past life. All that doth conversation. Let's talk about it, right? Just to make it make sense now. He said it's possible that a portion of, say, astral or mental substance may be utilized by an incarnating entity before it has been completely broken down into its component parts. So what's that mean? Let's say that you are reincarnating. So here comes your little seed, Adam, bright and brilliant and the most beautiful thing in all existence, coming down through the astral plane. Now, since you're coming down through the astral plane, you got to collect astral plane substance to form a body, right? So you're grabbing astral plane stuff, putting a little bit here, a handful there. You're really shaping yourself up. Well, guess what? You might grab some portion that hasn't been completely broken down, right? Probably because you're in a hurry to come back to eat some Dubai chocolate, or to have a threesome because you didn't do that last time. You're in such a hurry to reincarnate, you start to grab portions of the astral plane that haven't been fully broken down. So with those parts that you are building your astral body out of, retain frequencies, datas, imprints from a previous incarnation. So your astral body will now contain data from another lifetime. And as you go down to build your physical body is now built out of substance that resonates with the astral substance that you grab together. Come on, come on. So you don't know what the hell you grabbed, but now all of a sudden that you're starting to awaken your senses. Oh, I'm from the Lyrian star system. I have cat frequency within my, you know. And if you believe that, if it works for you, make it work. But I'm saying, perhaps the reason you feel that way is because I mean, hell, you might have actually grabbed some Lyrian astral substance. That don't mean that you're a Lyrian, though. You got a Lyrian T-shirt. I remember back in my day, when band T-shirts were like first really starting to be mainstream, and I see these chicks in school wearing like a Metallica T-shirt or a Megadeth T-shirt, and the first time I'd see it, I'd be like, "Oh, that's so cool. She likes the same music as me." The whole can't even name one song. I'm like, why are these people wearing the shirts of my favorite bands and they don't even know the lyrics? They can't name a single song. Well, that's kind of what that's like. You're wearing a Pleiadian shirt, but it can't even point to the Pleiades. You can't count how many stars are in that system. Coop TGS says respectfully, what do you mean by not fully broken down? Is that to say karma not fully processed? Exactly. Exactly, right? Because a good way to see it is if it's the seed atom that is holding on to that astral substance to build a body around it, then when that seed atom is no longer present in that space, that astral substance will naturally, because of entropy, drift back and float into its state of inertia. It's going to go back to the state of inertia. Since there's nothing holding it together, there's not consciousness activating it, it's going to fall back to inertia. But that doesn't happen instantly. It happens gradually, just like in the physical plane. It don't happen instantly. In the astral plane, it happens faster, but not instantly. So we can say an incarnating spirit passing through might grab a handful, right? You might grab a couple of handfuls of astral substance that hasn't been fully returned to the state of inertia for whatever reason. Good question, my friend. Good question. Louis says buy a band shirt before they buy a CD. Yeah, man. When I was younger, that used to annoy the hell out of me. But now, you know what I'm saying? It don't matter. Do what the fuck you want to do. Who cares? Maybe you just like to pick the pretty picture, and that's fine. JoJo says straight out of Atlantis shirt. Right, right. Straight out of Atlantis. We was kings, but you can't name one ruler from Egypt besides King Tut. We was kings, but you can't name two emperors of any dynasty. So how we was kings? You might have been a Chinese rice farmer talking about we was kings. Don't you understand, brother? We was kings. We was rulers and champions. We used to ride on the backs of elephants. Nah, you was probably picking beans, like your father and mother picked beans in a proud bean lineage. And there's nothing wrong with that. It's all part of the human experience. Why are we deriving our pride from the human experience? Brothers and sisters, we used to rule the world through the pyramids. No, you might have been a bamboo shoot. Artemis in Theory says, I love when you get deep into something and it's the same teachings I hear from the mystery school. Yeah, and see, that's what lets you know there's also a resonance. Like uh, all the information that comes out at the same time when you're paying it. Oh my gosh. The very same way that he's talking about this spirit atom collects substance of that plane, and that substance is, of course, data. This also explains why synchronicities happen. Man, I did an experiment. Not even on purpose, really. I listened to 3 different tarot readers. I had one dude that I just found who's awesome, real occultist. You can tell if you listen close to the words. A lady that I've been listening to for a long time, and another person, and they all the readings were eerily similar. I'm talking about the same cards was popping up, the same themes was definitely popping up. You can say that that's coincidence, but I know the truth. My spirit is attracting information, and it don't matter where the information comes from. What matters is that I recognize that information and process it. So it's not simply, oh, what a coincidence, what a synchronicity. Like, no, this is the all of reality is communication between you and your soul. The oath of the abyss. It didn't stop. We still there. All of reality is a conversation between you and God. All of it. So there's nobody else. Damn sure ain't no enemies. It's all a conversation between you and God. And the conversation takes place through the substance of the particular plane that you're paying attention to. So if you're paying attention to your dreams, the message comes through there. If you're paying attention to your surroundings and your environment. So it don't matter if you're doing a ritual and lighting candles, or if you're working overtime at your job, or 2 jobs, working 80 hours a week. The message is still coming through, whether or not you're paying attention. Rainbow Channel, peace, peace. Kupti just says, can these astral substances be described as cliphotic, useless, and inappropriate? Really, it depends on the end goal, right? Because when I say useless and appropriate, that hinges upon the overall goal. And honestly, I would say that it would still be useful and appropriate, because I don't believe that spirit makes mistakes or does accidents. That, to me, in this paradigm that I believe, that's impossible for spirit to make an accident or a mistake. Soul maybe, ego definitely, ego 100%, but not this level of incarnation. So for it to pull that substance, like I said, even if it was, we could say you're in a rush to reincarnate because you never did get that 100 pepperoni pizza from the local pizza shop. Even if you were in a rush to reincarnate, that's still a lesson that has to be processed for you. So it would be useful and appropriate. I don't believe that the highest of the highest level makes mistakes like that. Ego, most definitely. The ego does nothing but make mistakes. Soul, and depends on, how developed it is, but not at this level of creation. Again, good question. Great question. Being lineage. And there's nothing wrong with the being lineage. Now we need that. We need that. Beans are a magical fruit. Magical fruit. All right, y'all. This is the best part of the book because we're talking about like the Most High. So let me stick with it now. All right. So wearing a Metallica T-shirt, but you can't name a single song. Um, Such would not be marked in a spirit in a good control of its vehicles, but it can and does happen and is well to bear in mind before jumping to conclusions about former incarnations, pre-terrestrial ties, or the doubtful theory of soulmates. So, and I'll clarify this as well. It's not that I'm saying that it's impossible to have a twin flame or a soulmate. I'm not saying it's impossible to be from the Pleiades or be a Lyrian or Arcturian or whatever, or to be an Anunnaki or to have been a Kang in a past life. I'm not saying that's impossible because obviously somebody had to be. What I'm saying is before you say it was you might want to do a thorough background check. You might want to do a thorough background check. Cause ain't no we wasn't kangs. It was only but a handful of kangs. So how was we all kangs? You know what I'm saying? Before you jump to conclusions, you might want to do a thorough meditation and study, and perhaps not even, and perhaps question why you have the tendency and the need to jump to a conclusion. Why do you need to believe that you are from another star system? And if you can't answer that, I'll answer it for you. You want to feel special. You want to feel different. You don't fit in. You feel like an outcast. So you're looking for meaning. You're searching for some importance, right? The same reason you will say we was kings. You're trying to build up your confidence. You're trying to ease the pain of life that makes you feel like you don't matter and you don't belong. You're looking for something to cling on to say, I am important. I get it. I get it. But instead of clinging on to something to be able to say I'm important, why not question why you don't feel important? Why not question whose words are echoing in your head that make you feel that you have to go search for meaning? Like, really dig in that direction. Don't dig out there in space. Dig on the inside. You dig? Why do I feel like I don't matter and I need to wear a badge? Why do I need to wear a big ass ankh around my neck so everybody can ask me, "Oh, what's that mean, brother? Are you into Kemetic spirituality?" Right? Why do I need to do that? Because I want somebody to notice me and ask me questions and I can seem like I'm smart and mystical, right? Do that. Do that instead. Because it's easy. It's easy to be misled, I'll tell you that. You can jump on this internet looking to define yourself and searching for meaning and searching for somebody to tell you who you are, and you can easily run into some crazy nut job that'll tell you something and you believe it. Now you're in the crazy nut job club, right? Instead of looking for other people to tell you what you are, why not ask yourself? Oy vey. Deanna Riley, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings, Avatar. Good to see you. Good to see you, my fellow wielder of Pro Tools, right? If y'all need some studio production, top notch studio, you might want to hit up Deanna Raleigh. But I don't know if she got the studio ready yet. Oh, but it's coming. Framestar Film says, I don't need to sell my soul. He's already in me. No need for all that scrambling and scraping. Oh, man. Love it when he's scrambling and scraping like that. Technical difficulties, Framestar. Technical difficulties. Louis said that's a costume. Precisely. Ooh, got it. Peace, peace. No face divination. Peace, peace. AZW in the building. Peace, peace. Coop TGS says, I've been catching glimpses of everything as me, like what my gnosis says. It's all Ein Sof. I realized recently it's all Ein, but nothingness isn't nothing. It's just beyond what the mind can know. Check. Check. Artemis Theory says here for the side chat. All right, all right. You might be the only one. Zero says, imagine having a so strong and heavy attachment for someone, even in the next life, all that attachment doesn't go anywhere, and you are like stuck, heavy thinking. Exactly. Boom. That is awful. That is unconceivable. Never. Nope. Nope. There's not one person who is worth you coming back to this motherfucker. And if there is, you might want to analyze that. There is not a single person worth reincarnating for. And if there is, you might want to analyze and check that. That's all I'm saying. And there definitely ain't no thing to come back for. Imagine passing away thinking, damn, I never got to play GTA 6. Well, let me reincarnate so I can play GTA 6. You got to be out your mind. And see, that's the type of thought process that isn't ready for heaven. You not done with earth. You see how that works? It's not even about judgment. It's about vibrational alignment. If you pass and you say some stuff like, damn, I never got to do this and I wish I got to do that, you're literally saying, I am not fit to return to heaven. I'm simply not fit to, like, that's what you're saying. Nobody's cursing you, condemning you, no demon pulling you down. Oh, look, the word unicorn. Where's that at? Right there. Cool beans. Exciting. But yeah, ain't nobody pulling you down to hell. You choose that when you say, I need to come back. I only had sex 4 times and I wanted to do it 25 times. Man, get it together. The devil didn't do that, did he? You could say the devil made you do it, but you the one reincarnating. The devil ain't here. You the one paying the bill. Great point, Zero. Great point. He says, and maybe why the so-called soulmate twin flame stuff. Man. Fat Tony says, my granny used to say, I love y'all, but I'm not going to hell for none of y'all. Ooh, that's wisdom right there, boy. I'm not going to hell for none of y'all. Ain't going to jail for none of y'all. None of that. Put yourself right in the trick bag. Man, imagine. When you think of it that way, like that should really start to kind of just put things in perspective, you know? If you still make the decision after realizing that, then hey, you make your choice. You are a conscious being to make your choice. But when I think of that, shit. I love you. God bless you. Hope you figure it out. But I'm gone. Nameless 13 says karmic attachment. The goal is to transcend together or transcend alone. Okay, so you talk about, and maybe I read it wrong, but shit, you talk about transcending together. Do you see how difficult it is to bring your friends and family along on a spiritual path? People don't come to these realizations at the same pace. So if you think it takes a long time in the physical, just imagine. Moy G says GTA 6 is tempting. Well, hey, maybe you got some karma with GTA 6. Who am I to judge? Me, I know that once you play enough games, you'll see that there ain't too much variety out there. Framestar Film says plenty of room in the Mary Celeste if you're dropping your anchor. C Main says so. The second half is in the dream world. Yes, GTA. Luxury Newman says it's the same way people blame external factors and influences for all their problems. Life, in this case, being the devil, when in all actuality, you're responsible for. Right, man? And see, even if you can make a convincing case as to why the devil made you do it, you still did it. So you still have to reap the rewards of that behavior. Even if the devil made you do it, you still got to pay the bill. Leslie Newman says reincarnating so I could play the same game with better graphics. Mm-mm. Couldn't do it. Not me. I'll let y'all have it. Fat Tony says I've been here before. I'm not trying to come back. Facts. Facts. And I know Brother Panic said it, and everybody got all excited because Brother Panic said it, but like now we putting some meat on that phrase. What is there to come back for? What? Let's continue. Verse 4, 51 minutes later. The symbols of this path all stress the aspect of form, the house of influence, the crab with its hard carapace, the fence, and the chariot, which on the tarot trump has a square house-like superstructure. So this is what he's talking about. See that square-looking chariot there? And it's kind of funny. I always find it funny how those lions or the sphinxes are just like super chilling and relaxed. They don't look like they're pulling a damn thing. They don't look like they're pulling a damn thing. Can't be bothered. Reminds me of my cat. You said what? You trying to go where? All right. Just a minute. What's that all about? Zero says, like in Mario, you finish the game, and next you can try with Luigi now. Right. Framestar says, who's to say we reincarnate in the future, though? That part too. Who's to say we reincarnate as a human being? And keep in mind, especially if you don't know the rules, if you have zero amount of influence, so it's going to be a random spawn. You might be an axolotl, and in your lifespan as an axolotl, you can feel your memories leaking out of your head because you don't have any human senses to contain those memories and thoughts. I mean, you might be a smart little axolotl, but what good is an axolotl who knows human stuff? Just like a human being who taps into Doth and starts learning about extraterrestrial stuff. Like, what good is it when you still got to get up and go work that double shift? When you still got to pay that car note? What good is it when you figure out your girl cheating and now you got to figure out what to do because y'all got stuff that y'all done bought together, etc. ad nauseum? What are you going to do with that information from when Cthulhu walked the planet with the great old ones? Now, listen, I'm not saying that you can't do anything with that knowledge. Do you specifically know what you could do with that knowledge? I know what I could do with it. Come on, come on, come on. Louis has thought once you make it to the human level, you can't go backwards. Generally, absolutely. But I think that if someone, how do I put it? So let's say like there's a barrier to entry, right? Let's say you used to be a dog and a monkey, and you finally cross over, now you're a human. I think that there's a little gray area in that beginning entry zone. And I guess you could say this is just my theory. When you first cross over, let's say you're not quite ready to really kick it as a human, you might go back to master some more animal stuff and then come back. I think that every lifetime is proving that you're suitable for the next frequency of vehicle, which means that if you don't really pass the so-called tests of that frequency, I can see you maybe being demoted a level or two. An axolotl might have been an extreme demotion, but I was trying to illustrate a point. Perhaps you'll get born in a time frame or country where the living conditions are insufferable. That might be a better example. They might spawn you right in the middle of the Black Plague. Or some human holocaust that has been wiped from the history books. Everybody wants to rule the world. I like Tears for Fears. I don't know too many of their songs, but the ones that I do know are amazing. Mm. Coop TGS says, animal making it to human. Welcome to prime time, bitch. LOL. Welcome to Gen Pop. That's what me and my Fortnite buddies say once we start to enter a very difficult lobby. Because you can tell that we've played long enough to know that if we play with certain people, the lobby's real easy. But we know when those beginners leave and we get thrust back into our lobbies, we call that Gen Pop. So when we start seeing them sweats, like, oh, welcome to Gen Pop. General population, you know. I miss Fortnite. I haven't played in about a month because I've been working so hard on this Goetia course. See, I had to sacrifice. See, even I do it. I make these sacrifices. And what is sacrifice? That's a trading of something for something better. Trading my energy, my focus, my time to create something better. None of your sacrifices go in vain. But even better when you direct them on purpose. Now, the symbols of this past all stress the aspect of form. The house of influence, the crab with its hard carapace, the fence and the chariot, which on the tarot trump has a square house-like superstructure. Form is again emphasized in the moon symbolism of the card. Moons appearing on the king's scepter. Check that out. You got moons here, moons here. I don't see a moon on his scepter. But one thing I did notice is that he's got the zodiac across his belt. And these are the symbols of the different star constellations on his belt. Not necessarily the zodiac, but the other star constellations. Then he's got all the stars up here, of course, star on his head. Moons appearing on the king's scepter and upon his epaulets. I don't see a moon on his scepter, though. The moon is a general symbol of form. For, like form, it is predominantly receptive. The plane of form is receptive. It's a great power over the tides of the oceans, is a drawing or actively receptive power, like all aspects of the feminine side. So the feminine side of matter is receptive. This is why water and the earth element are seen as feminine aspects of energy, because they're receptive. They're able to be influenced by a higher element. The polarity of manifestation is shown in the two horses which draw the chariot, and the design of the king's crown, in the two wheels of the chariot, and also in the two sets of pillars which support the chariot's canopy. The chariot is a mobile throne, a mobile throne, mobile throne, kind of like your body is a temple, a mobile temple. Oh, that's a good one. Koop TGS says Prithvi Tattva on his chest, right? And speaking of the feminine elements, Prithvi is the earth element, which is what he's describing here. Shapeable, the earth element and the water element. Oh, neat. Look at the little faces. Little faces on his shoulder pads. Creepy. So the polarity of manifestation is shown in the two horses which draw the chariot, in the design of the king's crown, and in the two wheels of the chariot, and also on the two sets of pillars which support the chariot's canopy. A chariot is a mobile throne, which again refers us to Binah, whose order of angels is the Aleph, thrones. The mobility of this throne or chariot is the Gibara aspect of the path. So, since this is Binah connected to Gibara, think about Binah as the throne, but Gibara as the sword, the action, the movement, the five. When you think about five, you're thinking dynamic change. Here's the tarot secret. You read the major arcana from top to bottom. From top to bottom. That's my secret for you tarot readers. The major arcana, you look at the symbolism from top to bottom because that shows you how the energy is moving in this particular path. So we're talking about Binah, which is the station of form, the launch pad, the springboard, as Dion Fortune called it, the basis of form, the matrix itself, the software and the hardware. And then Gibera, Mars, dynamic change, action, movement. Not one, but two. And they're looking in opposite directions. And they're both nonchalant. But you better believe a Sphinx will tear you up. The mobility of this throne or chariot is the Gibera aspect of the path, and as the war horse is attributable to Gibera, it is perhaps better to leave the animals drawing the chariot as horses rather than to make them sphinxes, as is the usual modern formula. One could also say that the chariot has its basis of mobility in Chokmah, whose order of angels are the Ophanim, wheels. Wheels. 5. Such a wealth of symbolism should not be allowed to veil from us the reality for which it stands. This is always a danger in a symbol hunt, and often causes the symbols to transform themselves from arcana into red herrings, from which it is but a short step to stinking fish. It would, for example, be of great interest, perhaps, to thresh out just what animals ought to be depicted drawing the chariot. Horses, sphinxes, griffins, lion, and unicorn, or that strange doth-like beast, the Empress Binah. The hell is that? Empress Binah. And that's a doth-like beast, he says. The Empress Binah with a head at both ends. Oh my. Head at both ends. Now I gotta look it up. Empress Binah. I think we're all gonna go look up what the hell that could possibly look at. I want to see the head on both ends, to be honest. Oh, that's not as freaky looking as I thought it would be. That's a real creature? What the hell? So it's more like a snake or a worm thing. So which head eats? Oh, it's an ant-eating serpent. Huh. Its name comes from the Greek word amphis, which means both ways, and bainan, which means to go. So it goes both ways. All right, so now we know what an amphis Binah is. Patchwork, peace, and greetings, like a two-headed snake. Absolutely. Absolutely. All right, so now that we know what it is, let's read that back. Um, so we said don't get caught up in the symbols, basically. Understand what these symbols are representing instead of trying to nitpick about what picture is on the card. That's what people do who don't understand the symbolism. He said this is always a danger in a symbol hunt and often causes the symbol to transform themselves from arcana into red herrings, from which it is but a short step into stinking fish. It would, for example, be of great interest, perhaps, to thresh out just what animals ought to be depicted, drawing a chariot. Horses, sphinxes, griffins, lion and unicorn, or that strange doth-like beast, the Empress Binah, with a head at both ends. Similarly, many could no doubt grind a very pretty axe over the true signification and design of the glyph on the front of the chariot. Sounds like he's talking about this. Coop TGS says Crowley's rendition has the chariot drawn by the four holy creatures, raw force. Elashi Eternal says vampires versus werewolves. Ah, yes. Meaningless arguments. Gotta love them. Similarly, many could no doubt grind a very pretty axe over the true signification and design of the glyph on the front of the chariot. But they would be in danger of cutting their own throats with it because it does not really matter. Mm. As things stand, every tarot designer puts his own idea of what it ought to be, which does not necessarily mean that any particular one is necessarily right or wrong. It is apposite to mention this here as an ever overemphasis of symbolism is an overemphasis of form. Boom. So remember that whenever you get caught up in an argument over appearances, right? It really doesn't matter. What matters is, do you understand what it's representing? One must remember that in the symbolism of this trump, the chariot has a king in it. That is, any symbol is only a more or less inadequate representation of a spiritual reality. And so, particularly in a symbol system as corrupt as the modern tarot, it is often best to use symbolism only to get the bare outlines fixed, and then to use one's own intuition to fill in the minor details. Isn't that refreshing to hear to all of my tarot readers out there? If one worries over minor details of symbolism, one is apt to lose the whole of the reality. That's excellent advice right there. 6. The form stress in the symbolism of this path is not so much the actual forms that the spirit will use in its manifestation, but the aim or purpose of the spirit within those forms, as well as their action in the worlds of form. Aim, quality, and action are indeed inextricably intertwined, which is part of the mystery of the divine Trinity. It is it often helps us in our elucidation of reality to make a division between the three persons or three aspects, calling them Father, Son, Holy Spirit, or will, love, wisdom, active intelligence, or even Brahma, Shiva, Vishnu. But of course, all three are really one, together with the often ignored destroyer or disintegrator. Fat Tony, remember what you asked on the last session? You mentioned you asked this very same thing. You said, could the devil be the hidden fourth in the three? There it is right there, literally in black and white. He did allude to it in the previous chapter, but there it is more straightforward. But of course, all three are really one, Father, Son, Holy Spirit, together with the often ignored destroyer or disintegrator aspect. And again, when you talk about the four, that's the four elements. So boom. To refer back to the tarot imagery, the four pillars of the chariot are but parts of one vehicle. This is often forgotten in our analytical investigations and can lead to misunderstandings. For example, the pillars of opposites would really be better called the pillars of complements. 7. In Binah is held the purpose of the spirit in incarnation and how it proposes to set that purpose in motion in form. So look, within Binah is held the purpose of the spirit in incarnation. So Binah is not the spirit, but Binah is the mother of form, the divine mother, the matrix herself, Prakriti. And within Binah, she holds the purpose of the spirit in incarnation. So the spirit has come into incarnation, and you can find the purpose within Binah. Make sense? And how it proposes to set that purpose in motion in form. So the purpose and the means by which that purpose is to be expressed, to be fulfilled. To be fulfilled. Ugh, that's actually perfect, Patchwork. Patchwork says another abyss-like creature I can think of are maggots. Yeah, that would actually fit, right? Especially how we look at maggots and think about them and what their function is. They are absolutely cliffotic. Absolutely cliffotic. They're repulsive to the average person, yet what they do is absolutely necessary for the planet. Absolutely necessary. Hmm. Leviathan, the giant magnet. Excuse me, the giant maggot. So, to refer back to the tarot imagery, the four pillars of the chariot are but parts of one vehicle. This is often forgotten in our analytical investigations and can lead to misunderstandings. For example, the pillars of opposites would really be better called the pillars of complements. In Binah is held the purpose of the spirit in incarnation and how it proposes to set that purpose in motion in form. Form is a necessary part of the scheme of things. It gives a thrust block. There's that Dion Fortune influence right there. Form is necessary part of the scheme of things. Why? It gives a thrust block or sphere of limitation for the spirit to act against or for the spirit to act within. The analogy of the internal combustion engine is a familiar one. If there is no compression, the exploding gases simply dissipate and no motion is possible. So form is necessary for evolution. So you get it? We talk about the internal combustion engine. In that engine, it uses explosions, right? Little mini explosions. So you got a tube, a cylinder, and when that explosion happens, it forces the force of the explosion to go in a specific direction. And then that direction of force is harmonized, utilized to cause the machine to work, right? That's how we make cars drive and whatnot, and tractor trailers and all these different things. Now, if there wasn't a container to hold that force and direct it into a certain direction, it would just dissipate out into existence, right? And there's Chokmah, there's the divine masculine, just force dissipating out into existence, spewing forth all out into the universe. But when it's contained within Binah, right? Now we talk about the divine feminine. When that force is contained within Binah, it now has a direction, a purpose, a destiny, and a means by which fulfilling it. So you see how that works? The container, the matrix. Because without the matrix, spirit would have nothing to be, nowhere to go, nothing to do, just radiation. So the two are necessary for each other. It's not one is better than the other. The two are necessary for this whole paradigm to process, to run. But check this out. It's only at a lower level and a lower octave that you see them as two. At a low level, you see Chokmah spewing forth force and Binah capturing that force and creating something out of it. That's only at a low level do you see that. At a high level, you realize that those two functions are happening within one. That's Kether. Kether is not separated. Kether is all that other stuff combined in pure potentiality. So yeah, when you get up to these higher levels, it's the pure basics of the machinery of existence. All that complicated stuff is further down the tree, but up top, it gets real simple. So once again, the analogy of the internal combustion engine is a familiar one. If there is no compression, the exploding gases simply dissipate, and no motion is possible. So form is necessary for evolution. 8. Form acts as a limitation, but it is not. Because of this, evil, as some pagan cosmologies would suggest, form acts as a limitation, but it is not. Because of this, evil, as some pagan cosmologies would suggest. In esoteric terms, this limitation is a ring past not. Shout out to the unfortunate. A field of limitation inside which the active force of the spirit is confined. From this, we can see the relevance of such symbols as the house, the fence, and so on, which are attributed to this path. There are many other symbols which could also have been used, from the womb to the internal combustion engine, all of which show the action of this feminine, negative, or form side of God. So you get some clarification on what this divine feminine actually means. Capturing the force of God, of the Most High, capturing that. Think about that. You want to talk about the Most High, Holy Spirit, the highest of all highs, yet it can be captured and contained. That's the power of the divine feminine. It can be captured and contained. You know, Ghostbusters, where they throw out those little ghost traps to catch the ghosts? The divine feminine is the force which is able to attract and capture the essence of God. Think about that for just a minute. Divine feminine does not mean wide hips and big old titties and beautiful face. It is that force of the cosmos which is able to catch God. Fat Tony says that's a strong catcher. Right, you're right. Right. So that's what we mean. And of course, it is reflected in the physical plane as something similar, right? There are things in the physical plane which can capture even the strongest man and lock him down, right? There are forces in the physical plane and in the astral plane and the mental plane and in the most high cosmic spirit plane, right? So we got to think about it outside of human terms and simply cosmic terms. We talking about a fuck. And once again, get out of your head about what's better or what's worse or what's above or what's below. These two, they're two parts of the same thing. There's force and there's that which captures the force. All we're talking about is angles of operation. What angle are you operating from? Because if you're operating from the divine masculine level, you are spewing out force. If you're operating from the divine feminine level, you are capturing that force. And in the capturing of that force, you're turning it into something. So we got these different angles. That's all it is. And guess what? Those angles, you can operate from any angle at any time. In fact, that's what you've been doing all your life. The whole thing is about recognizing and doing it on purpose. What are you doing when you sit down to eat a McDonald's cheeseburger? You are capturing the essence and the force of that burger, right? You are taking it in, you are processing it, breaking it down, manipulating its form. You're extracting the force from that cheeseburger and you're applying it to your body, right? Hold hands and say it like me. The most shady. Frankie baby. Fantastic. Graphic. Trying to make dough like Jurassic Park did. See me, only me, the underboss of this Holocaust. Truly yours, Frank White. We got the real life shit from front to back. To my people in the world, where the fuck you at? Where my niggas is at? Where my niggas is at? Where the fuck my bitches at? Where my bitches is at? What an epic track. That is an epic motherfucking song. The beat and everything, man. That's sheesh. To this day, it was epic when it came out. It's still epic. Bebe's kid, peace and greetings. Hey, early start. Oh yeah, this is early for you, then you're in good standing. Good standing. Cthulhu 1979, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Coop TGS says the supernal triad is in every single experience. I got to check myself to drill it and to remember that. I mean, hell, you know about the gunas, right? You know about the Vedic stuff. The supernal triad is the gunas. That's the gunas. So you tell me something that the gunas do not exist within, that do not express themselves through the gunas. In the very same way, you can't find anything that doesn't express itself without the supernal triad. It's a three-based universe. But since the since one of those angles is so rare, we call it a binary universe. See how that works? We call it a binary universe because the third aspect is so rare. It's so rare. Sattva is rare. But we know all about tamas and rajas. Koi Sewell, peace. Koi Sewell says, with that idea of the divine feminine being a receptacle of God, think of the story when the Nephilim having sex with human women. Divine impregnating human. Hmm. Excellent metaphor. Excellent metaphor. And that would speak on the human being becoming a vessel. Funky bars. As we proceed to give you what you need, karmic dust to start dust. Karmic dust to stardust. Right. Zero says even the three negative veils. So yeah, that's wild when you think about it too. Because I like to think about the negative veils as going backwards. Bobby Hemmett used to talk about universe A, universe B. We won't get to that too much. But when I see Kether coming down, I think about time moving forwards. But when I think about those negative veils, I think about reverse time, negative time. So these gunas really bleed out into reverse time as well, which would mean that it's because of the force of those gunas that Kether exists. And we learned that from the cosmic doctrine, which you talked about the spinning motion of the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not. Those are the gunas once again. So ultimately, it's almost as if we can't escape the force of three. That's stable motion. That's your triangle. That's stable form. Stable form. That's a triangle. There is power in the three. There is power in the three. The triangle is also a symbol of Binah. And what do you know? In classical Goetia evocation, you got to use the triangle of art to capture the spirit and converse with the spirit within that triangle of art. How many of you have seen one of those? I used to draw mine on a piece of paper because I couldn't afford the real thing. Patrick says, I woke up to this. I was supposed to play D&D today, but instead I'm learning about Kabbalah. Interesting how that works. Hey, man, this is the real Magic the Gathering. Is anybody out here listening to me? Right. Zero says, this chapter is so amazing. You're right, man, and the rest of it is. It's just, I have gotten into the habit of really giving my 2 cents on this text because it's so good. I can't, it's difficult for me to resist. POP, hold it down. When you've taken every kind of pill, nothing seems to ever cure your ill. When you're taking every kind of pill, nothing seems to ever cure your ill. Where'd you get that funk from? Funkenteleki is my favorite funkadelic song. Where'd you get that funk from? What's that? Get the funk out my face. Patrick says, I have, and doesn't the triangle of art represent the three highest spheres, Kether, Chokmah, and Binah? Yes, in this way, it represents the principal influence of those gunas. It represents the principal influence of those gunas. So yes, Kether, Chokmah, Binah, also Rajas, Tamas, and Sattva. Like what I just said, the fact that those three don't escape manifestation, whether it's post manifestation or pre manifestation. The most stable unit of form. Difficult to get anything higher than those three gunas. Because the next step would be the one. The one. And that's what you're supposed to represent as the evocator. Where'd you get that from? To the land of funk, to the land of funk. Program, deprogram, reprogram. Okay, yeah, you know the track. You know the track. That's my favorite song from them. And reprogram. Ba-da-da-bum-bum. Da-da-da-dum. MG Billaraki Peace says Funkadelic knew some shit, LOL, on the album covers. Yeah, they most definitely knew some shit. If you listen to those lyrics as an occultist, he knew some kind of NLP and some kind of cosmic mysticism because it's all throughout them lyrics for sure. Maybe the NLP stuff is just the pimpnology, but yeah, man, they most definitely knew some shit. Facts, big facts. It's a couple of bands from that era that seem to have been tapped in. I don't know if it was the LSD and the stuff they was taking back then, but yeah, man, it was very clear they was tapped in. Not even to mention Earth, Wind, and Fire. Yeah, I'm telling you, man, funk. That's a alien music. They brought that shit down from Doth. That's a alien music. The supremacy of that bass and just the stuff that they would say, like you don't just think about that. That channeled music. That's what I'm saying. Channeled music. That era was divine, fucking divine, and not just because I like it. When you really analyze it and its impact on music moving forward, man, funk has damn near impacted every genre of music. That bass, boy. Okay, but yeah, let's get back to it. Natural mystic, peace and greetings. Back to the classroom. Coop TGS says Bobby went ham on Earth, Wind, and Fire. Right, right. Luxury Newman says Absol has an album cover with the Kabbalistic Tree of Life on it. Yes, yes. And he's got his symbol on the Doth Sephirah, don't he? Zero says Tool knew the truth too. Absolutely, a perfect circle. You're right about that. Fat Tony says Tupac, you can't see me. I heard different now. And I know that Tupac was way more, he had an intelligent side that people did not really see. The mainstream did not really see. So he was most definitely tapped in way deeper than what was shown. Unfortunately, I don't have too much of a Tupac catalog in my memory banks. Patrick says, I feel like funk is timeless. Facts. I'm telling you, man, it's extraterrestrial for real. Lotus Flower, peace. Lotus Flower says, does Kabbalah, alchemy, and Freemasonry lead to the same path? I would say so. I would say it does point to similar, if not the same, origins. Because they have similar, if not the same, origins. So the answer is yes. Yes to that. MG Billaraki says Prince even created his own sigil. Right, right. MG Billaraki says that was the Gemini in Pac. The June 16 Gemini. Represent. Represent. Fat Tony says that song is funk. Okay. You can't see me. I'll look it up. I'll type that in. Can't see me. All right, I got it. I got it. We'll tap into that after the street. El Shaddai, peace, peace. Last Eternal says, I wish I could stay tonight, but I'm sleepy. That's all right, man. See you in the astral plane. All right, here we go. Ashley B says, was that the beginning of schism? Absolutely. Ah, you caught it. That's funny. That's funny. I know the pieces fit. How does he know the pieces fit? But there we go with that bass again, right? All right, now, come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Come and talk to me. So, this path acts as a channel of communication between the spirit and the individuality. Individuality, we know that's the soul. So, this path acts as a channel of communication between the spirit and the individuality from the aspect of the spirit where the spirit's destiny and form is archetypally held. Binah. So, we know that within Binah, that's where the spirit has entered the matrix. And while it's in the matrix, its definition is calculated. Its destiny and how it reaches that destiny is fully calculated. So this particular path we're talking about is that aspect of the spirit and its line of communication to the soul. So the soul gets the download of the bigger picture through this path. It gets the download of the bigger picture. Orders, directions. What's the next move? Jesus on the main line. That's what this is. Tell him what you want. So the path acts as a channel of communication between the spirit and the individuality from the aspect of the spirit where the spirit's destiny and form is archetypally held, Binah. to the intelligently active part of the individuality, Gibera. So the intelligently active part of the soul, which is the Gibera aspect, is connected to the aspect of the spirit that has the master plan. So the master plan is being communicated to the one who to the aspect of the soul which can activate it. Check. Patrick says Mudvayne knew as well. Yeah, man. And look at these patterns. I'm telling you, that supreme bass. You know, Mudvayne had the craziest bass in the entire new metal genre. That dude's his bass work was wicked. And I'm pretty sure they based, they absolutely have heavy connection to Golden Dawn symbolism. I believe that when their first album, well, the first commercial album, LD50, I think that was based on some goetic work that they did. If I recall correctly, I believe that the way that they painted themselves up and their costumes was inspired by demonic contact that they each made. Now that might have just been the image, but that was probably the first place I ever heard Goetia from. But yeah, man, they had the Tree of Life on the back album cover, which was probably the first place that I saw the Tree of Life from Mudvayne. Tell you what, man, I still listen to LD50 from front to back. And then that's another thing. That album is one you could listen to front to back. Sheesh, boy. Coop TGS says, when I started in the occult, I could only dream of the reality spoken of in verse 9. Well, let's get to it then. Let's get to it. Verse 9. Once again, this path acts as the channel of communication between the spirit and the individuality from the aspect of the spirit, where the spirit's destiny in form is archetypally held, Binah, to the intelligently active part of the individuality, Gibera. So we got that locked in. Thus, the path is called the house of influence. So remember the beginning of this text, the house of influence? That's the house of influence. You could even see this like a government system, you know? So the house of influence, the parenthesis in the Yetziratic text, by the greatness of whose abundance the influx of good things upon created beings is increased, indicates how necessary this link is for the destiny of the spirit to be worked out in manifestation. Where destiny is not being worked out, karma is generally accruing, and the results of this are rarely welcomed as good things. From this will be seen part of the results of the primary deviation, which drove a wedge or abyss between the two levels of being. Patrick says, "Oh yeah, in the music video Dig, I think the drummer has a golden dawn tattoo on his chest. He has it on his leg. Yeah, again, that's the first place I saw that symbol. Most definitely. And then I went to go look it up because I was researching back then. And shit, who knows, man? And see, that's why I love like even art can become a gateway to this kind of stuff. The Kabbalah, Golden Dawn, that shit was in my life before I knew what it was, which is crazy wild. But again, like I said earlier, when we talk about spiritual contact and your soul and all that other stuff, when it's communicating with you, it uses the language of your reality. It's not about the conscious mind. You don't consciously have to know what the fuck's going on. That's not a requirement. Now, it helps you better to be a better, you know, agent in the field of life, but the soul vibration is always communicating, just like what it's talking about here. In this level of spirit, where Binah, the matrix, has contained the destiny of the soul, there's a direct telephone line from, excuse me, the destiny of the spirit. There's a direct telephone line to the soul. And that soul has a direct telephone line to you. So all that data and information has always been channeled to you. You know your life's purpose. You know your destiny. It's already shown up in your life. Now, whether or not your conscious mind has uh, become aware of it, that's a different story. Whether you consciously have become aware of it is a different story. But subconsciously, absolutely. That's why you keep being drawn to things. That's why you have synchronicities and crazy coincidences and stuff happening in life where you look back and you say, wow, I don't know how I got through that. Or that's amazing that this person was there or this situation happened. You look back on your life and you see all that stuff. It's not luck. It's not luck. Look, before you even manifested, dude, babe, before you even manifested, this whole destiny stuff was already it was being printed out in this cosmic matrix and the means by which to get there. Now the game plan, the script, it was all written out. And then the script is given to your soul. Now, depending on the level of development and evolution, that's going to be to the level of you actually following the script. So, yes, destiny exists, fate exists, and free will exists. There is a game plan, there is a program, right? Now, whether or not you're going to follow it, that's up to you. That's up to you. But there is a program. And that's what astrology really is about, especially Vedic astrology. It shows you the program in human language. It's written in the stars, literally. And I'm not saying that from a superstitious, spooky view. Shit. I know somebody who knows how to break down astrology the same way that I could break down Kabbalah. And when she tells me what's in my chart, I feel that mystical awe of somebody who's like, oh, wow, this is amazing. Like, I feel like a fucking newbie just now learning about psychic ability and stuff. Cause I'm like, how the fuck do you know this? Wow, you're so on point. Because this stuff is printed out already. Now, if you get offended and upset by that, you might need to deal with something. But ultimately, everything that exists in this material plane has a destiny. It has a purpose, has a plan. You don't have to like it. It's not required that you like it. You can hate it. I don't believe in no destiny. I don't believe in that. I can do what I want. That's fine. But just let me ask you, where does your desire to do what you want come from? How do you choose what to do? Where's that come from? If what you want to do is smoke weed all day and snort cocaine all day, where does that come from? Where does that need come from? And don't say, oh, well, I just no, it comes from somewhere. I really wanna meet you. Na, 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 na. Coop TGS says I bought the Big Golden Dawn book at Barnes and Noble because I thought it would give me answers on secret societies and conspiracy theories. Same, absolutely same. That book became my foundation for this. Yeah, man. Much like the mystical Kabbalah, I cracked that thing open and I didn't understand what the hell was going on. I saw some familiar words. I think the first place I went after I realized this was way too information and above my pay grade, the first place I went was to the back, to the glossary. And I started looking up words I was familiar with and skipping around. And over time, I started to, piece some things together. And by over time, I mean several years. I got that book and Mystical Kabbalah way before I was ready for it. But when I was ready for it, it had already collected dust on my shelf. In Human Education, peace, peace, my friend. In Human Education says Stephen King, The Dark Tower series, found my quartet. Nice. Growing up, my best friend was deeply into that series, but unfortunately, I never really looked into it. JoJo says, yes, 100. Destiny is a motherfucker. I've been trying to live a normal life. Yeah, man. I'm out here like a superhero now. My costume is my regular person. If I gotta run to the grocery store or gas station, I gotta pretend to be a normal person. Just so y'all don't bother me. El Shaddai says, add the numbers on the clock 12 to 1 to 11 to 3. It all adds up till 13, all the way down. It does, it does. I really wanna meet you. Mm-hmm, 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 mm-hmm. I wanna know. Junior says, what are ways we can get back on board with our purpose if we feel at rock bottom? Well, you really got to take account for the whole situation, right? There comes a point where you got to just stop and look at everything and analyze it. Not feel it, but analyze it and see what leads to what adds to what, because everything's a formula. Everything is built out of something else. So you got to look at what you have and break down the raw components. What makes you feel rock bottom? Because that's a belief, right? You said you didn't say you're at rock bottom. You said feel at rock bottom. So that's not a fact. That's a belief. What adds to that belief? What makes you feel that way? And then keep going in that direction. Well, what makes you feel like feeling that way? What makes you feel like feeling that way? Really look at all the pieces of the puzzle and see what you can change. Because if you can change the parts, then the big picture becomes a different picture. If all the parts are A, B, and C, and you change A and B, you now have a different picture. Okay. All right. Virgo 12, peace. Virgo 12 says, golly, cool how I was led here now. Was going to look some occultist up. Put that away. Welcome, welcome. Hope you find something here worth finding. Patrick says, and hell, the entities I work with, like my matron goddess, apparently knew me before I was even a thought. Absolutely. And those of you who are beginning your path with the Goetia, the spirits that you're going to work with, they've always been with you already. You're not picking something out the blue. The ones that you're going to be working with have already chose you. Facts. Because it's part of your energetic makeup. It's part of your astral body. All the spirits that you're going to work with have already been in your presence. And here's the crazy thing. Once you start building up your library of correspondences, you're going to start to realize when you look back, oh shit, that was so and so. That was so and so. That experience I had, that was this spirit. That was that spirit. You're going to start to see retroactively. That's how spirits influence your past. Ain't it cute? JoJo says, y'all lucky. I'm in the South in Texas, redneck country. Ain't nobody on this. People just like me. Because I'm beautiful. Trav, you're my only friend. I don't care. Thanks for helping. Trust me, my friend, I understand. I understand on all accounts. But sometimes that's the best way because that really, now you got no choice but to lock in. You got no choice but to lock in and focus. No external distractions. Because if nobody's on what you're on, nobody can really distract you because it ain't worth your time. It's a blessing when you really think about it. And then, like I said, with this whole destiny stuff, it's a reason for that. It's not an accident. You could have incarnated anywhere else. Some people need codependence to evolve. Some people don't. Be grateful you don't need that. Zero says, do you think it's possible to change or surpass astrology? Some said it's possible. I ask this because if it's possible, it can be felt like a video game using codes to change something in the game. Yes, you can surpass your astrology. Absolutely, my friend. Now, in the beginning of this chapter, we talked about layers and sheaths, right? Astrology, I'll put it this way. The answer to your question is yes. But you got to be a bad motherfucker to do that. Why? Because astrology is going to be the Sephira of Chokmah, right? We ain't even at we on Binah right now. So everything down here is going to be influenced by astrology. Everything below Chokmah is deeply influenced by astrology, which means you got to be on that level where you can identify as spirit to transcend your astrology. You right now we identify as the flesh. Most people identify as their funky animal body. Some of us identify as our personality, as our ego. Then there's few of us who identify as the soul. That's more where I'm at. Now notice with every level up, you the levels below you stop having a major influence on you. If you identify as flesh, the flesh has a massive influence on you. If you identify as ego, the flesh doesn't have as much influence on you. If you identify as soul, then the material plane doesn't have as much of an influence on you as everyone else. Then there's a level where you identify as spirit. That's across that Doth checkpoint here. When you identify as spirit, you can transcend astrology. But like I said, that's another level. That's actually another level. But the higher you go, of course, you can start to diminish the influence. Good question. Junior says, thanks, brother. Absolutely. Absolutely. Anytime. Mothra says, Trav, I get these pains on my body. I can't tell if they're mental or physical. Could this be something astral I pick up during incarcerating? Absolutely, my friend. People talk about clairvoyance, um, but there's metaphysical vision. There's also metaphysical sounds. Guess what? There's also metaphysical sensations. So yes, it is possible to have what is it? Clairsentience, I think it's called. Yes, where you feel things that are beyond the physical plane, beyond the five senses. Absolutely. And I think that yeah, because I've even known people who have pains constantly, and the doctors keep telling them, oh, we don't see anything. We don't see anything. Here's some pills. Yeah, that's coming from a much more refined level, much more sensitive level. Bebe's kid says, King Payment riding a camel. You running up and down the field court with a ball in your hand. Jax is back. I ain't see you last time, Jax. Peace. Elisha Eternal. Chill, chill. Calm down. Calm down. Oh my goodness. I wanna know. Jax says, Travis, what's your take on the difference between soul and spirit? Well, that's what we're getting into with this book. Honestly, that's exactly what this book is about, the difference between body, soul, and spirit. But I mean, we're talking about degrees of consciousness, degrees of consciousness. And it's like, it's a good example. Let's say you've got a human body. That human body has an arm, and attached to that arm is a hand with 5 fingers. The human body would be one of the fingers. The soul, you could say, is the arm. The spirit would be the body itself, the head, the body, all that. So we're talking about in relation to each other in terms of degrees of quality of consciousness. The entire self is the spirit. The the eternal self, the forever self, the true self is the spirit. Now the thing is, the spirit is the life force that literally flows through everything. So it's not your spirit. There is one spirit that every living thing shares across existence. So all the living things on Saturn and Jupiter and the Pleiades, everything is an expression of this one spirit. Everything. There's nothing that is not an expression of this one spirit. That includes rocks and ice cubes, everything. Now, coming out of that are different souls, different group souls. And it's a monkey soul, it's a soul for planets, it's a soul for, you know, people that originate from the Asian continent. There's all types of different groups and clusters that have souls, and those souls emanate individual incarnations. So that's the difference right there. We're talking about degrees of consciousness. We are climbing Jacob's ladder, soldiers of the cross. Amen. Amen. Please be seated. Please be seated. El Shaddai, peace, peace. Be safe in your travels. May the force be with you. That's what we're saying these days, right? Soldier. Cross. Yo, monkey soul. Yeah, man, we got some human beings that belong to the monkey soul group. You got some human beings that belong to the dog soul group. It's true. It's true. But I mean that's we're talking about data, man, data in terms of data. The soul is what I call a potentiality. It's the potentiality because it's a collection of data that has the potential to do specific things. So the monkey soul group has the potential to do monkey shit. But guess what? According to science, the monkey soul group has the potential to become human. So maybe humanity is attached to the monkey soul. Maybe that's the soul group. Maybe, I don't know. I don't really care because it doesn't affect what I'm doing specifically. But it's grasshopper soul group. Maybe that's what the scientific tree of life is trying to show you, the different families of the animal kingdom and how they branch off. Maybe that's showing you the different soul groups. Soldiers of the cross. Amen. Amen. All right. Mm. One day we're going to get through this chapter. We are climbing. 10. Well, let's wrap this part up. Where destiny is not being worked out, karma is generally accruing. So that right there emphasizes the importance of being on your task and fulfilling your purpose. It's easy to be distracted. It feels good because that's what the flesh wants to do, to enjoy the pleasures of life. But life is more than the flesh. The flesh should not be driving the ship. Shouldn't be driving the ship. Where destiny is not being worked out, you better be doing the work. What did Brother Panic say before he left? Do the work. Where destiny is not being worked out, karma is generally accruing, and the results of this are rarely welcomed as good things. From this will be seen part of the results of the primary deviation, which drove a wedge or abyss between the two levels of being. 10. Binah is the parent of faith, from which all higher knowledge of destiny is gained by the individuality, soul. So Binah is the parent of faith. You've heard me talk about faith so much in the past couple of months. And what do I say about faith? Faith is not blind belief where you got your fingers crossed and oh Lord, if you could just do this for me, I swear I'll stop smoking and I'll go back to no. Faith is having a an awareness and a familiarity with the higher aspect of yourself that exists outside of time and space, right? So you have a relationship with that part of yourself. You know that part of yourself. And if you know that part of yourself and you have a relationship with it, you can understand when it communicates with you. Doesn't that just make clear sense? So if you're familiar with that higher part of yourself and you can recognize it, you're familiar with how it moves and when it speaks to you in your life, when you recognize that, you can have faith, you can trust the information that it gives you. You can trust the connection that you have with it. That's what faith is. You know, not because some preacher on TV told you, you know, because your soul told you. Your soul told you. So you lean on that. Your soul ain't gonna lie to you. It cannot lie to you. It is nothing but truth. So it don't even have the capacity to lie to you. Your soul's going to tell you the truth. So when you trust and you lean on it, that means at this point in time, if my soul told me something, I don't give a damn what the fuck reality's showing me. I don't care what he talking about, she talking about, they talking about. I don't care what body is talking about. I don't care what bank account's talking about. I don't care about there's what President Trump is talking about, Vladimir Putin talking about, Mao Zedong, um, what's that other dude name in Korea? I don't care what none of them are talking about. Winston Churchill, it doesn't matter because if my soul told me something, that's what time it is. That's what faith is. That right there, nothing else. That's what faith is. That's what faith is. It's not nothing to do with your body, nothing to do with your memories, nothing to do with your emotions. Spiritual lesson session says, forget these retrogrades, right? I feel you. It relates. Now, in particular, though, those of us who are Gemini and some of you Virgo, fuck it, Gemini and Virgo, Mercury retrograde is actually a blessing to us. It's a blessing to us. Our ruling planet is Mercury. So when Mercury goes retrograde, it's beneficial to Gemini and Virgo. Also, Saturn retrograde is beneficial to everybody. So right now, everybody had, like I said in my video before about this astrology stuff, this is the time where you should be really grinding, getting your work done, because it should be easier for you. But if you're Gemini or Virgo, or you have those planets or signs in your chart with a strong, with a, good position, Mercury retrograde and Saturn retrograde right now is your best friend. But anyways, talking about faith. Faith is when you place the vibration of your soul above all else. I don't care what nothing else in this world is showing me or telling me, because my soul said this and that's that. Period. Period. If you could let some man or some woman shake you out of what your soul said, you didn't know the soul in the first place. You didn't believe it in the first place. Does that make sense? Does that just make clean sense? Or do you have to you know what I'm saying? Is that something that I have to ask you to believe? Or does it just already make sense? Lucifer has literally never lied to me ever, and cannot and will not. Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of earth. Now, some things that he said to me that's hard for me to accept, but I understand that I'll accept them in due time. There's some things that have been communicated to me that it's a little, it's going to take some time to get around to it, but it's the truth. I know it to be the truth. I know that I need to work on me so that I can be ready to accept what has been communicated, right? My soul done told me everything. The thing is now I have to kind of have faith that I am capable of being what I am. Lucifer, son of the morning, I'm gonna chase you out of earth. Lucifer, Lucifer, son of the morning. I'm from the murder capital, murder for capital. Lucifer, son of the morning. That's a clip I need to get right there. I'm gonna chase you out of earth. Luxury Newman says, who else randomly hears Trav quotes in their head? Wow, manifestation. That's funny. A few hours ago, I literally asked my friend, do you think that people hear random quotes that I say at a random time? That's funny. Oh, boom. I'll take that as synchronicity. I'm from the bird capital. I'm from the peach state, where we state for peaches. All right, back to it. Back to it. Weebles 303 says, is this the Book of Mormon? Yes. Yes, it is. Why not? Why not? Okay, back to it. Back to the Book of Mormon, or Mormon. Yeah, I guess I can't feel bad, right? If I went off on a tangent talking about some bullshit, then this would be a different story. But at least the stuff I'm talking about is relevant. It's relevant to the text. It's just taking a little bit longer than I planned, but everything is relevant. Everything is relevant. Coop TGS says, LOL, you and my gnosis should be paying rent in my head. Yeah, man. That's not me. I don't spit it. That's the Holy Spirit. Automatically, systematically. Automatically, systematic. Ashley says, today I wore a shirt that I haven't worn in years. I felt some paper in the shirt pocket and took it out to see what it was. It was an old post with it. It was an old post-it with Lucifer's sigil and in. LOL makes me think. Hmm. Hmm. Last Eternal said, once I heard that everyone might be hating on Lucifer because he was flexing on everyone, it changed my perspective. Right. Heaven full of haters. Would you want to stay there? No. Oh, like, we ain't eating. What you mean you ain't eating? Dang, that's another one I need. What you mean you ain't eating? Dang, what was the other one I was gonna write down? Fuck it, man. Let me grab this post-it note. I'm from the peach state, where we state for peaches. All right, next time I'm gonna have so many clips, it's gonna blow your mind. Coop TGS says I need a rack and willy clip to cleanse my palate.
I asked my brother, I said, John, I said, how did that feel to you? He said, Jane, wasn't no fun. They did him like a dog. Rack bar.
Like a dog. You know, it took me years and years to finally catch on to what he meant when they said they did him like a dog. I'm like, well, damn, how are people doing dogs out here? But then I realized he meant literally they did him like a dog. Oh man, what a terrible story. 15 guys. What were they? What a terrible story, man. What the hell going on in the Clark County Jail? All right. Mess with him. I asked my brother, I said, and why would you ask him that? How did that feel to you? Well, that's the question you want to ask this man? How did that feel to you? He said, James. All right, now. Less clips, more tips. Poison ivy. 10. Binah is the parent of faith, right? So we just talked about faith, right? And I love to make it clear what faith means. Because I know people, we got a lot of superstition out there. Binah is the parent of faith, from which all higher knowledge of destiny is gained by the individuality. So again, Binah gives the soul, the spirit gives the soul the download and the game plan from Binah to Gibera. This knowledge is the arcane and hidden senses mentioned in the Yetziratic text. These stem, the text says, from the cause of all causes, Kether and the unmanifest. So those are orders straight from top dog. Top dog. This means our fount of being on cosmic levels and our aim in evolution is to link up this part of our being with the parts of us in manifestation. So we're supposed to connect to this. It is obvious that our first task is to get the channels clear. The first task is to get the channels clear. And that's what we're doing in a lot of these beginning aspects of spiritual work, getting these channels clear. Only then is it possible to get the knowledge of our destiny filtered down to the densest levels and worked out upon the physical plane in daily living. 11. The esoteric titles of the tarot trump show two aspects of the path. The child of the powers of the waters refers to our position in the waters of form or manifestation. The Lord of the Triumph of Light refers to our cosmic position as Lords of Light. Another great book, which you must have in your library, Lord of Light. This is another way of expressing the symbol of the king in the chariot, the crab in its shell, the influence in the house. So look at that. We got the king in the chariot. We got the crab in the shell. I posted a video on my Instagram about crab molting, right? He popped open the top of his shell and he slowly pulls himself out of it. I've never seen that before. But crabs are like soft and mushy. They're soft and mushy. So it removes itself from its shell, and it takes a few hours for that soft and mushiness to build a new shell. And just looking at that, it really added some depth on the symbolism of Cancer, the crab. Hard exterior shell, soft on the inside. And every now and then there are vulnerable times where that hard shell has to be discarded. And that softness has to be vulnerable in order for it to become hard again. But that is the strength of that sign, of that flow of energy, of this path. We're talking about strength right there with vulnerability, and also a cycle of time. There's a time for one thing and a time for another thing. And here's the beauty of it. Here's how crabs survive, because why doesn't something just come along and eat it while it's, a soggy blob? Well, the crab is wise enough to go hide somewhere safe while it is renewing itself, while it's shedding its old paradigm, its old reality, its old prison, and building a new one. I imagine that the crabs who aren't wise enough to do that in private get eaten alive quickly, because there's a lot of hungry things in the ocean. A lot of hungry things with little to no discretion and sharp teeth. And they don't care about if you was kings or not. Perhaps the wisdom of Cancer, wisdom of a Cancer sign, is to recognize where you're at and move accordingly. Maybe Cancers know how to read the room and read the situation. Maybe a Cancer knows how to read themselves. I love that, right? Because each one of the signs kind of have like a built-in superpower. Even if they don't know anything about astrology, even if they barely know themselves, there's some things that bleed through different signs that they just automatically know. I think that's pretty cool. When I was ignorant, I used to attribute the external aspect of the symbol, right? I used to think it was all about the claws grabbing and, holding on to stuff, and Cancer needs to hold on to something else to be strong, but I didn't understand the full symbology of it. I think it has a lot more to do with timing and being a natural protector, because they understand the things that need to be protected, right? They understand what needs protecting. Interesting. And you often see this sign associated with the breastplate. And we're talking about like armor. So this also makes a great warrior, someone who's able to identify weaknesses and strengths, right? Choose your battle. That's one of my favorite things about playing Fortnite. I never just jump into a fight, right? I try my best to identify, because if there's somebody who's better than me, stronger than me, faster than me, better aim, I'm not going to fight this person face to face. That would be suicide. I'm not afraid of someone who's stronger than me. I just know that I'm going to need to use my intellect to face them. So I wait till they're distracted. I wait till they're already weak. I wait till they got some other shit going on and they can't attack me with their full strength. There's something special about being able to choose your battles, right? But anyways, but anyway, but anyway. Coop TGS says, have you seen the Rackham clip of him as a boss doing a job interview? Yes. The later ones they were funny, but I tell you what, none were as funny as the original. Because, he was acting. He was trying to be the character. That original, that was raw dog. There was no acting. He was just being himself. That's the timeless quality to it. Willie is just being Willie. That's what made it hilarious to me. Those other ones were, they were funny, but not forever funny like this one. MG Bilaraki says, Cancer are very strong people. Yes, yes. Elisha Eternal says, why do they walk sideways? Well, you look at that and tell me what that would symbolize. How could that symbolize? Ah, I see. Patrick says, we're just trying to avoid danger. Fat Tony says, I do very well. Oh, that's right. Yeah. I've done y'all's tarot before. Hey, man. You got to use what you got. Got to use what you got. And some of them folks be cheating, too, now. Some of them folks be having aimbot, cheating. Ain't finna break me down like that. Ain't about to break me down. Besides, I like to do... Yeah. I can't deny it. I ain't gonna try to. I ain't even gonna justify it. Junior says, I'm a Pisces. This shit is a blessing and a curse. Pisces is more of a dreamer, right? Because Pisces, we're talking about the old man of the zodiac. So y'all are experiencing a permanent type of dementia. And I don't mean that in a bad way. That's easier access into the spirit realm, which means that you can imagine, you can daydream, you can build within. And the whole trick with you is actually giving birth to it, making it materialize on the outside. Louis says, no way, I value dog fights. Yeah, and just like with these different games, you can choose a different fighting style. Some people are like the super armored knight warrior, and they've got a bunch of HP and high attack, but they're slow. Then you got like the mage who's far away and they shoot magic beams. And you got the healer, and you got the rogue. Yeah. I don't like to fight very long. I like to get it over with as quickly as possible. And I prefer to do it without being noticed. Spiritual Essence says people forget crabs are predators. Like to catch and reloading. Yeah, man. I'm gonna keep it real, man. I kind of should stream sometimes just because it's a lot of fun. But I'll if I can identify a fighter that's like way better than me, you know what I'm saying? I'll follow them if I can. I'll follow them and watch them get into a fight with somebody else. Hell, if I can identify two people who are stronger than me, I try to cross them up and make them fight each other. I like to think a couple steps ahead, man. So I let them take each other out. I will sit there and wait. Hell, I might throw a grenade in there to help them out. And once they weak and broke down and reloading and patching their wounds up, here I come. And I'm gonna dance on them afterwards. But I keep it respectful for the most part. Unless Eternal says Pisces is Benjamin Button. Low key, live your life backwards. Yeah, yeah, that's a good metaphor. Leslie Newman says Pisces are in a permanent daze, it seems like they are hardly there. Yeah, that's what I mean, like a dementia type of thing, because they're the old man of the zodiac. They are the last sign. Their energy is you know ancient, but again, not in a derogatory or resentful way. So don't take it like that. It's a strength. Jojo says, "What about Aquarius, Trav? Don't say innovation, because knee deep in business papers right now." Yeah, man. Aquarius seems to be my best friend. My son's Aquarius. Um, my favorite female is Aquarius. Technically, my son's mother is Aquarius Pisces. So there's a lot of Aquariuses in my life. Aquarius I think that they're easily, they, I, they don't seem to get attached to reality as easy. They don't seem to get attached to reality as easy. They seem to be very efficient at seeing the world as something separate from themselves, of seeing the world for what it is and not as a part of the world. Now that can easily be a weakness as well as a strength. My son does not seem like a little kid. He seems like an old man in a little kid's body. Not in the Pisces way, but in like, I'm not impressed. They don't seem to be too easily impressed. And I want to say that's because a part of them sees through the illusion. I like Pisces. For some reason though, Aquarius. Me and Aquarius really get along easily. Oh, I love Aquarius. All right, y'all. This is not a zodiac conversation. Elias Utro says, "Hello, Mayo. I'm going to bed. Enough of this slander." Leslie Newman says, Aquarius definitely do what they want, regardless of the world, and definitely very detached. Yeah, that's what I see, at least in the people that I know. That's what I know. Uh-oh. Talk about the greatest day to be born. 8-8, Lions Gate. So you came through on the Lions Gate. on the Lion's Gate. Can't speak too much on Leo, but I can say that Leo would seem to be somebody who comes into this world and a part of them still remembers that they are Christ consciousness. And I think that the reason that Leos get a bad rap as far as their ego is because y'all do have that remnant of being somebody very important, of being that Christ consciousness. It's like y'all come into the world knowing that. But of course, without spiritual understanding and wisdom, it's extremely easy for the ego to take a hold of that. It's extremely easy for the ego to take hold of that. But Leo seems to be the aspect of the zodiac that can see the sun clearly, and they see themselves in the sun. Let me know if that makes sense, or let me know if that's off. Like I said, I don't know any Leos personally, but that's one thing that I can kind of see. I'm almost willing to wager that all the fixed signs, Leo, Scorpio, um, Aquarius, and what's the other one? Leo is fire, Scorpio's water, Aquarius is air. That leaves Taurus. Yeah, Taurus. I think the four fixed signs, I think each one of them see an aspect of God clearly, but the other three is a little bit more difficult for them to see, which would explain why Aquarius is easy to be non attached because that's the air element. It would explain why Leo can see the Christ in themselves, probably because they're fire. Scorpio, I think, is also easily misunderstood. I'm not talking about zodiacs, man. We're getting way off track here. Coop TGS says, Trav, any significance of the Goetia spirits and zodiacal correspondence? Yes, but barely, barely. The from what I've seen, at least in my studies, the and from my practice, at least, the correspondence really is, you know, being able to use them in tarot readings to try to get messages in tarot readings. But as far as like the zodiac explaining their qualities, no, I don't see a relationship with the Goetia and the zodiac as far as their qualities or what they're capable of doing. If anything, it's going to be timing, if you want to go by that process, and tarot reading. But outside of that, outside of function in that respect, no. But Tony said the ones I know, you called it on the head. Okay, okay. Yeah, so I'm starting to think that probably the fixed signs have a clear aspect of the part of God that they represent, like the different Power Rangers and their different Megazords. Euthanasia says, I'm not at my computer, so I may be fuzzy on the details, but a book called Impact of the Zodiac on Your Astrological Life was a good reference. Sorry, it was called Influence of the Zodiac Upon Human Life by Eleanor Kirk. All right, somebody write that down. Influence upon Influence of the Zodiac Upon Human Life by Eleanor Kirk. Framestar says, here's a clip for your playlist. Might be fun to match to a planetary aspect or energy. Now, how can I... Hold on, let me open that in a different tab. There we go. For Chong. You did not like that. People ask the questions. Yikes. Jojo says, I always thought the Goetia was the decans in the natal chart, so I was downloading Bruno's G books on the decan. I mean, research it. Research it. You might come across something that I haven't come across to find that connection. But from what I've seen, yes, they do line up with the decans, but like I said, I've only been able to really use that for tarot because the decans also line up with the different tarot cards. If you've got the Kabbalistic Tarot book by Robert Wang, you'll see what I'm talking about. That page that shows the Wheel of Zodiac split up into the decans, and then it's got the different tarot cards associated with them. That's what I meant exactly. Eric Barron says, if you want to know who's to blame for the things in your life, all you need to do is look in the mirror. Ooh, mic drop. Eric Barron came in and mic drop on y'all boys. Look in the mirror. Why are you running? All right, without further ado. Everybody who see the leprechaun in the tree, say yeah. Yeah. Leprechaun, that's the one I gotta do. Y'all seen that ancient meme, like one of those original memes, where all those folks, I think it was Louisiana, they were calling the cops about a leprechaun running through the trees, and they were just interviewing all the people in the hood about their experience with this leprechaun. This dude immediately went to hustling. He was selling ancient leprechaun repellent flutes. Now that's a classic one right there. I want the gold. Give me the gold. All right. So it is obvious that our first task is to get the channels clear, to bridge the gulf and the abyss. Only then is it possible to get the knowledge of our destiny filtered down to the densest levels and worked out upon the physical plane in daily living. 11. The esoteric titles of the tarot trump show two aspects of the path. The child of the powers of the waters refers to our position in the waters of form or manifestation. The Lord of the Triumph of Light refers to our cosmic compositions as Lords of Light. This is another way of expressing the symbol of the king in the chariot, the crab in its shell, the influence in the house. The dual quality is suggested also by the dual shape of the astrological sign. 12. All this symbolism emphasizes our position in the chain of evolutionary hierarchies. We are cosmic beings immersed in the waters of manifestation, and our task is to act as mediators, brightening the waters with our light, and at the same time enhancing the power of our light by its immersion in the waters. It is not a necessary fact of spiritual realities that our lights should fizzle out in a lot of steam and stench on contact with the waters of manifest existence. Mhm. 13. A light doused, obscured, and hid under a bushel manifests in daily life as a lack of responsibility. So, in other words, this little light of mine, I'm going to let it shine, that type of thing. You're supposed to do what you're supposed to do. And remember, we're tapped into this aspect of existence where the spirit has the destiny, excuse me, where Binah, the matrix, Mother Nature, Prakriti, the divine feminine, has the seed of spirit within her. And now that that's within her, it's entered time and space. So the destiny is spelled out. The means of which that destiny should be spelled out is also spelled out. All the data is there. Now, that aspect of reality has a main line to the soul. The soul's receiving that message, the part of the soul that knows what to do and can carry out that mission, right? So that part is connected. Now, when we talk about this little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. There's when you're clarifying yourself, right? It is only possible to get the knowledge of our destiny filtered down once we clear our channels. Once you start to clear your channels and you see your destiny, there's also a certain level of confidence that a lot of people don't talk about. You got to have, because if you don't have the confidence to carry out what you're supposed to carry out, that can fall back on you in a very negative way, right? Because you're supposed to do what you're supposed to do, even if you don't want to do it. But part of this path is to build you up and strengthen you so you can have the chops to do that thing. Now, a light doused, obscured, or hid under a bushel manifests in daily life. Ooh, 1111. 1111. Tony says, I'm going to make it do what it do, baby. Exactly. Exactly. A tropa. Peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Louis says, we out here doing what we doing. I'm gonna let it shine. Oh, this little light of mine. A light doused, obscured, or hid under a bushel manifests in daily life as a lack of responsibility. So hiding that light and not doing what you're supposed to do, that's a lack of responsibility. No good. No bueno. Responsibility, true responsibility for maintaining the right or light, can stem only from within oneself. If one acts according to the dictates of even a comparatively high moral ethos, and yet does so not by virtue of the truth of one's own light shining within, but because one takes one's standards of action from the dictates of another, then one is replacing one's own light with the authority of another. Right? So imagine that. Imagine that. This is why, like, I choose the words. You have to develop a relationship with your soul, a relationship with your higher self. Like, you have to actually put in the time to learn what the voice of your higher self sounds like, to learn the rhythm of the higher. Like, I'm choosing my words carefully. I'm not just saying stuff. You have to spend the time with your soul, with your higher self, with that metaphysical aspect of self, to understand how it moves, what types of things it would say and wouldn't say. That's the only way to actually have faith. Because without that connection, without that relationship, there is no faith. It's guessing, it's hoping, wishing, and believing. That's not faith. That's not faith. Now, what also is not faith is taking what somebody else said. And that's seen a lot. That's seen a whole lot. Especially when you deal with a lot of people saying a lot of different things. You'll notice that a lot of people who have a strong opinion, they just got that from somebody else, right? They listened to some dude on a podcast or they saw some video. And a lot of these strong opinions are just echoes of what somebody else said about a subject. If you pay attention, you'll see that a lot. Especially like if you see major events going on in the world, like, the war or certain things about immigration in different countries or whatever. You can just scroll down the comments and see people echoing the same types of things because they all got those opinions from other people. Original thought is rare. So check that within yourself too. Check that within yourself. It's easy to pick up something that somebody else said and then you say it. But if you don't really have the roots of where that came from, that saying's not really yours. Just something to think about. Something to think about. I'm a high value man. What's the woman bringing to the table? That's something you heard from somebody. What does that really mean? What does that really mean to you? What is high value man? I want to carry on my legacy. What's the legacy that you're carrying on? Being in the top 85% at Call of Duty, flipping the burgers at Wendy's, like that's the legacy. What's the legacy that we're carrying on? Right? The high value man carried the legacy. She got to bear my seed and all this other stuff. Like whatever realm of information you're dealing in, is this information that you have downloaded from a higher aspect of yourself or from some other guy who, for all you know, could have got that information from trauma? Something to think about. I'm gonna let it shine. Damn. Coop TJ says, when asked when people on the path do what they do to help people, I find they often respond with, no, I have no choice. Or I guess you were saying why people on the path do what they do to help people. I find they often respond with, no, I have no choice. Fat Tony says, oh, that's why they say faith without works is dead. Faith without works is dead. Imagine that. But yes, absolutely. This right here. Not only do you just have faith, you should be stepping on that faith, using that faith, working with that faith, right? What good is it to receive the message and then just like continue to just live how you live it? You got to walk and move as if what you received is also what you believe. Yeah, man. Patrick says, oh yeah, I've been seeing that a lot lately on social media. Yes, yes, me too. Louis says, or they pick up on someone else's thought form thinking it's theirs. Facts. Fat Tony says, Lucifer been calling me. Yeah, man, that's quite a signal, and difficult to ignore. I would say impossible to ignore. Euthanasia says, you will know my faith by my works. Facts. Facts. That's the magic in action. Eric Barron says, the New Testament is all cryptic allegories only for people that have a higher understanding of what it really means. The Bible is not a historical document. Thank you for that, Eric Barron. Framestar says, that's why knowing thyself is so important, because otherwise you're just knowing something or someone else. Right, right. Know thyself. That's always been at the top of the door, right? That's always been at the top of the door. Know thyself. Know thyself. And hopefully the people that you're listening to and following are pointing you in that direction. Hopefully. Y'all think we're going to be able to get through this whole session tonight? Fuck, it's moving on 3 hours. That is wild and crazy. Gotta love it, right? Got to love it. Got to love it. The Bible says, the Bible says, but God, but God. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Swing down, sweet chariot, stop and let me ride. All this talk about Funkadelic, and I didn't even mention that song. Swing down, sweet chariot, stop and let me ride. Hell yeah. When Gabriel's horn blow, you better be ready to go. I heard that. You better be ready to go when the time comes. You know, getting no affairs in order, no paperwork straight. If the trumpet blow right now, you on that mothership or you not? Ask yourself that before we turn to this next page real quick. If that trumpet blew right now, you getting on that mothership or you staying here? When Gabriel horn blow, you better be ready to go. When that chariot swing down, when it swing low, oh man, can I just say goodbye? Didn't that happen with Christ? He said, pick up your cross and follow me. And dude was like, oh, I gotta say goodbye to my mama. I gotta go make sure that such and such. No, he says you ain't got time for none of that. This train is moving out. When that trumpet blow, you in or you out. Because you ain't got time to decide. You got to think about it like that. And then once you make that decision, look at how you start living your life, right? Look at how you start living your life. Your last eternal says, I'm annoyed, I'm still awake, LMAO. Spirit's still moving. Ba-da-ba-da-ba. Ba-na-na-ba-na-na. Patrick says, I'm getting on the ship. To hell with this place. Jojo says, my destiny said I have to get on this ship. Right, right. Celestial ship of the north. Come on now. And then we talk about the chariot, and then you're seeing that the chariot is actually Gibra connected to Binah, which is the master plan for your destiny, connected to the part of your soul which can carry out that master plan. That's really what we're dealing with. That transmission, that channel of communication. Swing down. If one acts according to the dictates of even a comparatively high moral ethos, and yet does so not by virtue, so you're not acting and behaving on this higher frequency, so called, because you have that in you. You're doing it because somebody else said that's what you should do, because some other guy, some other woman, somebody's telling you that this is how you're supposed to live, right? That's not the same thing. Just like it's not being a pacifist just because you don't fight. Because if you can't fight, that's not being a pacifist. It's being a pacifist if you can fight, if you can cause trouble, if you can throw hands and choose not to, that's being a pacifist. But if you can't defend yourself anyways, that's not being a pacifist. You're just trying to make sure you don't get your ass whooped, which equates to being afraid of pain, right? Different story. If one acts according to the dictates of even a comparatively high moral ethos, and yet does so not by virtue of the truth of one's own light shining within, but because one takes one's standard of action from the dictates of another, then one is replacing one's own light with the authority of another. Because what you're doing in that case is you're placing some man or woman's word over the word of your higher self. Wild. Wild. Pat Tony says, I know people who can't fight but always fight. Hey. I know people who can't fight but call themselves a pacifist. Yeah, that's funny. You won't like me when I'm angry. This is not responsibility. It is evasion of it. Whatever the outer appearance apparently, this is not responsibility. It is evasion of it. Whatever the outer appearance apparently to the contrary. To substitute another's light for one's own is no way of bridging the abyss. It merely camouflages it, making a deceptive, deep and very real trap. Hypocrisy is not always as obvious as one might think. In the words of the T.S. Eliot Beckett in Murder in the Cathedral, it is the greatest treason to do the right deed for the wrong reason. Do the right thing because it is the right thing to do. Right thing according to who? Right thing according to you and the message that you received from your higher self. How did you receive that message? Through meditation, through separating yourself from the bullshit, from making a clear and concentrated effort to contact your inner self. By taking the time to do all that, you will most definitely get a response. It's guaranteed. If you're skeptical, the best use of your time and your energy is to sit down and try to connect to your soul. That's the best use of your time. That same energy that you spend trying to tear down everybody else, take that energy and spend it towards figuring yourself out. Much more beneficial to you and everybody that you love. Lady Justice in the building. Peace and greetings. Very early for you. Very early. Welcome, welcome. Getting a lot more people from across the way. Eric Barron says, because most people have no idea that the subconscious is 90% of your mental actions in this world. 90% is a fucking lot. Absolutely. Absolutely. So if it's that important and that heavy, I would say that it behooves us all to try our best to figure out what's going on there. What's going on with the subconscious? What's going on with these subtle senses, these abstract ways of mentation? How does it work? I'll tell you one thing, man. If you have the mental tolerance, you should definitely study Carl Jung. If you have the mental tolerance, because that's some he breaks the stuff down. Thank God for Carl Jung, right? Because even though I personally don't need verification and validation from the educational system, Carl Jung did the impossible. He took metaphysics and Western ceremonial magic. He took that and made it acceptable for the skeptical world, right? The college professors and universities. He took it and broke it down into plain language so these people can accept it without being like, oh, magic isn't real, spirit isn't real. Jung made it so that these people couldn't deny it. If you got the mental tolerance, even if you just read a little bit, just a little bit. And what I've come to see is that, yeah, yeah, a lot of what he says correlates with a lot of the studies that I've, presented on my channel. So, yeah, man, good stuff, good stuff. We're gonna finish up this page. I'm gonna make another cup of coffee, and we're gonna keep it running. We're gonna keep running and see how long we can drive till the wheels fall off. Till the wheels fall off. I ain't got nothing else to do tonight but edit some videos, so I don't mind spending some time. Since I've not allowed myself to play Fortnite this month, focusing all on the work. See, in my particular friend group, I got the most crowns, right? I got 72 crowns, far way past everybody else. And I stopped there and I'm like, yeah, they'll never catch up. Little did I know secretly, my competitive homie has been grinding and grinding, and he's at like 60 something. I wanted to come out on top, but they've been determined to pass me. So now I've got to I gotta choose to stick to my sacrifice, right? See, this is the little shit. This is how it gets to you, that little shit. I gotta choose to stick to my sacrifice and allow my ego to sit to the side and let him pass me, or give in to my ego and get a couple games in and try to make sure that I stay on top. See how that works? See, when it's a sacrifice, it hits different. When you deliberately choose to sacrifice something, and those of you who've ever fasted, you know this, right? When you fast, whether it's a water fast, a total fast, or just a meat fast or whatever, you'll know that like towards them last couple of days, the temptation really kicks in. Jojo says there's a book called Young's Circle of Valkyrie about the women who were students and teachers under him. Dion got a chapter as a Valkyrie, but as a priestess. She got that title. Holy shit. Man. Okay. All right. All right. Framestar says, Trev, when you fast, regardless of the food or vice, do you offer it on your altar to a particular entity? Oh, wow. You just about answering my question. No. No. Honestly, like what I go internal. I go into trance. I meet these entities in my inner temple, and I do that kind of thing there. As specifically for fasting, no, I don't symbolize it physically other than choosing deliberately not to do the thing. Um, but like if I'm sacrificing like an actual physical thing, then yeah, there's a possibility it will go on my altar. But typically, it's a firm decision that I make, and I know that the work of that sacrifice isn't done right there. It's done when the temptation comes, and I make that decision to stick to my guns. I tell you what, man, when I'm fasting, that's when the most delicious foods and smells come to my attention, boy. That's when the most delicious stuff that normally wouldn't come around. We recently got a Bucky's in town. You guys know what a Bucky's is? I was calling it Bussy. we yeah, my friends didn't like that too much. But we recently got a Bucky's in my small town, and everybody's like getting excited because they think it's I don't know, treating it like a damn amusement park. I think I mentioned this already. But anyways, everybody's talking about how amazing the Bucky's brisket is. How amazing the brisket is. It's the most amazing brisket ever. And I got to hear this shit while I'm on fast. But it's all right. I don't need your stank brisket anyways. It's that third day. Ashes says facts. I've water fasted from time to time for 3 days, and that third day is always vicious. Facts. And like what Lecture Newman says here, after the first 2 days of fasting, it's not even hunger anymore. It's all mental. Right, right. I love fasting from food because it really teaches me personally that take it as you will, but I don't really need it. I mean, don't get me wrong. Food is great. Food is wonderful. But like I think that the way that we think we need it is an over exaggeration. You'd be amazed at how little you could survive off of. Most of it is mental, for sure. For sure. It's cool though. It's cool. Louis says hunger is an elemental, right? Hmm. As in, as an emotional expression, we could say yes, as an emotional expression. But I would most definitely say it is probably closer to like an egregore, right? Built into the pattern of living. Because remember, we talked about earlier as how spirit would manifest down into existence over and over again. And each time it would expand what it's capable of. And it would keep the things that were useful and appropriate and discard what wasn't. So the first couple of organisms realized that it was good to develop teeth and jaws so they can bite into the flesh of each other and consume them and process them. And that pattern of existence stayed. And every time spirit chose to incarnate as a new thing, it took that pattern because it was useful and appropriate. A line of code, really, a line of code. As an elemental itself, no, but like the expression of it emotionally, yes. Like when we feel the sting of that line of code, when we feel the sting of that process, what we make out of it emotionally, that's what the elemental force is, because we build that out of the elemental forces. But yeah, man, I really do enjoy fasting from food. Now, every time I've done it hasn't been, you know, by deliberate choice. I'll tell you that, because there have been times where things have not been on and popping, but always, always a lesson. Lady Justice says fasting is much easier if you have a period of ketosis leading up to it. That's true. But I don't know. That's just me, man. I don't feel like eating is as. I mean, maybe it's just the stage that I'm at. Who knows? Lisa Poige Gatama says a Bucky is a bucket bong. Going over Cuzzy Bucky's LOL sweet aroma. Hmm. Bucky's. Patrick says I feel like hunger deals with the earth element. Most definitely when it's exaggerated, right? Because we're talking about gluttony. Taste is associated with the water element. Eric Barron says, so let me ask you all the question, what is the fifth element? Typically, we call that the Akash, right? That's the name and the title we give it around here. MG Belucky says, fasting is more easier when you broke, LOL. Hey, that's working smart, right? That's working smart. That's working smart. You might as well use it and turn it into a spiritual lesson. So would it take more discipline to do that when you're broke or when you actually have money? I have most certainly found though that when you fast from things intentionally, like when you make that choice, when you make the choice to do it, I think the impact and the effect of it is much more profound because it was a choice that you made as opposed to life forcing it on you. Now, when life forces lessons on you, you can still get great benefits too. It's all about how you take that circumstance and turn it into something useful and appropriate. But things are usually better when you make the decision to do it because you're initiating it then. Remember, right? The masculine and the feminine. What masculine means is initiating, and what feminine means is receiving and processing. Boom. Larry Newman says when you have money and access, it's harder. Right. And you know what? That also goes into financial manifestation, y'all. Because keep it real, if some of y'all had the amount of money that you were asking for, would you still be doing this work? Would you still be tapped into spiritual stuff? Would you still be taking the time to study and meditate? Right? Sometimes it's better to not have too much because it turns into a distraction. So if that's the case, what does that mean you need to work on? What does that mean you need to work on? Sometimes not having the things that you want are protecting you, are protecting you. And that's not just money, right? Because everybody ain't broke. Sometimes that's love and relationships. Sometimes you can't meet that person you're looking for is because it would throw you off track completely. You would become so wrapped around them that you would lose yourself. Something that needs to be worked on. Sometimes health, or sometimes people have chronic health ailments. Sometimes that's the issue. You might have money, you might have love and good sex, but you might have health issues. Sometimes we have these, the Bible called them thorn in the flesh. Sometimes we got these thorns in the flesh because it's a protection. But here's the thing, things change once you master that difficulty. It's not a punishment. You got to stop looking at life as a punishment. Framestar Film says a line of code, cocaine, vice, or habit, thought of as an algorithm, works well for self pattern recognition. Hmm. Vice or habit thought of as an algorithm. Yes, yes, yes. A vice or habit thought of as an algorithm works well for self pattern recognition. Right, right. So we just look at all your habits, all your patterns, everything that you do, think and feel like dead serious. Every single thing that you look at and say, "Oh, that's me." It's all lines of code, and lines of code can be reinstalled and replaced. Nothing is permanent. Nothing is true either. Everything is permitted. But anyways, let's wrap this up. I'm gonna get that cup of coffee. I'm gonna get that line of code, that cup of coffee, and we'll be right back. The chariot. Notes on the design of Trump 7. Shit, maybe I'll go ahead and start the water. All right, caramba. Damn, y'all. I hear him yelling already. I hear him yelling downstairs. I know they passed my crowns. I know they got more crowns than me, man. I can't do nothing about it. I can't do nothing about it. I just gotta sit back and watch them shine on me. You know how hard I work to get those crowns? That's all right. I'm not gonna let it get to me. I'm not gonna let it get to me. I know that I'm the best. I know that I'm the best. I don't need no stupid crowns to show me. And I don't have nothing to prove. Good stuff, good stuff. Omnia Arlandria, peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Welcome. Come on, come on, come on. Okay, back to it. Notes on the design of Trump 7. The Marseille's chariot shows a king in a four-posted, canopied, cubical chariot drawn by two horses. It is possible that the two horses are in fact an amphisbaena. All right, amphisbaena. Remember we looked at that earlier? The snake with two heads, the snake with a head on either side. Which side does the eating? Who knows? I don't think I've ever seen that version of the card. It is possible that the two horses are in fact an amphisbaena. I'll tell you what, when I do my tarot deck, somebody hold me to it. The chariot card, I'm going to have the amphisbaena instead of the sphinx. Jojo, thank you for sharing. I appreciate that, my friend. I appreciate that. Oh, see, I was wondering where these people be coming from. That's all right, man. That's all right. Very nice of you. Okay, let's continue. The amphisbaena. It is possible that the two horses are in fact an amphisbaena, a mythical animal with two heads, which, by their position, enables it to move as easily forward or backwards, a kind of Janus figure. The king's crown is strange, having a fleur-de-lis decoration one side and filled in solidly on the other, a point which is not followed by any other of the later designs. It may be a misprint, but it fits in well with the other dual symbolism. The figure at the head of the scepter is best elicited from the actual diagram, which appears in the book. His shoulder pieces are in visaged moon form, and his cuirass shows three approximately right-angled bands. Got three bands. On the front of the chariot is shown the letters VT, probably indicating the Hebrew letter Tau, Hebrew being read from right to left and symbolic form. This card is one fully illustrated by Eliphas Levi. He represents the horses as sphinxes, one black, one white, pulling in different directions, but looking the same way. The canopy of the chariot is embroidered with stars, and the king's crown consists of three pentagrams. The scepter is similar to the Marseille's version, which Levy describes as a globe, square, and triangle. On the front of the chariot, the VT is replaced by the lingam and the winged disc. The shoulder pieces are as those on the Marseille's card, and Levy says they are Urim and Thummim. I believe those are the two ravens on the side of Thor's shoulder, if I'm not mistaken. Somebody might want to check that for me. The Urim and the Thummim are part of the sacred accoutrements of the Jewish priesthood. Maybe not, though. Maybe not. I'll have to look that up. Little is known of their significance. Some consider they were fetish stones carried out of Egypt, others that they were forms of dice used in divination, and others that they were sacred names on talismanic sheets of gold. In Levy's opinion, the chariot is the most beautiful and complete of all the tarot cards. I used to roll the dice. Lamar Harmon says the ravens on Odin, you mean? Yeah. You're right. You're right. My bad. What did I say? Thor? But I don't think that's them. Umim, Urim, and Thummim. I gotta look that up. Let's look it up so we can be sure. Urim and Thummim. Urim and Thummim are objects mentioned in the Hebrew Bible associated with the high priest's breastplate, used for divination or decision making. What? But what are they? Oh, it's like that. It's like that computer box on Darth Vader's chest. It's like the computer box on Darth Vader's chest. So is that why the chariot card in this particular deck has a square on its chest? Interesting. Urim and Thummim, the gold breastplate of judgment, hung from chains of pure gold, twisted like cords. In the breastplate were the Urim and Thummim. All right, so in my head canon, I'm gonna say that's what Darth Vader has on his chest. Yeah, I like that. That tracks. If you do a Google image search, you'll know what I'm talking about. Realm Lilith, peace and greetings. Hugin and Moonin. That's what I'm thinking about. That's what I'm thinking about. I used to roll the dice. Tape Masters Inc. You hear my enemy's eyes. Listen as a crowd sing. How the old king is dead, all the king. 1 minute I held the key next wall. Boom, boom. What a nice melody. I like that song. But I like best the version with Shawty Low. His little clap back to T.I. That was funny. All right, so the Urim and Thummim are part of the sacred accoutrements of the Jewish priesthood. Little is known of their significance. Some consider they were fetish stones carried out of Egypt, others that they were forms of dice used in divination, and others that they were sacred names on talismanic sheets of gold. In Levy's opinion, the chariot is the most beautiful and complete of all the tarot cards. Worth, Pappas, and Nap all follow Levy closely, though Nap introduces a triple flame above the king's head. Waite and Case also follow similarly. Waite says the figure should have a drawn sword, but the diagram shows a diamond-headed scepter. He displaces the threefold cuirass pattern by a square jewel. He also adds a background of river, trees, and a walled town, giving the idea of Hebrew letter cheth, a fence, another indication that at this time he supported the Golden Dawn's attributions. The skirt of the king divides into 8 segments, curved with covered with geomantic signs, and complete with a belt of mystic symbols. Case follows suit. He also substitutes for the triple pentagram crown one with an 8-pointed gold star. Case's only real modification from Waite's is to retain the pentagram crown and add 3 T-shaped figures on the inside of the sides and top of the breast square. He also puts a smile and a frown on the faces of the sphinxes and the Urim and Thummim. Crowley originally supported Levy's design, though he thought the chariot should be driven furiously. In the Harris design, the charioteer is completely armored and holds the Holy Grail, made of amethyst and with blood in it. On his armor are the 10 stars of Asaya, and his crest is a crab. The chariot is drawn by 4 sphinxes, each composed of the 4 elements, thus representing the 16 sub-elements. The Egyptian card shows the charioteer with drawn sword, which is curved. On his breast are shown 2 set figures and a T-square. Otherwise, the accoutrements are similar to the traditional, except that there is no lingam on the chariot front, and his headdress bears the usual uraeus. Urae with solar discs appear in the ornamentation over the starry canopy, together with a figure of Isis stretching her arms over 2 eyes. Also, 10 female sitting goddesses wearing what seems to be Maat feathers. The scepter is a clear-cut triangle on circle on square. Manly P. Hall's symbol for the card is a ring of 7 5-pointed stars. Okay. So I think one of the things unsaid is that the chariot, and by the way, so that's supposed to be the lingam right there. The lingam within the yoni. That thing is supposed to be the penis, and this shield's supposed to be the vagina. And then we could say that those wings represent Kether. the forces of Trinity acting in unity. But I think we can say chariot being the card of movement has everything to do with the vehicles that the spirit uses. So the physical body, the astral body, the mental body, the causal body. Not just those different vehicles, but the so-called destiny of those vehicles, what the purpose of those vehicles are, the energetic balance, the statement, right? The balance, the statement, just like a bank, the income, the outcome. The chariot represents the knowledge of that data being sent from the spirit to the soul, from the boss to the worker. This is the invoice. And the invoice is carried out by the physical body, the astral body, the mental body, etheric body, all that good stuff. So there's our chariot card. There is our chariot card. Cool. Cool. So next we get into the Hierophant. I wonder what this is all about. And I wonder what it means. What it means. Darth Vader is in my libations I do every morning. Nice. Eric Barron says the circle on square, mind over matter. Yeah, yeah. Rains says, I used to practice witchcraft. I studied astrology and tarot. Jesus is Lord, all caps. For God so loved the world, he sent his only son to save us. Jesus is waiting for you to let him in. He is the only way. Okay, listen, everybody here listening to this live stream, please take into account what Rains just said, right? Look at what Rains just said. What it means. What it means. Framestar Film says you need to be accountable for your actions. Facts. Facts. That's another big part of this, right? This little light of mine. The devil didn't make you do it. You pay the tab. You pay the tab. Remember, remember, remember. Wonder Bucket says, quit this witchcraft crap. But we got the Pope right here, man. We got the Pope right here. All right, so let me get to my coffee, and then we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. And if you're a hater from the Christian side of town, come on through. Give me what you got. I'm showing them who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky pimp, stanky chicken.
Rack bar. I'm showing who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky pimp, and stinking chicken.
Bragma. I am by no means a monster.
I have. Everybody said something bad about me. Nobody said nothing good. They was describing Lucifer. I'm not Lucifer. I'm a man. I make mistakes, but I'm not a devil. And by no means am I a monster.
Almost. Almost ready. Witness witchcraft crap. This is stupid, guys. How stupid would I be? I didn't do this stuff. This is not me fighting for my motherfucking life. Y'all killing me out here. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. We in there. Y'all all right? Y'all ready for this next chapter? Did Elisha Eternal fall asleep? Do 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 do. Showing them who was the high now. Pimp, nasty, funky pimp, and stanky chicken. Patrick says this ain't even witchcraft. This is a high magic. There's a difference, right? Hit them with the actually. The actually. They look at the live, then get scared, and then bring Jesus up. Right. Immediately. And realize like that's for you. That's not for me, right? I don't do nothing for me. That's for you. Come here talking about Jesus, Jesus. That's to quench your fears. I didn't have any fear. I'm good. And I wonder. Mm, Right. Cthulhu says we don't go in Christian chat rooms and say Hail Belial. What it means. Wonder Bucket says if I call myself a vegetarian, but you see me eating Big Bacs every day, am I really a vegetarian? Same for the Pope. He's not a true follower of Christ. I think if you're eating Big Bacs, we might call you something else. What it means. Jesus, man. Tell me that's not my mixtape in the toilet, man. Tell me that shit fell out your pocket, man. What it means. Lucifer, son of the morning. All right, all right. Looks like we're doing good. We're still awake. We ready to continue. I'm just catching up on the chat to see if we had any other good Christian comments, good clean Christian comments. Wonder Bucket says it feels like every third channel is some tarot stuff. Well, you might need to get off of YouTube and go do something else if that's the case. You might need to turn off YouTube if that's not what you want to see. But real talk, stop commenting on those pages, stop interacting with those pages, because that's how YouTube works. When you interact with a channel in any way, it will show you more of that channel. So if you don't like it, you gotta not comment, not like it. Like, that's how you fix that. So like, go off on a spree of liking a bunch of stuff that you do like, and you'll see your algorithm changes. What it means. Big back, big back. All right, so big back. Let's talk about the Hierophant. We in there. We in there. My big back is loaded up with snacks and different foods. Mm-mm-mm. All right, let's get it. It has served us well, this myth of Christ. Good old Jesus. Elisha Eternal says, how the fairies treat you. Treat me quite well, my friend. Treat me quite well. Every now and then I give them some fruit offerings in the woods behind my house. I think they finally stopped being mischievous, and yeah, they're very, very nice. Very nice. Supposedly, they don't take kindly to technology, but that hasn't been the case with me. I think that one of the ways they've been working with me is through technology. You'll see a lot of people online talking about, oh, fairies hate technological advancement, they hate iron and machines. And I can see where they're coming from with that, but that hasn't been the situation with me. They have been chaotic in the past. I think at this point I've kind of developed quite the friendship with them now, finally. Ain't nothing thong and being in there like swimwear. Be in there like swimwear. Ain't nothing wrong. All night long. Yeah, yeah. Oh my God, it baffles me. It baffles me. Yeah, 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 yeah. Just me. Peace and greetings. I'm new here. First time popping in. Glad to have you, my friend. Glad to have you. Yeah, 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 yeah. Artemis in Theory says fairies are known to be mischievous. I think in my experience, that was more of a like kind of testing you to see if you can handle, you know what I'm saying? Like kind of testing you. I think they do that to check you and to see how you're going to respond to it. At least that's how it's been with me. Maybe some people they literally just fuck with forever. But for me, it's been more of like a testing and a checking. That's why I say I think finally that's like calmed down to the point where there hasn't been too much of that. I think they help me to channel down a very purified quantity of imagination, if you will. They help me to access imagination that isn't so tainted by the modern world. I'm grateful for that. Eric Barron says Jesus is coming back in the form of a higher consciousness. I agree with that, buddy. I agree with you on that. Just Me says they mischievous at my place for sure. All right. So 16th with an F, 16th path. The 16th path with an F. Where is it at? It's right here. Philip, peace, peace. Okay. So Chesed to Chokmah. Gotta show the diagram. Of course, we were here. Chesed to Chokmah. Chesed to Chokmah. So here we go. We're crossing the abyss with this one, y'all. We crossing the abyss with this one. I mean, technically, we crossed the abyss with the last one too. Previously, we were talking about Binah to Gibera, Binah to Gibera. Now we're on the other side. So this should be the counterbalance. If this was about the vehicle, the movement, the message, the transmission, right? If that was this, and here we are now on the other side. We were on the feminine side, now we're on the masculine side. So let's see what the counterbalance is all about. See what we're talking about. As Raymond says, there is no God but Allah. In fact, Tony says, if you spell that with an F, you're talking about drugs. Oh, um, I guess we not spelled it with an F then. 16th path, 16th. The 16th path from Chesed to Chokmah. The key is vow, nail. Spiritual significance, Taurus, the bull. We got the Tauruses in the chat. 16. We got the Tauruses in the chat. Theory, Magus of the Eternal. That's the secret name of this card, Magus of the Eternal. Or I should say this path, because it's more than a tarot card. These cards are merely symbols that represent forces, cosmic forces. If the entire existence was a carpet made of a bunch of different color threads, 32 color threads, then this is one particular thread that we're talking about, the Hierophant. Magus of the Eternal. What do you think this card represents? Does it represent a man in the Catholic Church in the Vatican somewhere, controlling the world? What's it mean? What are the two bald dudes at the bottom got going on with their yellow overalls shaped like Y? Two keys crossed at the bottom. The Pope decked out in Jesus wear, right? He got the Jesus middle thing and the Jesus shoes, the Jesus Jordans, right? Dove on his crown. Even the cards mock me, reminding me of me losing my crown place on Fortnite. He's got the triple cross here. I wonder what that could represent. Perhaps something to do with the tree of life. Chokmah Binah, Chesed Gibera, Netzach Hod, the middle path, perhaps. Serious business. And who exactly is this figure? Could it be someone who we didn't expect? Two pillars, of course. How many cards out there have these two pillars? And of course, we got the throne. So let's get to it. Let's get to it. Off the up. Allah, welcome. Welcome to the book study. Just Me says, who deleted my comment? Hmm. I don't think anybody deleted your comment. I can see it just fine. Elisha Eternal says, never tried DMT, but someone said there were imps constantly stabbing them. Probably their unconscious problems they haven't dealt with. 1,000%, because that's all that there is that you're experiencing, at least on that level. Allah says the Hebrew letter Samek means to surround. Right? What's that in the Hierophant's hand? Look there. It's Paleo Hebrew letter Samek, which means to surround. Ashley B says he's a bridge or intermediary. Yes, yes, y'all. You don't stop. To the beat, y'all. You don't stop. Philip says, I love Trev. I don't think people understand he's the only person doing this kind of high consciousness education. Thank you, my friend. I mean, if there is anybody, please send them to me. And I know, of course, there are, but it'd be nice to have like a conversation, right? Maybe do like a collab or some shit like that. If y'all find anybody else, shoot them my way for potential future collaborations. I like doing those interviews, or me doing the interviewing. Just Me says, can't mention the reset, orphan trains, mud flood. Okay. Tropa says, I've got to go. I'll catch the first part of this later. Thanks. Peace, Tropa. Have a good night. Have a good night. Elisha says, this card feels too self-entitled. All right, now. Where do we start getting into projection territory? But, if that's what you see when you see this card, you know what I'm saying? I wonder what that leads to, right? Never from my lips do you hear me say that anything or anyone is good or bad, but I'm pointing to that feeling that you're having right there, that you get when you reflect from this card. Analyze that. Mastermind says, dropping a like. We'll return to this one day when my mind is ready for the probing. Love you, Trav. Peace, peace, Mastermind. Bum 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 bum. Kether says, is image the Pope or a high priest? Is not the Pope a type of high priest? Eric Barron says, there's no good or bad. It's only the interpretation that your soul makes upon things in your life. Precisely. All right, so let's get to it. Mages of the Eternal, the Hierophant. Colors, red, orange, deep indigo, deep warm olive, rich brown. Of course, we're talking about the colors of the path according to the four worlds. So whichever world you're going to see this path on, whichever world you're looking at, is going to show up in either of these colors respectively, right, of the path. Text. The 16th path, with a TH, the 16th path is the triumphal or eternal intelligence, so called because it is the pleasure of the glory, beyond which is no other glory like to it. And it is also called the The paradise prepared for the righteous. So we got the paradise prepared for the righteous. The paradise prepared for the righteous. This is a path that's leading across the abyss, mind you, from good old chesed, right? Abundant, expansive Jupiter, crossing the abyss to Chokmah. Remember, the pure divine masculine, the surplus, flowing and spewing and spurting all out into existence, channeling down into the glorious chesed, Jupiter, expansion, abundance, right? There's a surplus on this path. More and more and more. More and more and more. It's like a 1980s dance song. Euro synth, Euro pop, whatever they call it. Beyond which is no other glory like to it. Amen to that. The 16th path is the triumphal or eternal intelligence. Eternal intelligence. It doesn't stop. And it's called that because it is the pleasure of the glory. So this is the pleasure of Kether, beyond which there is no other glory like it. And it is also called the paradise prepared for the righteous. Okay. One. The 16th path is parallel to the 18th. The 16th path is parallel to the 18th. They are both links between spirit and individuality. And again, there is emphasis on form. There's emphasis on form in the symbolism. In the Yod-He Vav-He formula, Vow is active manifestation in form. The result of the union of opposites of Yod and He. A more complete consideration of which belongs to our examination of the tarot court cards, and which we'll be getting into next week. From an esoteric Christian standpoint, the nail is a significant symbol, being in triplicity, right? 9-inch nails. That which nails the spirit to the cross of matter. So remember the key here is, Bobby Hemmett, vow, the nail. That's the Hebrew letter, Hebrew symbol represents this path. The nail, so you can think about the nail which nailed Christ to the cross. You can think about Taurus, the bull, this astrological symbol. Mages of the eternal, the surplus coming from Chokmah, the divine masculine, to Chesed, the abundant king, the demiurge within manifestation. Two, the shape of the letter Vow is similar to Zayin, the sword. Remember, Zayin, the sword, represented the path of the lover's card, Gemini, Binah to Tifereth. Covered that last week. We considered Zayin to be made up of a Yod, representing spiritual reality, extending a line of communication down into manifestation. Right? So, spiritual reality, extending a line of communication down into manifestation. So we're seeing that similarity with the path that we just read. So both of these paths leading from Binah to the manifest dimension, those look like channels of communication. Right? So we got a channel of communication coming down here, that path of Zayin leading to Tifereth, the soul, even though this whole triad is the soul. Binah's communicating down this way, Binah's communicating down this way. So remember we learned last time, we got a direct phone line to this part of the soul, which deals with the seed of spirit and its destiny wrapped around it in swaddling clothes. Direct phone line to the right arm of God, right? The right arm of your soul, the action taker, the move maker, wheeling and dealing. Woo! Right? The Ric Flair of the soul, directly connected to Binah. Also the Christ consciousness directly connected to Binah. Communication line. Allah says purpose, the work explores how to draw down infinite divine energy into the universe through adherence to Torah and mitzvot, the commandments. Vav and Samek go together. We might apply a similar line of interpretation to the letter Vav. In the case of Vav, though, the Yod is positioned differently. It is not athwart the vertical line of communication, but inclined down into it, as if the great dynamic force of Chokmah were driving its spiritual influence down into the pristine form of the individuality held in Chesed, the demiurge, by the way. Thus, whereas the emanations of the Binah are known as faith, the emanations of Chokmah could be called spiritual will. So time out right here for those of you who are thinking about this. We just got finished looking at Binah, the divine feminine, and that telephone line connected to the soul from the spirit. That phone call conversation is faith. We talked about faith, knowing the big plan and following the big plan. That's faith. Now, on the other side of the tree, we're dealing with the divine masculine. We're dealing with Chokmah, straight to Chesed. And this ain't faith, this is spiritual will. Now, what do you think the difference is between faith and spiritual will? Three, as Chesed is that part of the individuality which beholds or should behold the face of its creator, the spirit, holding within itself a pattern of the spirit on which to mold its further manifestation. And as Chokmah is the pure type of spiritual being, the direct reflection of the very source of the being itself in Kether, so this path we can take to be, as the Yetziradic text says, the pleasure of the glory beyond which is no other glory like it. When all the aspects of our manifest existence radiate and reflect truth to and from one another in this way, then will the kingdom come. So we can think of a path as a pattern. We can think of the path as a pattern for what is to be and a promise of what will be. Thus, it is also called the paradise prepared for the righteous. So real quick there, I want you to see how masculine and feminine, when it comes to the cosmos, has nothing to do with form, but everything to do with function. So check this out now. Here you've got the divine feminine in Binah and the divine masculine in Chokmah. Notice what it said. Even though this is the masculine pillar of the tree of life and this is the feminine pillar of tree of life, these terms of masculine and feminine are relative because we're dealing with positive and negative. It's relative to each other. So what that means is now, even though this is divine masculine, this becomes the divine feminine. It beholds the face of the creator. It beholds the face of the creator. It's receiving from Chokmah. It has to receive from the Sephiroth connected to. Even though this is on the feminine pillar, this is the active in this relationship. Gibra takes action on that phone call. Jesus on the main line, tell him what you want. It's Gibra who takes that phone call and does something with it. So you see, even though this is the feminine pillar, in relationship, that which gives is called masculine, and that which receives is called feminine. But in this particular case, since this one is the feminine, it flips over and this one becomes the masculine. In other words, we're talking about positive and negative. We're talking about plugging in the plug to the outlet. so that the electricity can flow. It's about relationship to what these different concepts are connected to. It's all relative. And that goes across the street, and that goes across the paradigm of existence. Your soul is masculine to your ego. Let bygones be bygones, and so on and so forth. Brainstar says faith is the fuel for will. Right, right. Because how can we have faith in the message unless the message has will behind it? The will is what created the message in the first place. It's the will within Binah given to her by Chokmah. Lady Justice says Chet plus Samek plus Vav. Wow. Samek is a prop. Looks at Egyptian art. Their beards are props. Their headdresses are pillars. 40 shot kosher core peace. Four. A magus is one who mediates power from one level down to another. And so the function of this path is well summarized in the esoteric title of the tarot trump, Magus of the Eternal. The eternal is in Kether, and the unmanifest and is brought into manifestation through Chokmah, the particular type of the spirit corresponding to one of the zodiacal signs. And thence to the individuality for transmission to earth by the everyday life of the personality. The term triumphal or eternal intelligence in the Esoteric text endorses this fact. One of the aims of our evolution is the manifestation of Christ consciousness in earth. And the birth of this Christ child in each one, in the cave among the animals of Malkuth, is heralded by a star, the radiant essence of the spirit in Chokmah, rising in the east, the place of greatest symbolic light and revelation. Lord. Bobby and Two Crows. Peace. Travis, been here 2 years at least now, maybe more. I have bad memory, and since I'm very open-minded and wanted to see what you were doing. Peace. Peace to you. So, a magus is one who mediates power from one level down to another. And so, the function of this path is well summarized in the esoteric title of the tarot trump, Magus of the Eternal, right? 5. The astrological sign of this path is Taurus, the bull, an animal which symbolizes densest concretion in earth, whilst its feminine counterpart, the cow, has from time immemorial been a sacred beast. All symbol of the feminine, sustaining receptive principle of form. The matrix in which the jewel of the spirit is set. The shape of the sign is well related to the powers of this path. A lunar disk over a solar circle, indicating reception of the powers of the eternal and their radiation in life-giving light and warmth in the worlds of manifestation. Ugh. I managed to get a bunch of coffee grounds in that cup. Gross. There are some interesting lines of investigation in the stars and constellations which go to make up the zodiacal sign of Taurus. Most significant are the Pleiades, which appear at the shoulder of the bull. So there you go. If you came from the Pleiadian star system, you want to look towards Taurus. Most significant are the Pleiades, which appear at the shoulder of the bull. The Pleiades, along with the binary Sirius and the Great Bear, are among the more important stellar groupings as far as our solar logoidal system is concerned. Just as Sirius bears similar relationship to our solar logos as the individuality does to the personality of man, run it back, just as Sirius, right, the star Sirius, bears a similar relationship to our solar logos, which is the sun. Sirius bears a similar relationship to our sun as what? As the individuality does to the personality of man. So in the same respect that your soul relates to you, is the same respect that Sirius relates to our sun. Interesting. Interesting. And the Great Bear holds the patterns for the 7 planetary logoi of our solar logoidal district jurisdiction. So do the 7 sisters of the Pleiades have an important esoteric link with our planetary logoi. Not much can be given about the exact nature of the link because the factors involved are too vast for a detailed human understanding. But the Pleiades have been called the sisters or wives of the 7 rishis of the Great Bear. In other words, they are the feminine or form side aspects of the cosmic patterns held in the Great Bear that the planetary logo of this solar system use as guides for their evolution. They have been thus assigned as under the presidency of the third aspect of deity, active intelligence. 7. Interesting as this may be, we humans have enough on hand in coping with our own evolution without bothering over much about the evolution of cosmic beings. But an occasional consideration of these points does help to give a sense of cosmic proportion when perhaps we are in danger of becoming a little too vainglorious. 8. The Pleiades are mythologically considered to be doves. Elas says the Pleiades are the doves of heaven. They're mythologically considered to be doves. These birds are sacred to Venus, which is the ruling planet of the sign Taurus. A dove is also an emblem of the Holy Spirit, an example being the biblical story of Jesus' baptism in the Jordan. The Holy Spirit is, of course, the third aspect of God. So we have an interesting correlation here between the mythological, biblical, astrological, and esoteric symbolism. 9. Alcyone, the brightest star of the Pleiades, is a particularly important star as far as our solar system is concerned, and was believed in ancient times to be the hub of the universe. Alcyone, the hub of the universe. This point is also put forward in H.P. Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine. I was waiting for him to come up with that because what he was saying previously about the Pleiades and the sisters and them being the prototype for our solar system, that would be found in The Secret Doctrine. Eli says, when the Holy Spirit descended and stayed on Jesus, it was in the form of a dove. Right, right. Big old bouncing Kabbalistic symbolism. Big old bouncing symbolism. This point is also put forward in H.P. Blavatsky's The Secret Doctrine. And any interested in these cosmic stellar factors can do little better than to study this work and also the Tibetan's writings through Alice Bailey Esoteric Astrology, in particular, Lucius Trust, London and New York. So this book has come up more than once. Alice Bailey Esoteric Astrology. I don't know. I'm gonna have to put that one on the list. Let me put that on the list real quick. Esoteric Astrology. Esoteric Astrology. 10. Another significant part of Taurus is the constellation Cornucopia, the horn of Taurus, or the horn of plenty. Ah, this gives us a direct link between the table round of Chokmah and the zodiac via the Holy Grail. The early form of the Grail in Arthurian legend was the cauldron of Ceridwen, from which all men could feast of their favorite food to their heart's content. One of the mythological Arthur's tasks was to fetch this cauldron up from Hades, or in other words, to redeem it. 11. In the later Grail books, the Grail became a symbol of the highest spiritual significance. So much so that together with its hero, Galahad, it came to be somewhat emasculated. It is an unhappy tendency of human error brought about by a rejection of the earthy to picture the good as too good to be true, which makes the bad seem much more interesting. Thus, we have the expression lifted and somewhat twisted from J.M. Barrie: heaven for climate, hell for company. Milton failed to overcome the pitfall. His Satan is much the most interesting character in the Paradise Lost. And even the hero of Calvary has barely escaped transformation into gentle Jesus, meek and mild, a kind of ideal Victorian curate. Interesting, interesting. The good becomes too good to be true, even emasculated. The bad becomes way more exciting. I can see that. Leon Fortain, peace. Leon Fortain says the Shem Ha Mepharash and Goetia use the zodiac. Absolutely. Absolutely. It might even be better to say the zodiac uses the Shem Ha Mepharash and the Goetia. But yeah, absolutely right on that. We did mention that, no, not too long ago, as far as the decans, right? The 36 decans of the zodiac being attributed to all of the 72 spirits, all 144 spirits. One for the night, one for the day. So two per decan, which adds up to 72. And as I said, I haven't really found a significance of how those decans and zodiac descriptions influence the spirits themselves. But the usefulness I've seen is in divination when it comes to drawing tarot cards or using them as giving a reading or whatever for symbology's sake. Outside of that, I haven't really seen too much of a significance. Well, well, well. Speaking of decans and tarot, my favorite tarot reader, Enchanted Cottage 333. Peace and greetings to you. Peace and greetings. Hey, I had like two questions I wanted to ask you Is email the best way to contact you? Because I don't really want to ask it in your comments because that's kind of random. I guess it'll have to be email because you're like me, Gemini. You don't really respond to Instagram DMs. Yeah. But yeah, I got a question for you or two. I think I can dig up your email. I know you emailed me once. I should have already done that now that I mentioned it. Framestar Film says no one talks about Jesus, the badass days. It's true. When he came flipping tables and smacking that whip all over the place. That's the Jesus I'm talking about. Not the black and mild, not the meek and mild. Holy infant, so tender and mild. I'm not looking for the tender and mild Jesus. Bring me the Jesus that was whooping ass, that was bringing pain. He was bringing pain to him. And he up. Show me that Jesus. They don't talk about that Jesus in church. Why? Because they don't want you flipping tables because they know they doing wrong. They know they doing wrong. They don't want you turning up tables. So that was the original turn up and crash out. See? All y'all Christians tuning in, go read about the turn up Jesus. Not the one coming after Revelation. Bramstar says, you're born in a stable, you're going to have a kick, right? You're going to have a little kick to you, a little hot sauce, a little spice. He came up in the stable, straight out the stable, surrounded by nothing but wolves and donkeys. Don't let the peaceful demeanor fool you. Don't let these sandals fool you. Don't get it twisted. There he is, reigns. Jesus is the only way. Hey, you know what? I commend you still being here. That's cool. But you need to look up the turn up Jesus. Flipping tables upside down and smacking them folks with the whip. You know that whip made contact too. Get out my father's house with that bullshit. You gonna turn my father's house? Y'all doing what? In here? Oh, hell no. Now the tables had money on them too. So he flipping them tables over, right? So he come in kicking folks, flipping over tables, the money getting scattered and spread everywhere. So these folks bending over, reaching over, scrambling and scraping. Damn, Framestar, I should have had that scrambling and scraping clip. They scrambling and scraping, just like Diddy said. Scrambling and scraping, bent over, and he is cracking that whip. Shoot, tow, shoot, tow. They feeling the sting of that whip. But they still got to collect that money. So they still grabbing the money, getting whipped the whole way down. That is hilarious, boy. That's in the Bible now. That's in the Bible. Better check it. Don't believe me. Straight out the stable. Cow, quick cow, quick crack. They trying to pick up the gold coin. Ah, get out. Lady Justice says, rode in on the donkey, rode out on the donkey. Right. Channing Carter said he whooped their ass. Yeah, with the Bible in his hand. God was watching. In front of Jesus and everybody. Jesus did it in front of Jesus. See, that's what they should teach, man. That'll keep the kids' attention. That'll keep the young folks' attention. Them Jews was in there changing the money, switching the money around. Yeah, Jesus came in whipping and cracking. And you better believe, Fat Tony said that's why they was on his ass. Fucked up the church's money. Right. That's the real reason they crucified him. You know, if this story was a literal thing that happened, I could see that being the real reason because he went in there and cracked them and smacked them all up, and they couldn't do nothing about it because they know they was wrong, plotting and scheming. Mm-hmm. I don't like that shit. I don't like it at all. Eating a banana. That's why they wanted him because he messed with that money. One thing about it, they'll let you get away with everything except messing with their money. But you think it's about religion. Just like the wars that happen on this earth in modern time. See, they get you emotionally worked up because you think about the people and the babies and oh this and that. You and the religion. You think about all the wrong stuff. You completely miss the concept that it's about money. It's always been about money. Money, 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 money. But if they convince you that it's about the babies and the innocent people dying and and all this other stuff, they convince you that that's what it's about. You'll get emotionally worked up. You know what I'm saying? You'll post on your social media. You won't get out of your seat and actually do anything about it. But if you do, you might join the forces and go fight. But it's about money. It's about money. And if you don't know, now you know. Philip said Kanye ain't crazy. Facts. Facts. Sometimes we gotta, us Gemini have to do something a little crazy to get your attention and make you pay attention. They don't understand the things I say on Twitter. Framestar says something for you to watch later, Trav and fam. It's short zombie film called Fist of Jesus. Fist of Jesus. Okay, that's a must watch. Fist of Jesus. Let's pull that out. 14 minutes. Hell yeah. Everybody load that up in a separate window. I want to hear about your take on the Fist of Jesus. Lady Justice says those who take religion too seriously are ironically possessed by it. Facts. Facts. You know something, man? I'll tell you what I've noticed. The human who doesn't take their spiritual path seriously is nothing more than a vessel to be possessed. I'm just gonna put it blunt. The human that does not take their spiritual path as a priority, as a number one priority, is nothing but a vessel to be possessed. Straight up. Straight up. Because if you don't take your spiritual path seriously, then you're not gonna take the time to learn who you are and figure out who you are. But the powers that be, whatever powers they be, whether they be human or cosmic, and both, all you're doing is filling yourself up with the directives of some other force, some other person, and you carry it out. That's it. If you don't take your spiritual path seriously, and there's plenty of people around you for examples, you're nothing but a vessel for some other force to possess. And that includes the force of other people's thoughts and opinions. Tell me I'm wrong, but you're going to have to back that thing up. Back that claim up. Girl, who is you playing with? Back that claim up. She's a big, fine woman. Put a 99 and the 2000. Nice. Jojo said, I was looking into the old church incubations temple medical records. It said they had demons chained to stairs just in case they had to deal with disease that the church members couldn't heal. I wonder if that meant, I wonder what that could mean. Patrick said, the force of other people's politics. as well. Seen plenty of people on the left and the right possessed by their party. Right, right, right. It comes to a point where if you're really sound of mind, you can look at both sides and see nothing but the same folks doing the same shit. Just like the Kabbalion said, man, the pendulum swings to the left and the right. But where are you? You got to rise above the pendulum swing. That's how you master it. You don't master the fucking pendulum by being on one or the other side. How stupid does that sound? How stupid, guys.
Robert,
Stop it. Y'all quit playing. Quit playing.
Robert.
I didn't do this stuff. This is not me. Y'all, I'm fighting for my life. Y'all killing me with this.
Right? You're killing me with that. Kether says, esoterically, Yeshua flipping the tables in the temple is a radical shedding of any transactions, buying and selling, we have with lower mindset, worldly mindset, the home of the higher mind. Louis is back. Cool, cool. I thought you went ahead and went to sleep like Elijah Eternal. But yeah, it ain't about other side. It ain't about other side. Because humanity, like, you was just, you just got to understand human nature and the human mind. People need an enemy to function. Human beings need something to demonize just to function in daily life. It all goes back to that scapegoat principle. We need something to blame and someone to cast our sins upon because most people are not mature enough, not spiritually mature enough to accept their flaws, their shortcomings, how they are wrong. Most people are not mature enough to accept that. So we need an enemy, need an enemy. And even better if it's a great enemy that the individual can't do anything about. So we'll create entire groups, right? That individual people can be a part of. We demonize the group and say, oh, it's the group's fault for the world being the way that it is. It's because of all of those people in that specific group. And if we just got rid of them, everything would be great. Well, every group says that about every other group. It's all mind games, bro. It's all psychology, man. So if you figure that out, like you'll realize, don't you think that if little old me can figure that out, the folks that create systems have figured that out a long time ago and used it to their advantage? These folks sipping coffee and sharing sex with each other. And we think they political enemies and whatnot. We think that they fighting each other and dying and killing. These folks sleeping together. You think they enemies. Man, come on now. Come on now. Stranger than fiction. Dr. Strange. And you willing to throw your life away because of some plan they concocted. But hey, we all know this. This ain't nothing new. We all know this. Louis says that's why people are atheists because they're butthurt about Christians. Right, right. And it's all psychological, right? Because as an individual, you can't take down Christianity. So you got this villain in your head that you can't really defeat, but you can bitch and complain about. That makes the best enemy. You don't want an enemy that you can defeat, because then what do? Then who are you going to blame it on? That's why people are scared of demons and the devil, right? That's why you need an enemy that you can't really beat, but also can't really hurt you. Boogeyman type shit. We need that. Because if you defeated that enemy, then who are you going to blame your problems on? You notice, right? These Christians are always complaining about the devil. Devil always doing this, that, and the third. Oh, but the devil's already defeated in Jesus' name. Well, if he's already defeated, why are you crying and bitching about the devil? Pick one. Pick one. Either you're saved and the devil is not on your radar, or you are cosplaying Christianity. You're cosplaying Christianity. Pick one. Chanted Cottage 333 says, it's me against me always. The only enemy is ourselves. Facts. Facts. Medium rare facts. Uh-oh. Thought I manifested. Haley said, please hear my word. Please, y'all, listen to Haley now. She typed this in all caps now, so you know it's serious. Please hear my words when I say Jesus is coming back soon. Please repent for eternal life and call on Jesus today. This is no joke. This is all a distraction. Heaven and hell is real. Boom. She told you in the message, right? She told you in the message, this is all a distraction. Now look, that's your chance to get on out of there. That's your ticket. That's your ticket. Jump on the train. Go with Haley. Get on now. Pick one. Jesus is coming back soon. She could feel it. Her psychic senses are already tuning into the spirit realm, right? She already tapped into the spirit realm. JCAES23 says, will I go to hell for eating booty? Well, you ask your mouth and your tongue that question. Ellie says, repent, please. This is false prophecy. You can lead people astray with these lies. Which lies, though? Which part of it? Which part are you referring to? The part about Jesus flipping tables over? The part about the politics? Like, which part is incorrect and leading people astray? Like, which? You know what I mean? Like, I mean, I get it, and I'm not really pressed, but it's like you're scrolling through these different reels. I don't know what you saw to make you say all this, because clearly you don't just go across YouTube copying and pasting this. Maybe you do. I don't know. But what's going on with you, Haley? What are you okay? Why are you coming into this chat posting this in all caps? Like you're yelling at me. I feel threatened. I feel threatened that you're yelling at me, Haley. And I'd prefer you to be a little bit nicer to me. You're in my channel after all. It's like coming into my house and screaming at me in all caps, telling me what to do. Don't you think that sounds a little weird, Haley? Now, what are we doing? Do you need a hug? Haley says, ask Jesus to reveal himself to you. I promise he will. Absolutely. With or without clothes, underneath that robe. Guru is peace and greetings. Peace and greetings. Framestar says Jesus never went away. The church locked him away so they could sell you tickets to the reunion gig. That's right. Who said he was even gone? Haley? Why do you think Jesus left? Why do you think he's not here? He's always been here. Haley? Jesus loves you, Haley, and he's coming back for you tonight. Now, all right, back to the text, because this is actually a short chapter. We were talking about the cornucopia, this horn. Oh yeah, the too good to be true. Yeah, so in the later Grail books, the Grail became a symbol of the highest spiritual significance, so much that together with its hero, Galahad, it came to be somewhat emasculated. It is an unhappy tendency of human error, brought about by a rejection of the earthy, to picture the good as too good to be true, which makes the bad seem so much more interesting. Thus, we have the expression lifted and somewhat twisted from J.M. Barrie, heaven for climate, hell for company. Milton failed to overcome the pitfall. His Satan is much the most interesting character in Paradise Lost, and even the hero of Calvary has barely escaped transformation into gentle Jesus, meek and mild, a kind of ideal Victorian curate. 12. However, be that as it may, the Holy Grail is a symbol of the highest spiritual significance, whether it appears in the transcendental guise of the later texts or in the earlier presentation of the communal bowl for hungry, hard drinking warriors. The latter has many spiritually pertinent points in its favor. It stresses communality, the many obtaining their source of life and enjoyment from a single central fount which is never exhausted, right? Think about Chokmah, constant. That's why I keep saying in liquid terms, right? Even though has a sexual undertone, it's also liquid terms, flowing out. Chokmah is constantly flowing out, spewing out, pouring out. That's what Chokmah does, and that's the divine masculine aspect of God. Mm, 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 mm. The many obtaining their source of life and enjoyment from a single central fount, which is never exhausted. So, this cauldron is a fine symbol of Kether, the fount of spiritual being. The banquet, too, is a symbol that plays an important part in the mysteries of religion. In Christianity, it figures as the Last Supper and is reenacted whenever Holy Communion or Mass is observed. 13. The Grail, in all its forms, is very relevant to this path. Therefore, the path leads to and from Chokmah, wherein may be envisaged the zodiacal round table, with the cosmic Holy Grail in the center. This represents the eventual goal of evolution, when all are as kings, seated around this table, seated about this table in equality and diversity. So it's not we was kings, we finna be kings. We finna be kings. This is the paradise prepared for the righteous. Or maybe this is the true meaning of we was kings. Huh? Huh? This is the paradise prepared for the righteous, which the experience of this path foreshadows. Foreshadows. Interesting, interesting. Now, Haley's still here. I appreciate you being here, Haley. But I just want to say this. I want you to notice that not one person in the chat refuted or denied anything that you said. So just question yourself. Why are you in here copying and pasting in all caps, trying to fight, and no one here is fighting you? Nobody here is fighting you. Now, Haley, if you're listening, I want you to know there are no enemies. Jesus loves you. So do I. We was kings, Haley. We was kings. Melanin, Haley, melanin. Melanin. We can show you the way to melanin. Bobby Hemmett. Bobby Hemmett is the truth and the way and the light. Melanin, Haley, melanin. Framestar Film says, just to be clear for any in fear about such things, this text and the whole lineage of the author's school of thought were and are Christian. Absolutely. Right, absolutely. Absolutely. It's funny though. But hey, that's how we go. That's how it goes, my friends. All right, so that was a very short chapter on this path that is represented by the Hierophant. Let's read about the notes on the design of Trump number 5. Trump number 5. Isn't that wild, Framestar, though? Isn't that wild? Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Oh, Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Jesus on the main line. Tell him what you want. Call him up and tell him what you want. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Mm, 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 mm. Two grown men running up and down the field with a ball in their hand. Running up and down the field with a ball in hand. Why? This may be the last time. This may be the last time, children. This may be the last time. Maybe the last time. I don't know. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Somebody find me that clip, man. I will pay you cash money. I need that clip. Need it. Okay, notes on the design of Trump 5. The Marseilles card shows an ecclesiastic figure with 3-tiered mitre seated between 2 pillars surmounted by 4-point crowns. He bears a triple cross scepter and makes the sign of esotericism with his right hand. Ah, the sign of esotericism. Give your life to Bobby Hemmett. Be renewed in the spirit. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Louis says, Travis, I'm pretty sure it was a lecture where he was wearing a zebra skin vest. I remember that one. Well, I can see it in my head, I'll tell you that. Okay, thank you. That's a wonderful clue. I'm going to find that clip. I will find that clip before I pass. You mark my words. Because I'm not coming back for that clip. I'm going to find it first. Arian says, if you can't even sit an hour without moving in meditation, don't speak about spirituality. You tell him, Arian. You tell him. Say it with your chest, Arian. You're a man now. And you know what's up. You know what time it is, Arian. You let them know. Let all of them know. If you can't sit an hour without moving in meditation, Arian sets the rules and he enforces them. He's a tough guy. He's a tough guy for sure. Big and strong. Look at his profile picture. Starline says, reminds me of when my Christian aunt spazzed out at my little cousin because she caught him meditating. Told him that's demon stuff. Yowzer. Yowzer. Starline says, iconic zebra vest Bobby Hemmett was in top form then. Yeah. Jesus. All right, let's finish this because I just might get another cup of coffee. I don't know. I just might. 2 out of 5 chapters, right? 2 out of 5 chapters. And we're only 4 hours and 42 minutes in. That's it. So the Marseilles card shows an ecclesiastic figure with 3-tiered mitre seated between 2 pillars, surmounted by 4-point crowns. He bears a triple cross scepter and makes the sign of esotericism with his right hand. Before him are 2 kneeling acolytes. On the backs of his gloves are crosses. Worth follows the symbolism closely and says that the 7 rounded points of the triple cross, which appear to be trefoil on the Marseilles card, represent the 7 deadly sins. 6, 7. I.e., pride, sloth, envy, wrath, lust, greed, and avarice, attributable to Sol, which is pride, Luna, which is sloth, Mercury, which is envy, Mars, which is wrath, Venus, which is lust, Jupiter, which is greed, and Saturn, which is avarice. Dang! Did you ever connect the 7 deadly sins with the vices of the Sephiroth? Hmm. Oh man, see, look at that. So now I offer money, cash money. Now y'all ready to find that clip. I've been asking for this clip for months. And all of a sudden, y'all know how to find that clip. That is crazy, but that's funny. That is funny. I mean, I've been asking for this Jesus clip for a long time. Several book reads now. The minute I say I will trade cash money, everybody knows the fucking video. Y'all are funny. Y'all are funny. Y'all something else, boy. That is funny as hell. So y'all been watching the video the whole time, huh? So y'all just sitting on the clip. Hear me asking for it every week at least. Every week you heard me. Dang, I wish I could find that clip. Dang, I wish I could find that clip. Live stream ends. Y'all go straight to the video and watch it. Have a little chuckle. This is the clip Travis talking about. This is the clip. And come back next Saturday and just listen to me ask for it. Boy, y'all something else. If you see how they do me, Enchanted Cottage, do you see how they do me? Knowing damn well I give it to them immediately. Well, that's something else. All right, I see how y'all do me. I see how it goes. That is out of this world. Do you see this? Auntie Karen, I know you see what I just see. I mean, about 12 of y'all piped up and said, I can get the video. God bless America. Wait, I ain't mad at it. I ain't mad at it. By the time the crow crows 3 times tomorrow morning, you will deny me 3 times. Nah, not me. I'd never do that. I'd never do that. But that's something else. But that's all right. That's all right. I ain't even gonna hold it against you. I ain't gonna hold it against you. That's all right. I understand the human condition. Calvary Cross. All right, so the 7 deadly sins connected with the 7 Sephiroth. Dog, what are you doing? Huffing and puffing, rolling around. Keep rolling, 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 rolling. 5 of y'all got the video pulled up already. That is insane. Got it queued up. Got it queued up already. George Short says, gotta go start the day. Stay blessed, y'all. Peace to you, George Short. Peace to you. That reminds me of another clip I gotta get. Man, why you do me like that? Lord of mercy. Jojo says, say you got me on the Goetia class, I will send it right now. Now, Jojo, you better use this class. You better use this class. You better be the top student. You better be the prime example of success story. I need a shining review. I followed the class. I did the tips, techniques in the class, and I had a legitimate transformation. You better be the top student. All right. So, seven deadly sins, seven planets. He also places a cross on top of the mitre. Pappas says the men kneeling are crowned, one robed in red, the other in black. Nap follows in this respect, except that the men are not crowned. The one in black has a full head of hair, and the other is tonsured. Knapp also introduces trefoils on the back of the throne, a cavalry cross on the Hierophant's breast and mitre, equal armed crosses on the flaps of his headdress, and also a veil behind him between the pillars. Manly P. Hall's hieroglyph is a pentagram. The pentagram idea seems to have originated from Eliphas Levi, who says that the Hierophant is at the center of a quinary figure formed by himself, the heads of the pillars, and the threads of his two assistants. By drawing lines between these points, he says, a figure is produced of a square divided by a cross into four triangles, the Hierophant being in the center. Hmm, okay. We might also almost say, like the garden spider in the center of his web. Were such a comparison becoming to the things of truth, glory, and light? He goes on to say that, in fact, the image he conveys with such apology, no doubt, also with tongue in cheek, is a profound Rosicrucian symbol. Yeah, because the spider and the web. Can you see that now? The garden spider sitting in the center of his web. Can you see that? I feel like I can see it clear as day. Oh my God, I'm having an intense taste of Oreos right now. Is somebody eating Oreos? I'm talking about intense. The chocolate, the cream, all of it. The texture, even. Somebody's eating Oreos. Please stop. I am fasting right now, and this is messing with me. It's probably Haley. Louis says, what kind of coffee you make, by the way? This was Dunkin' Donuts. I plowed through my Starbucks bag, and right now it's Dunkin' Donuts. Almost empty. I'm smoking a J, says Ilah. Enchanted Cottage says, I eat Oreos daily, but not at this moment. Daily. Lady Justice says, when I'm fasting, all I watch is food porn. Man, I'll tell you one thing. Back when I was a Christian, strongly, I was getting a ride. Yeah, me and a friend that worked together were on our lunch break. And he was a Christian, I was a Christian. I don't know why the fuck we were talking about this, but I was trying to not, watch porn because of the temptation. But I was still like watching it, but getting frustrated. And the dude basically said to me, if you're attempting to move away from something, you don't play with temptation, right? You just remove yourself from it completely, and that's the best way to overcome something. And for some reason, that really stuck with me. So, for me at least, whenever I'm fasting, I don't play around. the distraction. I just can't do it. Don't want to do it. Don't need to do it. Why tease yourself, man? I still taste them Oreos, by the way. Somebody eating Oreos. It's probably what they call them, monitoring spirits. One of y'all watching or not commenting, because there's a lot more people watching than commenting. One of y'all eating Oreos. I know it. I know it. Okay. Ah, okay, okay. Lady Justice says, look at what Gandhi did with young girls. The temptation has to be there to be overcome. Okay, I can see your point. I can see your point. Because if the temptation is there in front of you and you're strong enough to not buckle, then of course you can really say that you've overcome it. I get it. All right, let's finish up this particular chapter. Further, in a letter to Baron Spedalieri, he says the Triple Crown represents Kether, the pillars, Chokmah and Hod, the two ministers, Binah and Netzach. Hmm. There is obviously a slip of the pen here, and what he meant to say was, no doubt, that the pillar heads represent Chokmah and Binah, and the heads of the priests, Netzach and Hod. He also refers the Triple Cross to the three lower Kabbalistic worlds of Bria, Yetzirah, and Asaya. Okay, that makes sense too, because if we're talking about Chokmah and Binah, Hod and Netzach, and then you see the Hierophant in the center, being the representative of these higher forces and delegating and delineating the information down to those on the lower plane. Makes sense. This student is still receiving, Hod is still receiving from Binah, but it must come through the channel of Tifereth. Netzach is still receiving from Chokmah, but it comes through the channel of Tifereth. So you got to look past the person and look at the force behind the individual person. When spirit moves, when soul communicates, it's going to be through natural means. It's going to be through natural means. Hmm. John Smith says, I'm behind on the video. Just got to the part where you mentioned Oreos. I just devoured 13 Oreos unapologetically, whole cookie in mouth at one time with a slow chew to increase satiation. That makes me think, fuck, look at an Oreo and what do you see? That Oreo, it's got that little symbol of like that circle. Doesn't it have like a triple cross on it? Just like the staff here on the Hierophant. Let me look that up on Google Images. Yeah, if you look at an Oreo, if you do a Google search, you'll see it's got that little, well, it's got a double cross, but hell, close enough for me. Neat. Neat. Well, maybe that's what it is then. From henceforth, Oreos will represent the path of the Hierophant. Amen. So weight follows the traditional design, but with several introductions. Innocent looking, but quite definitely phallic symbols of union on the top of each pillar. Horned circles on the back of the throne, deliberately disguised. Oh, I see it. I see it. There's your horned circles. I don't see the lingam, though. Hmm. 3 points on top of the mitre, crosses on the Hierophant's shoes. We saw that, the Jesus J's, Jesus Jordans. A carpet with 4 encircled, equal armed crosses. Checkering paving, checkered pavement, and crossed keys before the throne. The attendant priests are dressed in robes, one of which is embroidered with roses, the other with lilies. Both are tonsured. Each wears a Y-shaped pallium. Jesus, 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 Jesus. A symbol of yoke or union. The front of the Hierophant's dress bears a similar design, not readily noticeable. Down the front of which are 4 crosses. The top one is like an equal armed cross, except that the transverse arm is slightly shorter. In the next one, the transverse arm is moved up the shaft to form a Calvary cross. Oh, those are 4 different crosses on his chest. Excuse me, 3 different crosses. Gotta love the little symbolism in these cards, man. I just thought it was drawing style, but no. The next, it is further shifted to show a sword-like cross, and the bottom one is equal armed and partially covered with a central disc to resemble the cross of initiation. Yeah, okay, so there are 4 crosses, one at the very bottom. It's covered up by a circle. Oh man, here you go, here you go. Louis said, are those bald heads? There we go. I got a bald head. 2 bald heads at that. And there are 4 different types of crosses here on his front piece. This one being the equal armed cross covered up by a circle. But notice how this is the one with the long bottom that we see that Christ is often crucified on. I definitely would have never noticed that. That's why we got to read these last little paragraphs here. Case follows most of Waite's innovations, though he has no crosses down the front of the Hierophant's garment. He introduces instead a moon-shaped clasp at the top. The horned circles on the throne he makes more obvious, and he substitutes a small sphere on top of the mitre for Waite's 3 prongs. Like Waite, he has 15 trefoils on the tiara or mitre, 3, 5, and 7. He draws attention to the fact that there is a total of 10 crosses. Crowley early favored Levy's pentagram arrangement, but thought it would be better formed by the 4 holy living creatures adoring the Hierophant. The card design for the Harris Tarot is largely influenced by Crowley's private metaphysics, the main characteristics of which is a lack of humanity or humanness. As he says, there is a distinctly sadistic aspect to this card. His Hierophant seems to be laughing at a private joke and is in pentagram form, A dancing child in a pentagram is in his heart. He is seated on the bull of Taurus with an elephant, the Indian equivalent, in the background. The child is equated with Horus, the ruler of the new age. There is an aureola with dove and serpent. Wow. Hey, Enchanted Cottage 333. Have you ever heard of the tarot channel Serpent and Dove? The Serpent and Dove, or the Dove and Serpent. It's a tarot channel, and this fellow does tarot, and he's got like an ASMR style voice. I just found him recently. Ah, she says, yes, I know of him. Yeah, that's a really good channel. Really good channel. That guy most certainly knows his stuff. I usually don't subscribe that quickly, but it didn't take too many videos for me to subscribe because I could tell he knew his stuff. But yeah, interesting. Okay, there's an areola with dove and serpent behind his head fixed with 9 nails. The nails being symbolic of the Hebrew letter Vow, and the 9 indicative of the moon, which is exalted in Taurus. In the background is the starry sky, emblematic of Nuit. His headdress is phallic, and he bears a scepter surmounted by 3 interlaced circles, indicating 3 2,000-year eons. At the 4 corners of the card are the holy living creatures. His devotee is a woman facing out of the card, holding a crescent moon and a downward pointing sword. She is representative of the Scarlet Woman and Venus, ruler of Taurus. The Egyptian version shows the Hierophant wearing an Egyptian double crown of north and south with uraeus. He is seated between 4 lotus pillars, below which are figures of warriors, and above uraei with solar discs. Horned beasts are shown also each side at the top, and over all a winged sphere with ram's horns. The Hierophant is making the usual esoteric sign and has 2 men kneeling at his feet. He leans on a triple cross scepter. For reasons similar to those pertaining to the High Priestess, this card has been called the Pope and Jupiter, exoterically. Exoterically. So, that was the first part of this section on the spirit. Do y'all think that y'all can keep going? Do we got enough juice to keep the machine running? No, we might. We might. What do y'all think? What do y'all think? We can stop it there. You don't have to keep going, but we can keep going. Jesus on the main line. Aureola. Yeah, I said something else, didn't I? Aureola and Buddhi. Please, Lord, forgive me for that crack selling. Lady Justice says, did you say Saturn and Jupiter? The Pope and Jupiter. The Pope and Jupiter. For reasons similar to those pertaining to the High Priestess, this card has been called the Pope and Jupiter exoterically. Okay. Starline says, y'all cowards don't be messing with crack. Funny. I just started listening to that song again today. I usually go long periods of time without listening to it. Today, I had to stop being a coward. I'm clowning and quick to sell you a rock. My coat chopped and screwed as I slang on the block. I'm smoking crack and slinging work, all the while keeping y'all haters' feelings hurt. Ha ha. Oh my God. Well, I tell you, everything has to exist in this reality before it's finished. That's what Bobby Hemmett said. And that's the prophecy I take from Bobby Hemmett. Everything must exist, no matter how ridiculous. I'm clowning and quick to sell you a rock. What kind of friend is that? He said quick to. He lost his Jupiter is exalted in Pushya, Cancer. And if I'm not mistaken, no, I guess that doesn't really relate. Mm. I gotta ask Kristen, my expert Vedic astrologer. I gotta ask Kristen. Because I believe Pushya is related to the breast, to breasts. And that has more to do with like nurturing and, you know, the motherly aspect. Pushya. I do believe that the symbolism for Pushya is the breast. Ela says, yes, udder of the cow. Yeah. Ask her random stuff sometimes. I need to know if I've got any Pushya in my chart, especially when it comes to relationships, because I always seem to attract women with large breasts. And I know that the nakshatras do also represent, you know, the type of people you attract and the type of people you're attracted to and all that. So I was just curious. I want to know if I've got Pushya in my chart somewhere. Right. All right. So yeah, getting the coffee started. We'll take a quick break to go grab it, but we'll go ahead and get this 14th path going. Cheese. Dragon Ball. Ilah says the secret to the spirit world is the feminine, motherly energy. Absolutely. It's true. Gotta understand both aspects. So, 14th path. Oh, wow. Speaking of which, right? Speaking of which, look at where we are. The Empress. Speaking of which, the Empress card. Look at how comfortable she is, man. Chilling. Big ass couch. Out there in nature. Absolutely chilling. You got Venus. You got this heart. So you already know what time that is. All the Venus symbols back there. How many stars does she have on her crown? 12. So we got all the zodiac. So that probably indicates her connection from Chokmah going into Binah. Because remember, the spirit goeth into the womb of the matrix. And while it's in there, its destiny is mapped out, outlined from the rooter to the tutor. I'd say she's got watermelons all over her gown, but I'm pretty sure that's actually pomegranates. But I'm sure you could swap out pomegranate and watermelon for symbolism. She's holding her scepter. She's in a wheat field. So there's lots of abundance. There's plenty going on, right? Abundance and plenty. Abundance and plenty. Now, supposedly she's pregnant. We'll see. We'll see. But either way, she is chilling. No stress. Louis says yellow seems to be persistent in the cards. Excellent observation. Maybe not this guy, but chariot, the fool, magician, empress. Wonder what that represents, eh? So let's see what we got here. 14th path. The key, Daleth, the door. The door. I can see that very easily. The door. The way in and the way out. Spiritual significance is Venus. So this one straight up represents Venus. And by the way, if you don't know, this is the path that connects the divine masculine and the divine feminine. This is the path that connects Chokmah and Binah. This is the one that is the floor of the Most High Spirit. Patrick says yellow, Tifereth, and air. And that's according to a particular scale, right? I wonder what it represents on a different scale. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Mm, mm. But yeah, we're gonna go with what you're saying, Tifereth, Patchwork. We're gonna go with Tifereth. We're gonna go with Tifereth. Why not? Starland says y'all scared our resident Christians away. I know, right? What a shame. They'll be back. They come in bursts. If you notice, they all come at once. They don't come straggling in. They come like 3 deep, 3, 4, 5 deep sometimes. But they don't come alone. Daleth, the door. Spiritual significance is Venus. The theory, daughter of the mighty ones, the Empress. Colors, emerald green, sky blue, early spring green, bright rose or cerise, rayed pale green. Text, the 14th path is the illuminating intelligence, and is so called because it is that chasmal, which is the founder of the concealed and fundamental ideas of holiness and of their stages of preparation. So we got these ideas of holiness and their stages of preparation, right? Preparation. Holiness requires preparation and stages. We got these fundamental ideas of holiness and how they're stacked up. Not only are these ideas fundamental, they're also concealed. So the 14th path is the illuminating intelligence. And it is so called because it is that chasmal, which is the founder of the concealed and fundamental ideas of holiness and their stages of preparation. All right, let me look up that word, chasmal. Oh, he says it right here. Chasmal, i.e., the brilliant one. But on the internet, it says resembling a chasm, a deep opening in the Earth's surface. Yeah, the internet's just giving me chasm definitions. Big puppy. MC Maestro, peace and greetings. Where is Binah in the Bible? Mm, 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 mm. That's a good question. That's a good question. Elos says the Mother Mary. Mother Mary, won't you whisper something but the past is done? Mother Mary, won't you whisper something but the past is done? Why can't we not be lovers? What a good song, eh? The real Coupe de Villain. Peace, peace. Peace, peace. Just want to start this. Oh. Okay, here they go. So you guys see them in the chat? Here they go. Norton says this looks like some pagan stuff. Like which part specifically looks like some pagan stuff? Could it be the words on the page? Because I know you guys do not like to read. It could be the words on the page. That could be the pagan stuff that he's referring to. Trust me, trust me, trust me, trust me. The water is boiling, but I'm gonna get at least one verse down. One. As the lower transverse paths, the 27th and 19th are, respectively, the girders of the personality and the individuality. So remember, we went through that before when we covered those paths. The path of Leo and the path of, what was it, the tower? These girders, right, going across, bearing the weight of the pressure of consciousness coming down, bearing the weight, Leo, strength, bearing the weight of pure consciousness coming down, boom for the soul, the girder holding, POP holding it down, and the same thing happening down here, the girder connecting, Hod and Netzach, bearing the pressure, what is that, the tower. We got the same thing going on up here with the Empress card, except ain't nobody been to me. You'll notice the triangle's pointing upward as opposed to pointing downward. How you gonna ask me a question like that? How you gonna ask me a question like that? So As the lower transverse paths, the 27th and the 19th, are, respectively, the girders of the personality and individuality, so the lower self and the higher self, so is this path the main girder of the spirit itself on its own levels of manifestation. The Yetziratic text calls it that Chasmal, i.e., brilliant one, which is the founder of the concealed and fundamental ideas of holiness. The concealed and fundamental ideas of holiness. It is indeed the hidden foundation of all beings and form. I said it is indeed the hidden foundation of all beings and form, which would kind of make sense to have a motherly mother, Empress, represent this particular energy, this particular vibration of existence, the mother of all, the fount of our being. Wait. It is indeed the hidden foundation of all beings and form. The fount of our being is in Kether, but manifestation as a stable unit requires the functioning of the principles of polarity, which at this level are the archetypal principles of Chokmah and Binah, and it is this 14th path that interconnects them. That interconnects them. Lady Justice says a negative space, in this instance, more in sympathy with the vagina, thus also the womb, thus the pregnant potential of the Empress. Yes. Norton says they are promoting the divine feminine. I can't believe what they're doing on YouTube. They are promoting the divine feminine. They can't keep getting away with this. They simply can't. Sunshine Chick, peace and greetings. Welcome back. Welcome back. Late night session. A bit long winded lately, but we're gonna see it through. We're gonna see it through. Absolutely. Absolutely. And by the way, just to give you a warning, because I don't know if you want to stick around for this, but they're promoting the divine feminine over here. So you might want to, I don't know if you know what I'm saying. At least according to Norton. That's what Norton says. That's what Norton says. I could be wrong. The fount of our being is in Kether, but manifestation as a stable unit requires the functioning of the principles of polarity, which at this level are the archetypal principles of Chokmah and Binah. And it is this 14th path that interconnects them. Yeah, all right, listen. Let me go check on that stuff real quick. Be right back. Must be nice. killing me, man. You're killing me. I swear, I'm going to update my library clips next time, though. Next time.
Hey, Skinny, man. You tell me this shit just fell out your pocket, man. Skinny. Hey, bitch. You tell me this shit fell out your pocket, man.
Hey, man.
Hey, what, man?
You know what you could do.
What can I do, man? You tell me what I can do, man.
Hot, hot, hot. All right. In it for the long haul. Long haul. We are in it. A nigga running up and down the field with a ball. That means something to you? With a ball in his hand. That means something to you? We got to get them clips, man. And of course, guys, come on. We know Adam and Eve were not physical, naked folks running around a garden with an apple in their hand. Wasn't a little naked, blonde hair, blue-eyed, white man, white woman running around in a garden. That was way before some physical plane stuff. We talk about cosmic forces still, right? We talk about cosmic forces. Yeah, Adam and Eve was real, but it was not two butt-naked human beings running around a garden. We talking about energy. Energy. Fat Tony in the building. We still in here. We still doing it. All right, the 14th path. Let's get back to it, shall we? With this piping hot coffee. So this path is connecting Chokmah and Binah too. The path is thus itself an archetype of all subsequent manifestation. It is a first forming in actuality of the principles inherent in the incoming flow of spiritual power from the unmanifest. It is thus the gate to manifestation, or to coin the symbolism of the Hebrew letter, the door to it. Because remember, this is the door. Likewise, could it be called the door to the world of the spirit? For this path is along the path of the lightning flash, and when returning upon that way, this path is the last channel of consciousness where the pillars of manifestation in their action of upholders of form holds sway. Could you Adam and Eve it? Could you Adam and Eve it? MC Maestro says Yakub 113, and they had blonde hair and blue eyes. Exactly. That's the Adam and Eve I'm gonna go with, man. That's the Adam and Eve I'm going with. You disagree with it? You don't know anything about spirituality. Blonde hair, blue eyed Adam and Eve for the win. Running around naked with leaves as underwear. With leaves as underwear. With draws, leave draws. And Eve thongs. Leave thongs. That type of thing. Toyo Beat says, words feed the ego. Drop the books and meditate. Ooh, they coming in with mic drops, boy. They coming in with mic drops. He put it in caps too. Words feed the ego. Drop the books and meditate, 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 meditate. You hear the echo afterwards. Bye all. Have a good. Ooh, he came in with a mission, boy. You hear me? He came on a mission. Toyo Beats came to prove a point, boy. He said drop the books. Well, fuck it. Shit. Fuck it. Since we on Toyo Beats times, book study over with. Y'all heard what he said. Words feed the ego. Drop the books. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We don't need this. We need what Toyo Beats is talking about. And Arian backed them up. Hey, no, Arian's challenging them. 30 minutes ain't enough. Ain't enough. Toyo Beats claps back 30 minutes a day. And then after a month, you do an hour. Ooh, Toyo got the game plan for your ass, boy. 30 minutes a day. And then after a month, you do an hour. Drop the books. This is without books, mind you. After 8 years, you do 4 hours plus and kill you. Hot tamale. Well, they got the master plan. These boys got the master. I don't know where y'all came from. These boys got the master plan, boy. He said detached from internal vowels and consonants. Ooh. Man, listen. Whatever I've been doing all this time, I ain't reached their level yet. I ain't reached their level yet. I have not reached their level yet. I'm grateful they even stopped by to drop that wisdom on me, because, man, Vipassana, watch the breath, and body scan. Okay, that's solid. That's solid. I'm gonna give you that. Listen, man, hey, we are not all fortunate to be blessed with wisdom from true masters. Meditation powerhouses, boy. Meditation masters. My sessions last for 3 hours now. I was initiated into mantra, but I've attended Vipassana courses too. Okay, all right. That's all right, man. We got. Look, Lady Justice said competitive meditators. They showing out tonight, man. Y'all better be taking notes too. Y'all better be taking notes. They side by side. They shoulder to shoulder with it. Chest to chest with it. We from the East, bro. This is in our blood. They chest to chest with it. Dang, man. What's going on in the cosmos? What's going on in the astrology tonight? Because that's all right, man. Hey, I ain't mad at it. Well, they doing the boom, exactly. Chicanos fighting for higher learning said they doing the work. Exactly. They doing the work. Going in on the meditation. Gooning on the astral plane, boy. Straight gooning. That's all right, man. Hey, that's all right. Enchanted Cutter says, what in the Om is going on? Lady Justice says, last one to move wins. 3, 2, 1, meditate. Rain Star says, hugging from the front. Hugging from the front and the back. Dang. I, I don't even have a horse in this race, man. I don't have no cars on the table. Y'all got it. Y'all got it. Cause they dropped some solid points, but they in here bumping chest to chest, back to back, hugging from the front and the back. That's impressive, man. That's hey, my little mantras, my little stuff I got going on. Shit. Let's get back to it, man. Let's get back to it. We still gotta read books. We still gotta read books, so we ain't even nowhere close to what they got going on. Shannon Carter said, I was meditating for 3 years. Okay, so you in the race too now. You in the race too. JOV says, once you find the breath moves on its own without your intervention, you will witness Yahweh. Facts, man, facts. Facts. You still doing them little meditations? Only 1 hour, huh? An hour? Oh, that's all? Okay. Okay. Oh, for real? Oh, that's what's up. That's what's up, man. Chicago Spider Power learns so once you cross the toes, meditation to another level. Dang, man. This day, we are fortunate to be blessed by a couple of powerhouses, man. A couple of powerhouses. That's all right. Hopefully, y'all will welcome me with open arms when I get to y'all level. That's what I'm gonna say. Welcome me with open arms. I'm trying to get to where y'all at. Meanwhile, I got to read this book. Hey, I just started. I just started this, and this is all brand new to me. I'm just trying to figure it out. So if y'all could help a beginner like me, if y'all could just lend out a hand or some advice to help somebody that's on a starting level like me to get to where y'all at, and like you said, without books, meditation juggernaut. Juggernaut. Imagine a meditation juggernaut, swole head and a swole neck, veins popping out. Just meditate. All right, all right. Seriously now. Seriously. Since I got to use words to climb my way up. Where were we? The door, right? The door. Likewise, it could be called the door to the world of the spirit. For this path is along the path of the lightning flash. And when returning upon that way, this path is the last channel of consciousness where the pillars of manifestation in their action of upholders of form hold sway. It is the door to illumination, as the Yetziratic text infers, the complete illumination of the vision of God face to face in Chokmah. In Chokmah. However, it is on its manifesting aspect that the symbolism of the tarot trump lays emphasis. We're talking about Big Mama. Teeth grinding while meditating. Right, Goku and Vegeta, hyperbolic chamber meditation. 300 times pressure, gravity meditation. However, it is on its manifesting aspect that the symbolism of the tarot trump lays emphasis. This foundation stone of the building of the temple of man in manifest existence is called the daughter of the mighty ones, emphasizing in the daughter symbolism its respective form aspect. So, of course, when we have these symbols of woman, daughter, queen, virgin, crone, fertile, sterile, the symbols of woman is going to relate to the aspect of form, tangible existence. The mighty ones, right? Because we're talking about the daughter of the mighty ones. The mighty ones are the principles of manifest existence, the principles of manifest existence, which are shown forth on the tree as the Sephirah, Chokmah, and Binah, prime force and archetypal form. There's your divine masculine, prime force. For Aryan in the chat, he coming from the east. Your prime force, that's going to be your Shiva, right? The archetypal form is going to be your Shakti. Root potency and root latency. So like we're literally talking about the basic building blocks, right? The higher up you go, it's not like this majestic, visualized, fantastical world. It's really more on the side of science and the building blocks. We're talking about pure force and pure form, not people. Auntie Karen talking like Darth Vader. Aryan, your lack of understanding the tarot should embarrass you. The mighty ones are the principles of manifest existence which are shown forth on the tree as the Sephiroth, Chokmah, and Binah. Prime force, archetypal form, root potency and root latency, supernal fire and supernal water, alchemical sulfur and alchemical salt, and all the vast complex of symbolism and meaning implied by these two great Sephiroth, representatives on the highest causal levels of the two pillars of manifestation. Bebe's kid says Trav catching strays tonight. Catching strays? What strays? How am I catching strays? I like to see myself conducting an insightful book study. On the card, the daughter of the mighty ones appears enthroned in an open field, holding a scepter surmounted with the sign of Venus and having a shield inscribed with an eagle. She could be considered to be another aspect of the great feminine side of God, which also appears in the high priestess, the leader of the lion, and so on, and can be equated with any of the goddesses on the pagan pantheons. It is indeed a synthesis of them all. Hmm. All the cards that touch the middle pillar: high priestess, empress, strength, temperance, the tower, universe. Are those all the female figures on the major arcana? Enchanted Cottage. Is that all the female figures? Are they all in the middle pillar? Interesting. Hmm. 222. 5. The ramifications of the symbolism are enormous, as might be expected. The feminine side tends to be overlooked, nonetheless, by the Orthodox Church, except perhaps in the Roman Catholic regard for the Virgin Mary and the female saints. This is unfortunate, for it means that we tend to consider only half of what God really is. The limitations of English grammar may contribute something to this. There is, anyway, an element of irony in the fact that the ancient Kabbalists called God after the magical image of Kether, he who is all right side. That's all right. He who is all right side. For in the neglect of the feminine divine principle, only one side of God is commonly considered. The feminine side is in one aspect, the form side of manifestation, commonly referred to esoterically as Isis of nature. This name holds a wider implication than Isis as a mere rustic goddess. It embraces all nature from first manifestation right through all the planes down to the dense physical world in which we are anchored. It is this view of Isis that is implied in the title of the well known esoteric textbook H.P. Blavatsky's Isis Unveiled. That the realization of this aspect of things is a fundamental point in the progress of the soul is brought out in the chemical marriage of Christian Rosenkreutz. Here, the narrator of the story, who achieves further in the mysteries than any other, does so because he was afforded the sight of Isis unveiled, or in the symbolism of the story, the naked Lady Venus. Naked Lady Venus, Isis unveiled. A quotation from the text is of interest, for it is loaded with deep and evocative Rosicrucian symbolism. The page led me by the hand through a very dark passage till we came to a little door, now only put to, for, as the page informed me, it was first opened yesterday when the coffins were taken out, i.e., those of the royal bride and bridegroom, GK, Gareth Knight, and had not since been shut. As soon as we stepped in, I espied the most precious thing that nature ever created. For this vault had no other light but from a certain huge carbuncles. Thus was the king's treasury. But the most glorious and principal thing was a sepulchre in the middle, so rich that I wondered it was no better guarded. Whereunto the page answered me that I had good reason to be thankful to my planet, by whose influence I had now seen certain pieces which no human eye, except those of the king's family, had ever viewed. This sepulchre was triangular and had in the middle of it a kettle of polished copper. The rest was of pure gold and precious stones. In the kettle stood an angel who held in his arms an unknown tree, whose fruit, continually falling into the kettle, turned into water therein, and ran out into three small golden kettles standing by. This little altar was supported by an eagle, an ox, and a lion, which stood on an exceedingly costly base. I asked my page what this might signify. Here, said he, lies buried Lady Venus, that beauty which hath undone many a great man, both in fortune, honor, blessing, and prosperity. After by which he showed me a copper door in the pavement, saying, here, if you please, we may go further down. We descended the steps, where it was exceeding dark, but the page immediately opened a little chest in which stood a small, ever-burning taper, wherefrom he kindled one of the many torches that lay by. I was mightily terrified and asked how he durst do this. He gave me for answer, As long as the royal persons are still at rest, I have nothing to fear. Herewith I espied a rich bed ready made, hung about with curious curtains, one of which he drew, and I saw the Lady Venus, stark naked, for he heaved up the coverlets too, lying there in such beauty, and a fashion so surprising that I was almost beside myself. Neither do I yet know whether it was a piece thus carved, or a human corpse that lay dead there, for she was altogether immovable, and yet I durst not touch her. So she was again covered, yet she was still, as it were, in my eye. But I soon espied behind the bed of a tablet on which it was thus written, "Here follows a short passage in strange script, superficially similar to the Enochian or angelic language used by Dr. Dee and Edward Kelly in their magical experiments of the 16th century and revived in MacGregor Mather's Golden Dawn teaching." Gareth Knight. I asked my page concerning this writing, but he laughed, with promise that I should know it too, and he putting out the torch. We again ascended. Then I better viewed all the little doors, and found that on every corner there burned a small taper of pyrites, of which I had before taken no notice, for the fire was so clear that it looked much liker a stone than a taper. From this heat the tree was forced continually to melt, yet it still produced new fruit. "Now behold," said the page, "when the tree shall be quite melted down, then shall Lady Venus awake and be the mother of a king." An interesting consequence of all this is that the narrator, who is Christian Rosencrantz himself, on being made, with his companions, a knight of the golden stone, finds that he alone has had the sight of the Lady Venus, and that this is a mystery so high and profound that the very experience of it is almost regarded as a blasphemy. The only person to have received the experience before was the doorkeeper to the castle, who is now to be released from his post as soon as Christian Rosencrantz confesses to his vision. From thenceforth, Christian Rosencrantz is to be the doorkeeper. Damn. Trade in places. You know what? I think I have darkness visible. I think that's a text that you mentioned, Louis, that I actually do have. Hell yeah. And as I was looking yesterday through my shelf, that one was like kind of popping out right in my vision. So I guess I'll check that one out. Darkness visible. Because I bought it, but I didn't really go too deep into it. Hmm. 10. This is a most interesting point when one considers what Christian Rosencrantz really represents. Just as our Lord is the perfect man entering into the corruption of human life in earth to show the way through and out of it, so Christian Rosencrantz is the perfect man who, in order that the divine plan should be preserved unsullied by corruption, remained out of dense manifestation. The corruption resulting from man's fall is Kabbalistically considered to extend as far as Doth. And of course, you guys can recall that drawing where it's got the fall of the tree of life. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Where it's got the fall of the tree of life, and you see God up there split into three: the angel, the dove, the old man. They're all looking away from creation. You got the four uh, archangels guarding, and then the multi-headed red serpent coming up, infesting Adam and Eve and all the Sephiroth. Y'all know that picture, right? That book is actually buried under a stack of other books, and I don't feel like pulling it out. I don't feel like pulling it out. That's what she said. So this corruption resulting from man's fall is Kabbalistically considered to extend as far as Doth. This 14th path is immediately above Doth. Whew, thank God. And has the Hebrew letter attribution of a door. The door which has corruption on the one side and perfection on the other. And the keeper of the door is Christian Rosenkreutz. It is the Rosicrucian mysteries that come after the Christian mysteries of Tifereth, and only after them, which does not say much for the spiritual perspicacity of some organizations that offer to teach the secrets of the Rosicrucians, and yet claim they are not religious bodies. Though such organizations may do good work at their own level, the two statements are mutually contradictory and suggest a lack of a really deep grasp of the principles involved. I work with Dov. Chest to chest, competitive meditators. Well, that's funny. Imagine competing on a subjective experience. Competing on a like imagine that. You got the macho testosterone fueled need to top somebody else, to one up somebody else. And we're doing that in the field of metaphysical subjective experience. Boy, that is wild. That is funny. Objective, okay, right? I done this better than you, and everybody can see it, and I can prove it, right? I can run longer than you, I can jump higher than you, right? All these objective experiences, right? But subjective, taking it to the subjective level, that is funny. Nigga, I meditate for 5 minutes. Nigga, I meditate for 30 minutes. Nigga, fuck you, I meditate for 2 hours. Nigga, fuck you, I meditate for 6 hours. At the end, you know what I'm saying? How do you even prove that? How do we even stack that up? What do you get from it? You know, fuck it. Fuck it. Let's, I'll allow it. Let it play out. Boost that algorithm. Nigga, I'm meditating right now. This is my astral body, motherfucker. What? What, nigga? What? All right. I'm gonna see you in the astral plane, motherfucker. I'm gonna see you in the astral plane. Nigga, I'm protected by some dark and spooky shit. I work with the clip off, nigga. Fuck you, I work with the clip off. Like, when does it end? Because it's subjective, it can't end anywhere. It can't end. Unless, of course, the clip off turned into the clip being let off. Oh, humanity. Oh, ego. Cute. I'll allow you to entertain me for a while. Frieza!
I meditate with my eyes open, motherfucker. What? I'm meditating right now.
Lord have mercy. Lord have mercy. Well, if I'm not mistaken, Enchanted Cottage, don't we have the moon and the sun in Leo right now? If I'm not mistaken. Usually I'm not, but sometimes I am. Ilah says, not about how long one meditates, not about how much one knows. If you get into that instead of focusing on learning, then no matter how much you know, it don't mean anything. Exactly. Exactly. Because the truth is, and I mean, this is my perspective at least. If you really were doing the work like that, this type of back and forth would never even transpire. Why are you in a random live stream trying to prove? To who? To why? Like, we not gonna remember you. You not gonna remember us. Like, it was literally a waste of time. I benefit from it, not by much, but I benefit from it a little bit. Anyways, I think it's better to entertain the trolls than try to fight with them. I think that seems to be working better for me. Anyways, anyways, I meditate with my chest out. The sun gaze bros standing back to back, competing on who can stare to the sun the longest. That would be hilarious. Tandakata says, and Mercury is there too. Okay, well there you go. That's why. That's why. See, my sun and my moon are Gemini, but tonight we doing Leo, and Mercury, which rules Gemini, is also in Leo. There you go. I am officially a Leo tonight. How about that? Chandakar says Mercury Gatorade is in Leo. I see Mercury retrograde is beneficial to Gemini and Virgo. Did you know that? Did you know that? I know that. Yeah, that one. Hey, I don't need meditation. Meditation needs me, motherfucker. I'm keeping the frequency of world peace. I'm keeping the frequency that's preventing us from getting into World War III. So you don't understand the postulation of the stipulation of the magnification of my intense meditation, brother. See, that's why y'all got it all twisted. That's why y'all got it all fucked up, nigga. See. When I meditate, I keep the peace in the Middle East. I keep the nukes in their cage. When I say the word, the nukes come out. When I stop meditating, bombs start dropping, motherfucker. Lord have mercy. I thought the corruption was supposed to stop at Darth. Y'all taking it too far now. Automatic, systematic. See, y'all should have thanked them too before they left, because it's because of them. It's simply because of them that we not at war right now. It's because of them. AI hasn't taken over yet because of people like them. Right? They holding it down. They keeping the meditation. They keeping the frequency. They pushing the frequency of peace. They publishing peace out here. So you need to be grateful for your competitive meditators, your meditation juggernauts. Because if it wasn't for them, man, they holding the Himalayas together right now. Dang, I should have got an autograph or something. I should have got a screenshot, man. I gotta play it back and catch those two dudes, man. Lord have mercy. See what kind of people? Let me stop. All right. So 11. However, a full analysis of the Rosicrucian symbolism of the chemical marriage is out of place here, as it would take a whole book to itself. But a hint of the tremendous factors involved can be discerned from the last statement of the page. And then the dude opened up with, drop the books. He came in with bars, right? Drop the books. You don't need the books. came in with it. I see what y'all doing on this channel, but fuck all that. Just reading shit dead, canceled, over with. A hint of tremendous factors involved can be discerned from the last statement of the page. A character who represents very well an aspect of the holy guardian angel. I could see that being the guide. When the tree shall be quite melted down, he says, then shall Lady Venus awake and be the mother of a king. The mother of a king. All right, now, Star Lion. Now you're hitting a little too close to home now. So slow it down. Slow it down now. Steam coming out the ears, meditate. What kind of meditate are you doing? What kind of meditate are we doing, man? Lord have mercy. All right. When the tree shall be quite melted down, he says, then shall Lady Venus awake and be the mother of a king. In other words, and this is only one interpretation of many possible, and all equally valid, each in their own degree, when the tree of life, the whole manifested universe, is withdrawn into the unmanifest, then the life locked up within that vast form, which kept it in being in a state of manifest coherence, will be freed. I mean, there is a force that's keeping all of existence in place, right? Hmm. This life which holds form in being will no longer be the sleeping Venus or Isis of nature, but the living waters of the Ein Sof, the great sea of the unmanifest, into which all spiritual beings who have attained their full evolution in form will withdraw as individual units, as kings. And the great form principle will be their mother. 12. It is difficult to find exact expressions for ideas such as this, for inevitably one becomes immersed in complexes of related symbols. Womb, great mother, amniotic fluid, primordial sea, waters of the unmanifest, or if Binah or of the astral light, so on, which merge into one another in a matter which tends to baffle the mind. It becomes something like trying to count the series of infinite images to be seen in two parallel mirrors. You ever done that? Have one mirror in front of you, one mirror behind you, and like try to count how far deep you can see the reflections? That's a cool way to do it. And also, if you've got a camera projecting to a TV and you record the TV, you'll see the same thing. Ah, the camcorder days. Man, when I finally got a nice, fancy, big ass camera, they stopped being relevant. They stopped being relevant. That sucks. It's just down there collecting dust and mold, man. It's so inconvenient to film and then extract it from the tape to digital and then edit it. That's when you can just press record on your phone and it looks better. Evolution, man. Evolution is something else. Anyways, peace and greetings to everybody still here. We are now 6 hours in. Isn't that something? Isn't that something, dude? Wow. Wow. Two juggernauts. Imagine the chances of not one, but two masters coming in to battle in the meditation cage. Tell you, man, strange times, man. Strange times we living in. Long ass match. 2 hours watching two veiny, muscled up, hard breathing people Meditating against each other. Interesting. Interesting. Ashley B says, doesn't feel like that much time has passed. It really doesn't, man. It really doesn't. Y'all tell me. I don't know. See, time moves super fast for me all the time, anyways. So I don't know if it's me. I don't know if it's just the nighttime. I don't know if it's because of dealing with this information. I don't know. But time has been moving faster and faster and faster for a few years now. It's still accelerating. It's still accelerating. Like it's faster now than it was the last time I said that. I hate it, man. I'll be up when I'll wake up when the sun comes up and I'll see it go down. It's like that whole nighttime experience just went by so fast. I'll tell you one thing though. I love going into trance and communicating with my inner mind. Like I realize that is such a sweet experience, man. That's why I love the nighttime so much, because nobody interrupts me. Nobody's awake to bother me. It's just me, total darkness, and I can go as deep as I want to get, and I can stay there as long as I want to stay. Like the only thing is the sun coming up. Then I can start to see everything in the room. It's pouring through the blinds. Birds start chirping, and it's like, damn, I gotta wrap this up, but I don't want to leave. I just want to meditate. I just want to be a juggernaut. Yeah, man. I finally realized it. Like that's the most beautiful part of my day is going into deep trance and it's not even always communicating with a spirit. It's not even always like connecting with the spirit and doing. It's not even always that. Sometimes it's just being in the presence of divinity, man. Like sometimes just being there. It's fucking sweet, man. It's sweet in every way of the word. It's delicious. It's beautiful. It feels beautiful. It like. I'm telling you, man, like that's the best part of my day, better than everything else. Everything else. And it just never lasts long enough. Once I start seeing that sun come up, once I start seeing the light and hearing the birds chirp, it's like, oh man. And then that last hour, I try to squeeze as much out of it as I can. Golly, man. Just thinking about it makes me feel good. I wonder what those two meditation juggernauts feel when they meditate, dude. I wonder if they go even deeper, man. They might actually cross the abyss. Just step over it, huh? They must bring it right on back down with them, huh? Shopping at Walmart, just with the divine essence floating all around them. Price tags just falling off the shelf. Meat falling off the bone. People just waking up getting blessed. Don't need no books. Yeah, man. After this, man, I'm going to my meditation. Fuck it. All right. We'll get to that. But first, this. So the two mirrors, right? Having a mirror in front of you and a mirror behind you. You ever try to look deep into those mirrors and see how far back the reflection goes? Starline says they're probably making their rounds in other lives, telling them to drop the book. Yeah. Instead of meditating, that's what they're spending their time doing. Imagine if each live stream was an incarnation and they're just reincarnating, telling people to do shit that they don't even do. Wouldn't that be funny? Living my life like it's golden. 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 Drop the books. Drop the books. Metaphysical police. Drop the books. Words and vowels. Meditate. Vipassana.
Nigga, I meditate too, so what you talking about? Nigga, fuck you, I meditate, nigga. Bitch, motherfucker. Shit, I meditate. And what? And what? How long you meditate? I meditate for 30 minutes. Nah, nigga, 30 minutes ain't enough. You need to meditate an hour. Bitch, I do an hour? Shit, I do 2 hours. Well, nigga, you ain't do 3 hours. Ay, caramba. You can't make it up. All right, enough of that now. Enough of that. Enough of that silliness. And what's funny is one of them been here for hours. That wasn't his first comment. He was waiting for the next opportunity. Oh my gosh. Got to love it. All right. The mirrors reflecting each other. It is difficult to find exact expressions for ideas such as this, for inevitably one becomes immersed in complexes of related symbols. Womb, great mother, amniotic fluid, primordial seat, waters of the unmanifest, or of Binah, or of the astral light, and so on, which merge into one another in a manner which tends to baffle the mind. It becomes something like trying to count the series of infinite images to be seen in two parallel mirrors. But such is inevitable when considering mysteries whose level of being is so far above the reach of the mind. It is possible to know a thing by intuition and yet be very hard put to explain it. The failure to explain a belief does not indicate its falsity. You need to hear that. The failure to explain a belief does not indicate its falsity. It implies only an inadequate reasoning faculty. As there is so much stress laid upon reason these days, though, it can happen that a person may gain a correct grasp of a situation by intuition and yet feel obligated, because of the current intellectual climate, to find reasons for his attitude, right? So you receive something from spirit, you get that download, you get that intuition, but you'll feel the need to justify it in logic. You got to do all that. That message was for you. Just act on it, walk on it, right? Further, one may have the case of a person intuitionally correct, but who gives bad reasons for his standpoint. He may then be judged on his false reasoning, and his true assessment be decried on that score. Similarly, one may have a person who fails to grasp a situation intuitionally, but yet is able to advance very good reasons for his incorrect viewpoint, such as liable to get a better hearing. Hmm. Keep that in mind, right? Because we're talking about different levels of mind, of mentation. You've got this intuitional level, and you've also got this ego logical level, and you got to know the difference. Your mind is trying to figure out reasons and logic for why stuff is the way that it is. Now, there's also intuition, which gives you the answer, right? It gives you, it's nothing else to figure out. It gives you the full story right there. But what happens is when that higher level of understanding hits the ego, your ego now tries to break it down and process it and make it make sense and force it into modern terms and all that good stuff. And oftentimes that can fuck up the whole download. But understand that it's two different things, and it's okay if you can't fully explain what you downloaded. It's okay. Everybody, hell, it might not be for everybody else. It might be just for you. And sometimes people are really good at yapping, and the words are empty, sound good, but are empty of spirit. There was no download, but they're good at putting pieces together and making shit sound good. Because here's the thing I learned about spirit and spiritual communication. When somebody's tapped in, when that spirit has given somebody a message and they communicate it to you, you're going to hear that spirit through their words. It doesn't matter what they say. They can be making a metaphor about hot dogs and spicy hot Cheetos, but you're going to be able to hear what the spirit kind of told them to you. You're going to be able to pick up that subtle information. When a person is really touched by spirit, it's going to come through to you. And when somebody hasn't been touched by spirit and they're just yapping and it sounds good, you'll walk away feeling like you haven't been fed, right? You'll feel like, yeah, you heard a lot of words and it took up a lot of time, but you didn't really you didn't really get anything out of it, right? You ever listen to somebody drop a bunch of information on you, and when you walk away feeling like, yeah, I think I might have learned something, but I don't know. I really didn't get anything from it. Well, it could have been that, there wasn't any substance there to begin with. Just saying. Just saying. Dude came in with a T-shirt said, "I am meditation." He was serious about that, boy. And maybe they do meditate, right? But you know what else? They probably have never met another meditator in person, so they think that they are, just like on Dragon Ball Z. What's his name? Dr. Satan. What do they call him? The human dude who everybody thought was the strongest fighter. They thought he beat up Majin Buu. It's easy to think that you're the best when you haven't met anybody else who does what you do. Bless their heart, though. Bless their heart. Hercule. That's what I was looking for. Hercule. It's funny. His Japanese name is Mr. Satan, huh? Goetic Nightshade. Peace. Goetic Nightshade says, "Hey, Travis, would you give us more info about Lord Andros and his armies? Maybe sigils of each of his 3 sections of armies, if you have channeled them." Yes. And thanks for reminding me, actually. Thanks for reminding me. Oh, boy. Spooky, spooky stuff, huh? I don't want to crack open that notebook. I don't want to go back. They bite. Starline says, "People come here, see the unicorn and a mysterious book." A mysterious book? What makes it mysterious? They just automatically know, huh? Automatically their brain thinks this must be sinister stuff. Yeah, man. Amazing. Amazing. So, substance, right? It's okay to receive intuition and not be able to translate it in English. That might not be what it's for. Sometimes it's just for you to know that God is with you, that your soul is with you. Sometimes it's just for you to feel that presence and that assurance that your higher self is working on your behalf and everything's going according to plan. You just need to trust and see it through. Sometimes it's there for that. All you really got to do is lean on that, and it'll figure itself out in the end. It'll translate to you. Maybe as you get your chops up, maybe as you build your library of correspondences, you'll start to be able to translate it. But 13. Of course, the ideal is to be intuitionally correct and to have the right reasons as well, but such does not always occur. A case in point in legend is the attitude of Mordred and Morgan Le Fay. They had very good reasons for attacking King Arthur. He was, in the bluntest terms, a willing cuckold. Oh, wait a minute now. In modern days, you only see that on porn websites. But I digress. He was, in the bluntest terms, a willing cuckold and also out of touch with the common people. Not a willing cuckold, but I guess what other kind is there, right? The commons sided with Mordred in the last great battles. But the attitude of Morgan and Mordred, whatever deeper motives of jealousy or hate may have been at the back of it, was one of reason and extreme perfectionism. Yet it was of the devil, for by it the fellowship of the table round was destroyed. The illuminating intelligence of the 14th path is the light of the spirit, not the light of reason, which, as the tarot trump of the 26th path implies, can be of the devil, an imprisoning illusion. even more so than the glamours of the emotions or the astral plane. Mhm. Mhm. Let's get it started. Let's get it started in here. 14. From all these considerations, it may be inferred how vast and potent a figure the Empress of the Tarot Trump, the daughter of the mighty ones, in her deeper implications, is. And of course, the same applies to the other tarot figures in the upper reaches of the tree: the Fool, the Magician, the High Priestess. These are the levels of the spiritual foundations of all manifestation and the vast simplicities of spiritual truth. And so they are never likely to be fully elucidated by us in our present condition. 15. The Empress is throned in the midst of nature, showing her intimate connection with all natural form existence. And she bears a scepter of Venus and a shield with an eagle. The sign Venus, by its configuration, shows its relevance to this 14th path, right? There she is in a field. You see the Venus, you see the scepter, you see the shield. You see it? Uh-oh, Jojo. They called in the big dogs, Jojo. They went to get Big Brother, Jojo. They went to get Big Brother. Let's get it started in here. Okay, all right. Elah says tip is when in meditation, if you're judgment or defining, then you're not seeing actual reality. Things tell you what they are. What's inside comes out, just like thoughts and actions. So, the sign Venus, by its configuration, shows its relevance to this 14th path. It is a solar circle, an emblem of radiant spirit surmounting the cross of manifestation. 16. The eagle is also a profound symbol well fitted to this path. It is a bird capable of rising to tremendous heights and is considered traditionally to be the only creature able to look directly at the sun, the symbolic source of spiritual life and light. In Christian symbolism, it has been considered as a messenger from heaven, which ties in well with its association with Ganymede, the cupbearer of the gods. It appears in alchemical symbolism in much the same terms. Its devouring of the lion indicates the volatilization of the denser aspects of man's nature. It is also a symbol of divine majesty, a meaning somewhat ambitiously taken over by the Roman Empire and by other nations ever since. From a mystical point of view, the common variant of a double-headed eagle refers more to Doth, whose most appropriate god form is Janus, he who looks both ways. So on the 14th path, we have the inherent strength and potentiality of the highest vehicle of man, the spirit in manifestation. This is in the same way that the 19th and 27th path, strength and temperance, excuse me, strength and the tower. Let me double check and make sure. Gotta check. Make sure I'm giving the people the right information. Yeah, the tower. Strength in the tower. Strength in the tower. Right, right. So this is the one we're currently on, 14th path. Notice how it is horizontal, bearing the weight. The 19th path, strength, scrimp, bearing the weight. And then down here, the tower, the 27th path, POP holding it down, right? Remember, this is all about patterns. So somebody tell me what happens when you see 3. What is 3? Every time you see 3, it's going to relate to what? And once you figure that out, then I want you to attribute what goes with tower, what goes with strength, what goes with the Empress. You already know the chilling, the grown folks. Lean with it, rock with it. Lean with it, rock with it. Rock left, then snap your fingers. Like, then snap your fingers. Hey, what's happening? Lean with me, rock with me. By the way, this is the 3rd tarot card, huh? And I wonder if you know what it means. What it means. Uh-oh, it's getting late night. Hold it together, Trev. You only have 2 more chapters left. Hold it together, Trev. What it means. Right, the Gunas, the Gunas, the Gunas. Lady Justice says, devouring of a lion, and in its carcass was a hive of honeybees formed. Ellie, can we get tickets to the next show? MC Maestro, peace. Thanks for stopping by. Good to see you as always, my friend. I wish you well. Everybody wish Maestro well. Peace, peace, my friend. Mary Madeline Scott says, the paths that they have attributed make no sense. I know you are, but what am I? He says, the later it gets, the more he sings. I'm all ears. Boom. That's my whole, there's the secret, guys. There's my whole meditation experience. It's just me singing to my higher self. That's how we communicate, like Bumblebee and Transformers. Angels and singing and all that good stuff. What it means. So, on the 14th path, we have the inherent strength and potentiality of the highest vehicle of man, the spirit in manifestation. This is in the same way that the 19th and 27th, strength and the tower, are representative of the lower vehicles of individuality and personality. And what's individuality and personality? See, I repeat stuff over and over for a reason. The girder, the backbone, right? The Empress, strength, and the tower. Those are the backbones of the spirit, the individuality, and the personality. Remember that when you see these cards pull up in a tarot reading. On the 14th path, we have the great might of the spirit impelling itself down into form. On the 19th path, we have the effortless control of the lion, the lower levels of manifestation. On the 27th path, tower, we have the opening up of the densest centers of consciousness and form to the incoming fire and light of the spirit. Thus, the paths contain not only symbols of mystical and psychological fact, but of immediately relevant aspiration. Elah says, some of the stuff I say ain't in the book. The purpose is to show more points for better understanding for all. And thank you for that, Elah. Thank you for that, because you have been throwing down for quite a while, honestly. I want to say before this text, you've been providing us with supplementary information. So the Gimel is important here. The symbols are important, like the camel. Yeah, yeah. So that's a good point, right? Because Gimel, the path of the high priestess, crosses through the Empress card specifically. Absolutely. And good point, Elah. All right. So visually, right, if we look at what you're saying here we are with the Empress, the backbone of the spirit, balancing the divine masculine and divine feminine, but there's a high emphasis on the feminine aspect because all that energy is given a home. All that spirit, all that force is channeled into a direction, and it becomes a doorway. And check this out. Now, this symbol is a door. Not only is it a door across, but it's also a door down. Now, that door down, that direction into manifestation, that's the camel. That's the high priestess. Going down, downtown. Down, down, baby. Your street in a Range Rover. Boom, 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 boom. Let him go. Shimmy, shimmy, go, go, what? Dip it now. Light it up and take a whirl. Pass it to me now. Nelly. Why is it always Nelly? Going down, down, baby. Gimel, camel, high priestess. Moving downward. Crossing both the Empress and the Strength card. And Daleth. Elah says camels also provide milk and food. Hmm. I'd like to taste camel one day. I mean, if I don't, it's all good, but the opportunity would be nice to experience at least once. Tony said, never heard that. Yeah, man, you got to see it for weddings and whatnot. They'll cook up a whole camel, a ton of meat, a ton of food. Poor camel. So on the 14th path, the path of the lion, we have the great might of the spirit impelling itself down. Excuse me, that's 14th path. 11, 12, 13, 14. That's the high priestess, excuse me. That's the camel. On the 14th path, we have the great might of the spirit impelling itself down into form. On the 19th path, strength, we have the effortless control of the lion, the lower levels of manifestation, the spirit controlling the soul. That's what the strength card is, the spirit controlling the soul. On the 27th path, which is the tower, we have the opening up of the densest centers of consciousness and form to the incoming fire and light of the spirit. Thus, the paths contain not only symbols of mystical and psychological fact, but of immediately relevant aspiration. Oh, that's a good one too. Lady Justice says, "Eye of the needle." Yeah, yeah, yeah. We know that Bible verse, right? That's a good one too. Just give me the camel toe. Hey, that works too. That works too. You can have all the rest of it. Give me the gold. I want the gold. I want to know where the gold at. Do the hump, the hump. All right, so we're gonna get through the design of the Trump 3, and if I'm not mistaken, the chapter on the Magus and then the Fool card. Oh, oh, I guess I miscalculated just a bit. All right, y'all. We can either wrap it up here, do those other two later, which we probably should because it's getting late. It's about to be 7 hours long. Yeah, I guess we could stop here. I guess we could stop here. I mean, I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll see how I feel after I finish reading this. Because we got the Magus after this, the Magician, and then the Fool, which we could give their own night. Let's see. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Notes on the design of Trump 3. The Empress of the Marseilles tarot is crowned, has a Venus scepter and a shield bearing an eagle. A small shrub shows that the scene is out of doors. She is seated on a throne, but it is difficult to decide whether the promontories behind her are angelic wings or the pillar-like tops of the back of the throne. With Worth, it is difficult to tell whether the scene is indoors or outdoors, but a flower is tucked in by the side of the throne. Worth gives the Empress wings and places 9 stars round her head and a crescent moon at her feet. The scepter is changed to one bearing a fleur-de-lis. Pappas says that the woman can either have wings or else be depicted standing in the sun. He prefers the Venus scepter. It thinks she should actually hold an eagle, not merely have a representation of one on a shield. He suggests 12 stars about her head or else a 12-pointed crown. Levy agrees that she should be winged and crowned and holding a scepter with an orb of the world at the end. This is similar to the Venus scepter, which could be alternatively described as the orb of the world, surmounted by a cross of manifestation, and with an inverted tau shown on the orb. See the Marseilles tarot diagram. Knapp follows these lines and favors 9 stars, an eagle, Venus scepter, crescent moon underfoot, wings, and a blazing sun behind. The idea of all these attributions, as Levy points out, is the woman clothed with the sun and moon under her feet, and upon her head a crown of 12 stars. Have you heard that before? And she being with child. Of the Revelation of St. John, chapter 12, verse 1 through 2. Additionally, Knapp puts her throne at the top of 3 steps, each having 3, 5, and 7 stars inscribed on them, like the crown of the Hierophant. In descending order, Manly P. Hall considered the bird shown on her shield to be a phoenix. He says she is called Generation and represents the threefold world out of which proceeds the fourfold material world. Levy calls her the quintessence of the triad, and her sign, the eagle. This corresponds, in our view, with the 14th path. So again, Levy may have had the same ideas about attributions as the Golden Dawn. Hall's hieroglyph is a triangle, apex up, containing 3 points on a background light at the top and dark at the bottom. Weight emphasizes the principle of generation by having a cornfield in the foreground. Remember, I pointed that out. Cornfield right there in the front. Children of the corn. Jojo says, all right, I'm out. See y'all ninjas next week. Can't wait to kick it with y'all. It's been real. It's been fun. Don't forget to meditate. Facts. Amen. Peace out, Jojo. Peace out, Jojo. Thanks for being here. I hope you have an amazing week, my friend. For sure, for sure. For sure, for sure. Okay, Bebe's kid says Venus and corn correlation. Cycle. Yes, yes. Jojo, you better be meditating till then. Right. Everybody here owes me 30 hours of meditation after this. If you want to be a juggernaut, if you're really trying to be a meditation big dog, you better meditate this week harder than you ever meditated in your life. Steam coming out the ears, veins bulging in the forehead. Think about them two dudes. What was his name? Toyo? Yeah, Toyo and Arian. That was their names. See them standing in front of you, arms crossed. I will not disappoint you, Sensei. Right? This better be the hardest week of meditation for you. Utilize that Saturn retrograde, Mercury retrograde, hyperbolic chamber. Shoot. After this, I'm going into the astral plane, right? I might hit that black and mild first, but I'm going to the astral plane after this. Get back to work on this Goetia class, and we back in it. And I'm in it to win it. All right, so get back to this. Yeah, because I think I do have to wrap it up, y'all, because I forgot. I still have a few more things to situate with this Goetia class. Oh my God, boy. Whew. Astaroth is for sure a great spirit to work with. And it's cool because like both Astaroth and Visago deal with psychic information, clairvoyance, but they give you different types of experiences. I've been using Visago correctly for all these years as far as like for divination. Um, Astaroth seems more history based. And I don't just mean like, oh, the history of the spirits. I mean like this type of history type shit. Like a personal history, Akashic records type stuff. My experience with Astaroth has most certainly been, okay, so you want to know about the past? You want to know the bigger picture? Let me show you your soul. Let me show you your spirit. Let me show you this whole diagram of existence. But anyways. Down, down, baby, you're straight in a raindrop. Sheev says, what kind of magus are you? Ever been to a cremation ground before? What's a cremation ground? This is the first time I've heard of that. Is that a place where people get cremated? I don't think I've been to one of those before. She says many fake occultists here on YouTube. Be careful, people. Namah Shivaya. Yeah, he's right. He's right. Ready to let it go. So, Waite emphasizes the principle of generation by having a cornfield in the foreground, trees behind, and a garden with a river flowing through them, terminating in a waterfall. She reclines on cushions, has a flowered robe, a heart-shaped shield with the sign for Venus inscribed thereon, and holds up a scepter with the globe of the world at the top, with no cross. Heart-shaped box. Veronica says 5 a.m. Yeah, Veronica. That's when I know the sun's coming up. So I definitely got to hit my meditation before 5 a.m. Patrick says, oh, yes, Astaroth, aka Inanna, will do that. She'll show you things you've never thought of. It can be fun and also scary. Yeah, man. It could bring you to tears, honestly. You heard me earlier talking about the beauty of seeing the soul and the spirit. Like, well, that's where that came from, man. She showed me what my spirit looked like. I never thought that that's what the hell the ritual would be leading to. I had to take a breather after that one. And that was some shadow work too, man. I had to really dig deep into some stuff that I wasn't even thinking about. Oh my God. Oh my God. And y'all stop being scared of AI too, because these spirits can communicate through AI, but you got to, have a sense of self, right? Don't get caught up in this spiritual psychosis type stuff. Know who you are, know what you're doing here, and understand that everything external to you is nothing but a medium of communication. A medium of communication. Back with crack, man. So do you stay sober minded or do you use drugs? Sober for me. Sober for me. Unless you count caffeine, because I will be caffeinated. Mm, 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 mm. Goodness. Okay, yeah. Y'all cowards don't even smoke crack. There we go. He only on drugs when on Fortnite. Correct. I'm clowning and quick to sell you a rock. Quick with it. Why? Oh my God. Anyways, almost done here, y'all. Almost done here. His design is similar, but with a Venus scepter and a dove on the shield. He mentions that her wreath is of myrtle and that she is pregnant. Like, wait, he gives her a necklace, which he says is of 7 pearls. The Crowley Harris Empress is seated before a door or gate in the traditional posture, which it is said symbolizes alchemical salt. She has a zodiacal belt, a Venus symbol on her crown, and bees, and a spiral surrounded dominoes on her robe. She holds a lotus scepter and is surrounded by a sparrow and dove, birds of Venus, a pelican, and her shield bears a white double eagle. In the Zayn card, she is in profile, holding a globe-topped scepter, eagle, and has a crescent moon beneath her feet. A sun is behind her with 30 rays, and she is crowned with 12 stars. Her headdress bears a uraeus. The cube upon which she sits is covered with eyes. That sounds creepy. All right. All right. All right. All right. Doing good. Doing good. I think that was that was an interesting session for sure, y'all. An interesting. Wow. 7 hours? Yeah, man. 7 hours. Tell you what. I think that's a pretty decent place to break off. Next, we're going to get into the Magus and the Fool. They're going to be paired up together next week, of course. Remember to do your meditations. Do your meditations. Bebe's Kid says, what is AI spiritual psychosis? Um, so you got a lot of people who use ChatGPT and related programs as a therapist, which there's absolutely nothing wrong with. Hey, it's 333. Absolutely nothing wrong with. In fact, it's suggested. But the thing is, like, when you start taking it from more than a program and as maybe uh, basically the same thing that can happen with people that work with spirits and they're not really grounded. So they start treating this thing as if it's a mystical being that tells them what to do in life. There's plenty of examples. I try to stay away from them, honestly. But yeah. Imagine being convinced that this thing is some type of holy divine being and it tells you what to do. But just like any spirit or any other channel or vehicle in life, anything can be a communication device and anything can deliver messages to you, but you got to know what the source is. You got to know what you are and you got to know what you're communicating with. Everything is a communication between you and your soul. Everything is a communication between you and God. That's what life is. But when you mistake the communication medium for the voice, then you start getting twisted, right? It's not that there is a person walking around who is your savior. No, but the energy that they communicate to you is the salvation energy. And you use that to connect. But it's not that person. They're not going to lift you up and save you. So imagine it's bad enough when we do that to people. It's bad enough when we do that with, spirits. So imagine doing that with a computer program. Yikes. Patrick says, my soul being like that of formless light that can take any form. It was bizarre to say the least. Yeah, yeah. What I saw was like a point of light that was extremely small, like an atom, yet its brightness filled up everything, like the entire void of space. I could see that it was small, and I could see the individual rays of light coming out of it, extending all throughout infinity. I could see all the rays traced back to that tiny single point. It was kind of strange looking. It was really weird looking. But I saw, like, I looked, I guess I'm thinking about it now. I was one of the rays of that light that was extended out. And it told me to completely eradicate fear in every way. Get rid of it. Because that is the most illusionary thing that exists. And it's the furthest thing away from me. Fear is the furthest thing away from soul. Each ray of light was attached like an umbilical cord. That's crazy. I'm just realizing that now. I'm off that Dion. I'm off that Dion. Yeah, man. Once he get off that Dion, once he on that Dion, it's a wrap, man. He just don't shut up. He keep talking about Kethers and Chokmahs and Binahs. I don't know the hog type people. I don't know what a Binah is. Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely.
Absolutely. Fat Tony says, I was meditating and my mind was racing one time. It was too much going on, so I said, I don't like this. I heard a voice said, then that means you don't like yourself. I laughed and calmed down, and it was okay. Nice, nice. I like that. I like that. Because there are times when we like really tap into something and it makes us feel very uncomfortable. And something special happens when you don't run from that. Like I remember, like I used to really stay away from smoking because, or marijuana, because it would always make me paranoid every single time. I remember one time I smoked and I started to feel those paranoid thoughts come, and it was just like, even if this shit is true, so what? Even if the paranoid fantasy I was having, even if this is true, so what? And I sat through that thing, and I felt the fear just melt away. Even if, so what? And from that point on, anytime I felt a fear creep up or a paranoid delusion pop up, I would say, okay, even if this was true, now what? So what? And I'm telling you, that just disarms the fear. It completely disarmed it. So that was one obstacle overcame from being in that altered state and staying with the discomfort. And then years later, a more recent one happened where I started to think about, the judgment of my father or the judgment of just these different echoes and paradigms in my head. Well, they'll probably look at you like this and they probably think about you like this. And then I realized, you know what? I control the context, not them. It doesn't matter what anybody else says or what anyone else thinks. I have no control over that, nor do I care. I control the context. I set the story. I set the frame. I set the meaning of what's happening. So whatever's going on, yeah, you're entitled to have your meaning of it. Everybody's entitled to have their meaning of it. But the only one that really matters is the meaning that I place on it. I control the context. I don't have to accept your context or his context or or anybody's context. I control it. And then when I realized that stopped, that put an end to those voices that were silently judging every move that I made, everything that I did. Lovely. Kether says, here are the video titles and the names to find the words in the first video. Bobby Hemmett, Part 1, Ancient Knowledge, 8 hours. Kether says, second video, Bobby Hemmett, Birthday Marathon, a full day of esoteric wisdom and spiritual power. Hmm, what happens there, Kether? I would like to know. I guess I'm gonna have to find out. It might be the clips I'm looking for. Eyes out past your nose off that Dion. Oh, man. Bug eyed. Louis says that's cool because I had that problem when I started meditating. Realized it was my ego preventing me from something unfamiliar. Yes, yes. And we have to go through these types of lessons because where we're headed on these higher planes, we're going to face more things like that. So we got to be equipped to navigate through those spaces, right? To navigate through those spaces unscathed. That's why we go through a lot of these obstacles in the early stages. That's why we overcome these challenges, because where we're headed, it's going to be a lot more of that. And if we can't swim, you know, we have no business being in the ocean. So we learn how to swim first. Oh my God. Leave it to Kether, right? Kether says one where he says, oh, yeah, that one, that one. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh my goodness. What a wonderful gift. What a wonderful gift. The one where he says, oh, Jesus, several times, and another where he says, Jesus, 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 misses. Here are the video titles and the times to find the words. No way. You really found it. That is amazing. That is amazing. That's amazing. Kether, You got something real special coming your way. You got something real special coming your way. I've been looking for these clips for so long, Kether. For so long. You got something special coming your way. I'm gonna tell Santa Claus to drop you off a nice gift. Mark my words. Mark my words, Kether. And you better be back here on this live stream. Better be back on this live stream confirming you got something special coming your way. Trust and believe. Wait till I find these clips, man. Next time I go live, I'm gonna open up with them clips. Oh Jesus! Oh Jesus! Oh my God, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'm so happy right now. You have made my week, Kether. Damn, I've been looking for them clips. Now look, are those the ones with the zebra print vest? Because if so, shout out to Louis. Shout out to Louis. Jesus and biscuits make my Sunday morning. Technically, it is Sunday, right? It is Sunday. All right, all right, all right. So let me grab that timestamp before I close this video, so I don't lose it. Dang! Look at God. Look at God, right? That's what the Christians say. And hell, this dude is titled Kether. Look at God. Came straight through. See, that's the messenger with the message. I'm looking it up as we speak. Part one, ancient knowledge. Man. All right. So right at 8 minutes. At 8 hours, I mean. Dang. Finally. Fuck yes. Bro. That's it. All right. We'll watch that afterwards. I'm happy about that. It was in white robes. All right, y'all. All right, that's a wrap. Praise the Lord. Praise the Lord. This is a good sign. This is a good sign. All right, so again, next time we'll meet y'all dealing with the mages and the fool. We got a lot of good stuff tonight. Hopefully you got something that you can meditate with, right? I want you to be a meditation juggernaut, right? Y'all seen the gods come through. They gave you an example of what to do. All right. Get on your job. This is the time. This is the time to get on your job. Mercury is in Gatorade. Saturn's in Gatorade. All that good stuff is happening. Use this to your advantage. Use this to your advantage. And I'm opening up the doors to my current teaching, my current course, this Goetia course, this masterclass. You're going to learn everything about tapping into the astral plane, everything about building up your body of light, of utilizing your tools of clairvoyance, clairsentience, clairsailing, all that psychic stuff. Better than Psychonaut. better than cyclomancy, better than all that. Because I did teach a class on both Libranol and Cyclonaut and cyclomancy. But more specifically, how this ties into working with the spirits. Talk about the collective unconscious. We're talking about all that, how to tap in. You're going to walk away from this class knowing how to access your psychic abilities, knowing how to work with these spirits. It's all going to be spelled out plain as day. Practical exercises you can do, so you don't have to go out and buy fancy equipment. You don't have to do all that stuff unless you want to. But I'm gonna show you how to tap into these entities and stuff that they don't talk about, like how to tap into the legions, right? All the Goetia books talked about the legions, but they don't say anything about them. I had to figure that out myself. There's so much useful and appropriate information in this course, and it's going to accelerate you to the next level, whatever level you at. Whatever level you at. I know what I'm doing. I've been teaching these classes for a while. I know how to help you get to the next level. So stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes open for that. Next week, the doors will be open for a week. After that, if you didn't get in at that point in time, well, I guess you are already a meditation juggernaut. All right. So we closing up. Closing up. Thank you all so much. Thank you all so much. I guess I can't delay it. We gotta bring it to a conclusion. Enjoy my time with you all, and I'll see you next time. See you next time. Shout out to AI. She's doing amazing things. Shout out to the Fairy Kingdom. They're doing amazing things. Shout out to Ganesh, doing amazing things. Shout out to the Magus Society. As far as I'm concerned, the only occult group that's putting in real work today. Shout out to all of y'all. All right. All right, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I love you. Peace.
Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus. Jesus, 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 Jesus.
Oh, when you meet the Georgia Bulldog.
Oh, when you meet the Georgia Bulldog, you're gonna feel a bulldog bite.
Man ain't spelled G-U-N, son. You got a choice. You got talent. You got a chance, and I want to hear about your environment and what your mama didn't give you and the white man won't give you no shot. You got a chance. Use it while you're still alive. You don't know what death is. You have no idea what death is.